Chapter 3066. Kinship is the most important thing, but kinship can be hidden in the heart. Kinship is related to Master and the others, but it's far from the Imperial Thunder sect. Thinking about the palace masters of the Qianlei Palace and Canlei Palace, I'm afraid they have nothing to do with kinship between disciples of the same sect, right? They leave, then so be it. In this way I'll sever all ties with the Imperial Thunder sect. I've received a lot of favors from the Imperial Thunder sect, but I've made great contributions to the sect in the Great Battle of Dowan Sword. Since they expelled me, I don't owe them anything. I've thrown away a huge burden. Karma. There's Qian Qinghua as the cause, and there's also Qian Qinghua as the effect. The way of karma is one of the heavenly Tao's. While thinking, Xiaohua was enlightened. Not far in front of him was a patch of brilliant red, and there were peach blossoms all over the undulating mountain ridge. How could Xiaohua not know that the Thousand Red Mountain was close? At that moment, a small dot flew out from the fiery red light and headed towards Xiaohua. Similarly, the divine sense of a late Foundation establishment cultivator swept towards Xiaohua. When it landed on Xiaohua's body, it stopped. The divine sense was rather cold and contained hostility. Oh. Xiaohua frowned slightly but did not release his divine sense. He only looked indifferently at the newcomer. When the newcomer came closer, it was a dark and thin old man. There was a trace of jealousy in his small eyes, and a trace of anger on his almost fleshless gray face. Why is it old monster she? Xiaohua recognized him at a glance. Because this person left a deep impression on Xiaohua. It was Shi Wuming, whom Xiaohua met at Jinghua City's EG when he was only at the second layer of qi refining. It was also this Shi Wuming who sold Xiaohua the broken silver-gilded spear tip. Although Xiaohua's memory was not good, this person had left a deep impression on him. Xiaohua even borrowed the name of Mingtue Mountains Shi Wuming at the Lingji gathering at Lingpei Mountain Villa. However, Xiaohua suddenly realized that Ruo Taohong had a demonic weapon and even a demonic bamboo slip. This Shi Wuming also had one, so there must be some connection. Thinking of this, Xiaohua put on a smile on his face and went up to greet him. Who knew that when he got closer, Shi Wuming's expression changed. With a wave of his hand, a magic weapon about the size of a palm flew out from his hand. He cursed angrily, "Damn gigolo. I asked you to come and pick up peach blossoms. Today I will beat you until your brain splatters with peach blossoms." As he cast a spell, the palm-sized magic weapon let out a rumbling sound. A pitch-black seal swelled in the wind, and in a moment, it became 10 feet large and smashed toward Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua stared blankly as he saw that the seal had already arrived above his head. A powerful force mixed with a frightening sound enveloped the space around him. Even the true essence in his body was slightly trembling. It seemed that the power of this seal was not small. Looking at Shi Wuming's eyes that were flashing with malice, it was actually a kind of pleasure. The smile on Xiaohua's face gradually disappeared. That's right, a cultivator in the late stage of Foundation establishment who forced a cultivator in the second stage of qi refining to buy his demonic weapon. How could you expect him to have a kind heart? Although she was an old acquaintance that he had met once, that fate had probably ended long ago. Looking at how Shi Wuming was about to smash him to death without a word, Xiaohua's heart turned cold. He flung his Taoist robe. Boom, the 10 feet large seal instantly stopped in midair. No matter how much the pitch-black light on it flashed, no matter how loud the buzzing sound was, it still could not be suppressed by even half an inch. Shi Wuming's small eyes widened as he looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. The magic around him surged again. Go. Xiaohua sneered. With a wave of his hand, the huge mace appeared in his hand. A shrill sound rang out. Boom. It was precisely the sound of the mace hitting the seal. Woo. The fan seal let out a mournful wail and soared into the sky. Xiaohua could even hear a crack in his ears. The fan seal, under Shi Wuming's shocked gaze and his face instantly turned red, flew hundreds of feet away and crashed into the sea of crimson flowers. The force of the impact was so great that the entire mountain trembled slightly. It was like a stone falling into the water. Xiaohua waved the mace in his hand and coldly said, "Old Ghost Shi, today I will settle old scores with you." As he spoke, Xiaohua flew up and attacked Shi Wuming, who was not too far away. At this moment, another cultivator in the late stage of Foundation establishment swept over with his divine sense. At the same time, an anxious voice sounded, Shi Wuming, if you dare to hurt my guest, don't ever think of seeing me again. Peach Blossom, save me. Out of Xiao Hua's expectations, Shi Wuming suddenly flew up and shouted, where did you find such a powerful gigolo? Trying to escape? Xiao Hua sneered. He seemed to have understood something. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Hua used the heaven and earth sleeve again. Shi Wuming was only in the late stage of foundation establishment. How could he escape from the attack of a nascent soul cultivator? His hands and feet flailed in the air, but he could not move an inch. When he realized how weak he was, Shi Wuming's face immediately changed to fear. He stood in the air dejectedly, not daring to take any chances. Wuming. When the female cultivator in the pink robe landed in the air, she looked at Xiao Hua and then at Shi Wuming. Her face was filled with astonishment. In just a moment, the female cultivator's watery eyes looked up and down at Xiao Hua. A smile appeared on her face as she cupped her hands and said, I Ruo Taohong greet fellow cultivator Xiao Hua. I didn't expect to meet the famous Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect in Sky Patrol City that day. I was really blind that day. Fellow cultivator Ruo, you don't have to be so polite. Xiao Hua knew that the great battle of Daoan Sword had made him famous in the Dawn Rain continent. He did not mind being recognized by Ruo Taohong. He cupped his hands and said, I didn't participate in the battle that day, so I'm not famous. It's normal that fellow cultivator can't recognize me. Xiao Hua. Shi Wuming lowered his pitiful head and suddenly raised it up. He looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief as if he had thought of something. Shi Wuming, this is Xiao Hua of the first team in the Great Battle of Daoan Sword. He's now famous in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. How can you be so bold now? Ruo Taohong shouted in exasperation. However, with her slightly plump figure, plump round face and watery peach blossom eyes, she did not look like she was blaming him. Are you really that Xiao Hua? Shi Wuming tried to ask. Quickly greet fellow cultivator Xiao. Ruo Taohong said anxiously, even if you don't care about the great battle of Daoan Sword, this is my contribution to the battle. He fellow cultivator Ruo. This Xiao and old devil, she are old acquaintances. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said with a smile, I'm sure fellow cultivator she has remembered the past. How is that possible? Shi Wuming jumped in the air. When I saw you, you were only at the 2nd level of qi refining. After so many years, my cultivation is still the same. How can you reach the middle stage of foundation establishment in such a short time? Have I been living like a dog? How can you compare to fellow cultivator Xiao? Ruo Taohong's face also showed shock, but she immediately scolded, if you want to compare, you can only compare to old devil Shi. He's a pretty boy you recruited. Naturally you have to speak for him. Shi Wuming sneered, Ruo Taohong, this old man did not expect you to be so fickle. Don't forget what you said to this old man back then. Ruo Taohong's face turned red and she said angrily, this old woman did promise you back then. But, it was only a promise. You haven't reached the golden core stage yet, how can this old woman dual cultivate with you? Because this old man can't reach the golden core stage, you found a pretty boy who can? Shi Wuming was even angrier, don't you think you're an old cow eating young grass? Yes. This old woman is an old cow eating young grass. Ruo Taohong also scolded, but what about you? Aren't you an old cow eating young grass now? You. Shi Wuming said anxiously, when you didn't take the rejuvenation pill, how could you be a young grass? You were more like withered leaves and weeds. This old man has always been thinking about you, but you've forgotten your roots. This old man must have been blind all these years. You. Ruo Taohong's face turned pale. She looked at Xiao Hua's interested expression and said coldly, what? Shi Wuming, this old woman is like this. Look at Xiao Hua, he's younger than you, more handsome than you, and when it comes to cultivation and reputation, which one of them is not better than yours? Do you think that between him and you this old woman would choose you? Hearing this, Shi Wuming's eyes flashed with an ominous glint. He glanced at Xiao Hua, but when he thought of the power of Xiao Hua's staff he hesitated. Shut up. Seeing that trouble was about to come to him, Xiao Hua said indifferently, this Xiao only came to your 1000 Red Mountain to take back the few demonic weapons you promised me when I exchanged the rejuvenation pill with you. And this Xiao only thought of it when I was passing by. If you don't want to fulfill your promise, this Xiao doesn't care. This Xiao will take his leave now. What? The rejuvenation pill? You exchanged it with her? You came for those demonic weapons? Shi Wuming was stunned. Nonsense. Xiao Hua looked coldly at this somewhat eccentric old man and said, "The treasures in your eyes may not be treasures in this Xiao's eyes. How many female cultivators are chasing after this Xiao? I bet you can't even count them with your fingers. Would this Xiao compete with you for a woman's affection?" As he spoke, Xiao Hua's body flashed with thunder, and it looked like he was about to leave. Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't be impatient." Ruo Taohong was anxious and hurriedly smiled. "This concubine can't stand seeing old devil she compete with you for a woman's affection, so I purposely made him angry. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't blame me. In addition, other than the demonic weapons in this concubine's cave, old devil she also has some demonic weapons that he can trade with fellow Taoist. And that old devil Imo has the same thing as last time, a demonic bamboo slip that he can trade with fellow Taoist." Chapter 3067. Oh. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat when he heard that there were other demonic slips. He stopped and asked, "Fellow Taoist Ruo, please don't lie to me." "Of course not, of course not." When Shi Wuming heard that Xiao Hua was not Ruo Taohong, he smiled and said, "Didn't you see my demonic tool last time in Jingbua City? This time it's much more than last time and the cost is even lower." Ruo Taohong was stunned and pointed at Xiao Hua. "Shi Wuming. Is fellow Taoist Xiao the one who bought your demonic tool last time in Jingbua City?" That's right, that's right." Shi Wuming rubbed his hands and winked at Xiao Hua as if trying to please him. However, Xiao Hua sneered. He knew that Shi Wuming was not trying to get close to him because of his high cultivation level. There must be other reasons. Sure enough, before Xiao Hua could think further, Ruo Taohong revealed the truth. "That's not right." Ruo Taohong realized and asked curiously, "Didn't you say that the one who bought your demonic tool was a Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator? But you said that Xiao Hua was only a second stage Qi refining stage cultivator. How could he have dozens of top-grade spirit stones?" Shi Wuming's expression changed and he smiled. If fellow Taoist Xiao was only a second stage Qi refining stage cultivator, how could he be a Foundation Establishment middle late stage Qi refining stage cultivator? Then he winked at Xiao Hua again. Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't lie for him. Instead he asked curiously, "Old devil Shi, you first, what is going on inside?" It's like this." Shi Wuming rubbed his hands and explained the whole story in embarrassment. It was actually very simple. Back then, Shi Wuming and another Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivator Mo Shan were both interested in Ruo Taohong of Thousand Red Mountain. The three of them had been entangled for more than 10 or 20 years. In the end, the three of them could not take it anymore and came up with an idea. Ruo Taohong pointed out 2 places for Shi Wuming and Mo Shan to go to. These 2 places. Whoever could trade one of their demonic tools and return to Thousand Red Mountain first, Ruo Taohong would agree to dual cultivate with that person. Of course, during this process, everyone swore a blood oath that they would definitely follow the instructions. Otherwise, they would be devoured by the magic artifact and die. In the end, Shi Wuming won and Mo Shan lost. From then on, Shi Wuming could confidently come to Thousand Red Mountain. However, although Ruo Taohong agreed to perform dual cultivation with Shi Wuming, they never held a dual cultivation ceremony. Instead, they requested that the ceremony be held only after Shi Wuming reached the Jindan stage. Shi Wuming was already in the late stage of Foundation Establishment, so he was not too far away from the Jindan stage. Since Mo Shan would not disturb them, it did not matter whether there was a dual cultivation ceremony or not. But who would have thought that more than 10 years ago Ruo Taohong made a trip to Sky Patrol City and returned to her youthfulness? She was the charming peach blossom lady of the past. This time not only was Shi Wuming moved, even Mo Shan was drooling over her. Hence, the number of people who came for her increased. Today, Shi Wuming was talking to Ruo Taohong about the dual cultivation ceremony. When he was rejected by Ruo Taohong, he saw a message from Xiao Hua. Ruo Taohong saw the message and immediately left Shi Wuming and went into the cave to dress up. Shi Wuming was naturally enraged. He rushed out of the cave and wanted to kill Xiao Hua. Hearing Shi Wuming's words, Xiao Hua sneered in his heart. No wonder Qi refining disciples are so afraid of Foundation Establishment cultivators and always treat them with respect. If my cultivation was not high enough, I'm afraid that just because of this misunderstanding, my life would have been taken. Shi Wuming saw Xiao Hua's unfriendly expression and quickly bowed. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this old man was wrong. But since you and I are old friends, I hope you can forgive this old man. Xiao Hua understood that Shi Wuming was afraid that he would expose his actions. Of course, Shi Wuming's devil spear was indeed good and had saved his life several times. Speaking of which, Xiao Hua also had to thank Shi Wuming. Hence he nodded and said, "In that case this Xiao agrees. Our grievances are over." Hehe, thank you, thank you. Shi Wuming was overjoyed. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Ruo Taohong asked unhappily, "Then what happened in Jingbo City that year?" Xiao Hua laughed, and before Ruo Taohong could finish he interrupted her. "Fellow Taoist Ruo, it's been so many years. No matter what the truth is, fellow Taoist has already agreed to what you should have agreed to and rejected what you should have rejected. Is the truth still important?" That's right, that's right." Shi Wuming laughed. "You've already made a blood oath. As soon as this old man condensed his core, you'll immediately hold the dual cultivation ceremony with this old man." At this point Shi Wuming solemnly said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, when the time comes, this old man and my wife will definitely send you an invitation. Fellow Taoist, you must honor us." Huh. Xiao Hua laughed but didn't express any opinion. Ruo Taohong knew Shi Wuming's character and knew that something unpleasant would happen. She glared at Shi Wuming and said angrily, "This old woman hasn't done dual cultivation with you yet. Where did this wife come from?" She then smiled at Xiao Hua and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please. It's rare for you to come to Thousand Red Mountain. Please come to my cave for a chat." "And fellow Taoist, please." Xiao Hua nodded with a smile. Ruo Taohong led the way while Xiao Hua followed behind. Shi Wuming followed behind with a smile on his face. After flying for a while he saw a mountain ridge where his magic weapon was shot down. He smiled embarrassedly and flew over to retrieve his magic weapon. Ruo Taohong and Xiao Hua ignored this guy and flew towards a cave in Thousand Red Mountain. Ruo Taohong's cave was in the middle of a field of flowers. The entrance of the cave was blocked by hundreds and thousands of short, crooked peach trees. The branches of each peach tree were covered with bright red peach blossoms. The peach blossoms pressed down on the branches until they were bent. Dozens of fist-sized unknown spirit sparrows flew among the peach blossoms, adding a lot of vitality to the cave. In front of the abode there were several children, both male and female. Some held flower baskets in their hands while others held feather fans. They wore bright Taoist robes as they stood there in an orderly manner. When they saw Xiao Hua and Ruo Taohong land, they all had respectful expressions as they greeted them in a clear and melodious voice. It gave off the feeling of an immortal abode. Looking around, Xiao Hua was puzzled and asked, "Fellow Taoist Ruo, you're the only cultivator in Thousand Red Mountain? Didn't you say it was a small sect?" Hehe, fellow Taoist Xiao, my Thousand Red Mountain naturally can't be compared to your Imperial Thunder sect. Ruo Taohong invited Xiao Hua into the cave and explained, "However, my Thousand Red Mountain also has thousands of disciples." "Where are they?" "This Xiao doesn't seem to have seen your Thousand Red Mountain sect protection formation." Xiao Hua said curiously, "Hehe, this cave is just one of my side residences. It's not within the Thousand Red Mountains formation." Ruo Taohong said with a smile, "Although I also have a cave residence within the Thousand Red Mountains formation, I'm just a consecrator of the Thousand Red Mountain. My usual residence is here and not within the Thousand Red Mountain." "There's such a consecrator?" Xiao Hua was puzzled. "Of course," Ruo Taohong said with a smile, "this kind of thing is naturally not common in a large sect like your Imperial Thunder sect. However, it's common in a small sect like the Thousand Red Mountain." At this point, a trace of loneliness appeared on Ruo Taohong's face and she explained, "Actually, I was originally a disciple of the Splendid sect and had nothing to do with the Thousand Red Mountain. However, because I made a big mistake, I was driven out of the sect by the Splendid sect. Originally, they wanted to abolish my cultivation, but I made a certain contribution to the Splendid sect, so I was lucky enough to keep my cultivation." Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and was stunned in his heart. "Without the Splendid sect, I'm considered a rogue cultivator." Ruo Taohong said with a bitter smile, "But I'm a female cultivator. If I were to rely on my identity as a rogue cultivator, I wouldn't be able to cultivate normally. I had no choice but to find a small sect like the Thousand Red Mountain and become their consecrator and their disciple. However, I don't usually need to go to the sect. Only when the Thousand Red Mountain has some errands, I'll go back to the sect to deal with them." Usually all the spirit stones, medicinal pills, and even cultivation methods are consecrated by the Thousand Red Mountain. Oh, so it's like this. Xiaohua understood and asked again. Then, your natal spirit tablet is also in the Thousand Red Mountain? Of course. Ruo Taohong said with a smile. Unless I cultivate to the Gold Core realm or my husband is a Gold Core realm, the Thousand Red Mountain will return my natal spirit tablet to me. I understand. Xiaohua also knew why Ruo Taohong had to learn the nameless core condensation technique before dual cultivating with him. Fellow Taoist, please sit. After entering the cave, Ruo Taohong invited Xiaohua to take a seat and said with a smile. Actually, being a consecrator in a small sect like the Thousand Red Mountain is also very good. Usually there won't be any big matters. If I need anything, I'll have the servant bring it to the Thousand Red Mountain's sect master. The sect master will satisfy me according to the Thousand Red Mountain's ability. Xiaohua sat down and asked with a smile, if someone comes to the Thousand Red Mountain to provoke or attack, fellow Taoist Ruo will have to represent the Thousand Red Mountain to fight, right? Of course. Not only that, but I will also have to appear when the Thousand Red Mountain fights are involved. Ruo Taohong sat down and answered, however, the sect master of the Thousand Red Mountain isn't very ambitious. He only wants to defend himself, so I don't have to work too hard. Immediately, Ruo Taohong ordered the servant to put down spirit fruits and spirit wine. Not long after, Shi Wuming also returned. Xiaohua politely ate a few spirit fruits but didn't drink the spirit wine. After casually chatting for a while, Ruo Taohong asked a few more questions about the Great Dao Sword War. Xiaohua said, fellow Taoist Ruo, I didn't come here to ask you to fulfill your promise, but since you're here, it's fine. Ruo Taohong smiled and said, that day I took your rejuvenation pill. Those demonic tools and demonic slips can't compare to the value of the rejuvenation pill. If you didn't come, I was thinking of going to the Imperial Thunder sect to give them the demonic tools. Now that you're here, I won't have to make an extra trip. As she spoke, Ruo Taohong took out a storage pouch from her waist and handed it to Xiaohua. I saw fellow Taoist Zhao's message talisman and went to the inner cave to prepare these demonic tools. Who would have thought that I would be misunderstood by others? Seeing Ruo Taohong's glare, Shi Wuming shrunk his neck. He really did misunderstand her. Chapter 3068. Xiaohua took the storage pouch and looked at the many demonic weapons inside. He smiled and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist Ruo, there are so many demonic weapons in this storage pouch. This is beyond my expectations. Thank you. You're welcome. This is what I should do. Ruo Taohong looked at Xiaohua and then at Shi Wuming. The two exchanged glances and said, actually, I still have something to discuss with fellow Taoist Xiao. Please speak. Xiaohua kept the storage pouch and smiled. Chirp chirp. A clear chirp of a bird came from outside the cave and a message talisman in the shape of a flying bird flew to Ruo Taohong's eyes. Emo-shan is here. Ruo Taohong took the message talisman and pointed at it. A dark red jade talisman fell into her hand. Just in time. After fellow Taoist Xiao changes his Mo bamboo slip, I will discuss with fellow Taoist Xiao. Alright. Xiaohua was looking forward to Mo Shan's Mo bamboo slip and nodded. Not long after, under the guidance of a boy, a similarly thin old man with a yellowish complexion and a pair of small eyes walked into the cave residence. Moreover, this old man's gaze swept across the room. When he saw Xiaohua, he actually had a trace of vigilance like Shi Wuming. He even looked at Shi Wuming and Ruo Taohong with an ambiguous gaze. Who is this? Mo Shan did not bother with formalities and asked rudely. As he spoke, he walked to a jade chair and acted as if he was in his own cave. Cough cough, Ruo Taohong coughed and said, Mo Shan, take a good look at this fellow Taoist. Don't you recognize him? Do I need to recognize him? Mo Shan had already sat down and reached out to grab a spiritual fruit from the jade plate beside Shi Wuming. He took a big bite and said coldly. However, he still obediently looked at Xiaohua and curled his lips. He then asked Shi Wuming, Old Devil Shi, is this your new opponent? Although I have already backed out of the agreement, Taohong still refuses to dual cultivate with you. Is it because of this little white face? Xiaohua looked at the three with a bitter smile. The emotional entanglement of these three seemed to be different from that of Zhen Qing, Sun Qian and Chen Yi. What nonsense are you talking about? Ruo Taohong said angrily. This is fellow Taoist Xiao Hua of the Imperial Lightning Sect, and he's also a member of the first group in the Tao Sect's meeting hall during the Tao Sword Battle. It is precisely because of his outstanding military exploits. Who knows how many sword cultivators have died at his hands? Oh. Mo Shan, who was in the middle of swallowing the spirit fruit, was taken aback. He looked at Xiao Hua up and down in shock. Then he curled his lips and threw the spirit fruit into his mouth again. He chewed with big bites and even crushed the core. Finally he said in a strange tone, "The Great Tao Sword War?" The disciples of the various cultivation sects had just finished singing their praises and entered the stage. One by one they seized the battle merits and distributed the spirit stone veins of the 3 cultivation countries, squeezing us small sects to the point where we had no place to go. I don't care if you're from the Imperial Thunder Sect or the Splendid Sect. What does that have to do with me? Old monster Mo, how can you not care about the Great War of Tao and Sword? Shi Wuming laughed. Now that I have Tao Hong to accompany me, you're all alone. You should find something to do to pass the time. Mo Shan rolled his eyes and said coldly, "Accompany? How can she accompany you? Why don't you hurry up and send this gigolo away? If you let him stay here for a few more hours, you won't even be able to enter this abode." Strangely, Shi Wuming did not bicker with Mo Shan like before. Instead he smiled and said, "If I can't enter, then I can't enter. Anyway, I've already been here and you haven't even entered." Shi Wuming's words seemed to have a double meaning, and Tao Hong's face instantly turned red. Just as she was about to get angry, Xiao Hua glanced at the 3 of them and felt bored. He opened his mouth and said, "Fellow Taoist Shi, you said you have some demonic tools. Can you show them to me?" "Of course." Shi Wuming looked at Mo Shan and the defeated rooster. His 2 small eyes widened, but he could not refute himself. He proudly pulled out 2 storage pouches from his waist and handed them to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua opened it and took a look. There were indeed many strange demon artifacts inside. Some were big and some were small, and there were even many with blood patterns. Xiao Hua knew from the refining method of the heaven leveling staff that this heaven leveling staff was different from the heaven raising staff. It required a lot of items of the 5 elements or extremely heavy materials to refine. Moreover, it could be added as one's strength increased. These demonic tools were extremely heavy and were the best materials to refine the heaven's rod. That was why Xiao Hua thought of coming to Thousand Red Mountain to look for Tao Hong. "That's right. I'll take all of these." Xiao Hua smiled and nodded. He asked Shi Wuming, "Fellow Taoist Shi, how many spirit stones do you want?" "Ah? You want all of them?" Shi Wuming was obviously stunned. He did not expect Xiao Hua to ask for so much. Shi Wuming looked at Tao Hong, seemingly unsure. Tao Hong also frowned and asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, these demonic tools, if there is 1 or 2 of them, they should be useful. Fellow Taoist Xiao wants so many at once. In addition to the ones I have, there are already a lot of them. I've never heard of so many demonic tools. What are they used for?" I'm also curious." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Don't the 3 of you have even more demonic tools? What are you here for?" "The matter of the demonic tools is related to what I'm going to discuss with fellow Taoist." Tao Hong smiled and said, "I won't hide anything from fellow Taoist." At this time Mo Shan said coldly, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, do you have great strength? You want to refine an extremely heavy magic tool?" Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Fellow Taoist Mo seems to know something." "That's right." Mo Shan nodded. "Not only do I know something, I also know some tricks to refine such a magic tool." Since fellow Taoist Mo said it, then I won't hide anything from you. As I have some strength, I want to refine an extremely heavy magic tool. Xiao Hua looked at Shi Wuming and smiled. "Back then it was your demonic tools that gave me this idea." Hearing this, Shi Wuming's face changed slightly. He wasn't sure if Xiao Hua's words were a threat, but fortunately Xiao Hua looked at Mo Shan and said, "As for the refining method, I already have it. Most of the materials have already been collected, I just need to find some more." Fellow Taoist Mo's trick. Seeing that Xiao Hua ignored his words, Mo Shan didn't say anything else. He smiled coldly and poured another cup of spirit wine and sipped it. "Fellow Taoist Shi?" Xiao Hua reminded, "How much do you think these demonic tools are worth?" This. Shi Wuming hesitated and looked at Ruo Tao Hong. Ruo Taohong saw that Xiaohua readily admitted to refining magic tools, so she smiled and said, since these demonic tools are useful to fellow Taoist Xiao, and we have no use for them, why not trade with fellow Taoist Xiao? Shi Wuming nodded. Just as he was about to speak, his heart skipped a beat and he almost blurted out, rejuvenation pill. Fellow Taoist Xiao has a rejuvenation pill. These demonic tools will all belong to fellow Taoist Xiao. Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment then smiled bitterly. He had indeed just refined a rejuvenation pill, but could he take it out? Rejuvenation pill? Shan was also shocked. The wine cup in his hand trembled as he looked at Xiaohua. Fellow Taoist Qi. Xiaohua shook his head. Fellow Taoist Ruo's rejuvenation pill was obtained by chance when I was training in Twilight Tong City. You can ask fellow Taoist Ruo. That pill was extremely ugly and did not look like a pill at all. At that time there was someone who said that it was a face-retaining pill. Ordinary fellow Taoists would not bid for it, and I just happened to have something that person needed. I had already consumed a spiritual herb similar to the face-retaining pill, so I had no use for it. However, my cultivation at that time was shallow and I was forced to trade, so I had no choice but to use that thing to exchange for the face-retaining pill. I did not know that it was a rejuvenation pill. That day in Sky Patrol City, I made the trade because I hoped to obtain fellow Taoist Ruo's magic bamboo slip. If I had known that it was a rejuvenation pill, how could I have sold it so cheaply? Zai fellow Taoist Xiao is right. Ruo Taohong nodded. That day fellow Taoist Xiao only said that it was a face-retaining pill, and fellow Taoist Xiao had never seen a rejuvenation pill. However, I received the news in advance, so I was fated to have such a great opportunity. That rejuvenation pill was really ugly. Who would have thought that it was an immortal pill? So, Xiaohua shrugged and said, if fellow Taoist she wants to get the rejuvenation pill from me, that is absolutely impossible. Seeing that there was no hope for the rejuvenation pill, Shi Wuming hesitated. He looked at Shan and whispered a few words to Xiaohua. Xiaohua listened to the message and frowned slightly as if he was considering it, then he also whispered back. After a few more whispers, Xiaohua took out a storage pouch from his chest and handed it to Shi Wuming. Shi Wuming opened the storage pouch and checked it, then smiled and said, good, since fellow Taoist Xiao is so sincere, then these demonic tools are yours. Thank you fellow Taoist Qi. The two storage pouches were originally beside Xiaohua, so Xiaohua did not hesitate and accepted them. He then turned to Shan and said, fellow Taoist I heard from fellow Taoist Ruo that you not only have some demonic tools, but also a magic bamboo slip. Fellow Taoist wants to give it to me. You can discuss it with me. Shan had an inexplicable expression on his face. He looked at Xiaohua and then at Shi Wuming, then asked Xiaohua, what did old devil she trade with you? Fellow Taoist Xiaohua was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, that is fellow Taoist Xi's secret. Forgive me for not revealing it. Unexpectedly, Shan took out 3 storage pouches and handed them to Xiaohua. Then he said proudly, fellow Taoist Xiao, take a look. Oh? Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could only take the storage pouches and take a closer look. There were indeed many demonic tools inside and each of them was huge. They were really good materials for refining the heaven pacifying staff. Chapter 3069. What a pity. Xiaohua placed the storage bag on the table and shook his head. Although fellow she didn't ask me to keep it a secret. This is the principle of trade. Forgive me for not being able to go against it. What about this? Shan seemed to be serious with Xiaohua. He clapped his hands and took out a pitch-black magic slip and a broken jade slip. This is a magic slip, I don't know what's inside. But this jade slip contains the method to refine my sect's famous magic tool, the 5-element rod. As long as you agree, I will definitely trade with you. Can I confirm it? Xiaohua looked at the 2 items and confirmed that he was tempted. However, he still didn't understand the competition between these 2 strange male cultivators. No. Shan flatly refused. The contents of this jade slip are incomplete. I don't have a way to add restrictions, so you'll know once you see it. I can't let you check it first. Xiaohua laughed and shook his head. So you're saying that I also don't know if the method to refine the 5-element rod is inside? Believe it or not. Shan laughed. You're the one refining the magic tool, not me. Also, I don't even want to look at this bullshit magic slip. If I wasn't curious, I would have destroyed it long ago. If you don't want it, I can destroy it right now. All right, Xiaohua nodded helplessly. Fellow Xiao. Shi Wuming was unhappy. Although I didn't make an agreement with you, I didn't make you swear a blood oath. But what we're exchanging is our secret, how can you tell others? Shi Wuming. Ruo Taohong was unhappy. She still had some misgivings about Emotion, but how could she be careful about Shi Wuming? No matter. Xiaohua laughed. Fellow Shi, don't worry. I definitely won't tell fellow Emo what we're exchanging. Then he turned to Emotion and said, Fellow Emo, you should give up. I definitely won't tell you what I'm exchanging with fellow Shi. So fellow Xiao isn't interested in this magic slip? Emotion flipped his hand and the magic slip appeared in his hand. He activated the magic power in his hand, and it looked like if Xiaohua said something wrong he would destroy the magic slip. You too. Ruo Taohong's face darkened, while Shi Wuming looked at Emotion with a smile, his eyes filled with provocation. Hee, Xiaohua laughed and said loudly, although this Xiao will not tell Dao friend Emo what is inside the storage bag, I will not tell you. However, this Xiao is willing to exchange the same thing with fellow Daoist Emo. Shi Wuming was stunned. How can this be? What's the difference between this and informing them? All right. Emotion was overjoyed. Without waiting for Xiaohua to say anything, he handed the jade slip and magic slip over to Xiaohua, as if he was afraid Xiaohua would go back on his word. Xiaohua didn't hold back. With a wave of his sleeve, the jade slips, the demonic slips and the 3 storage pouches all flew into the air. Not good. When the items disappeared, Emotion suddenly realized something and hurriedly said, Old Shi gave you 2 storage pouches, but this old man has 3 storage pouches. Seeing Emotion lose out, Shi Wuming laughed. Fellow Daoist Emo, this is what you personally agreed to, this Xiao did not bargain. Xiaohua did not allow him to say anything more. He took out another storage pouch and threw it to Emotion. Then he said to Shi Wuming, Fellow Daoist Shi, this Xiao did not say a word to fellow Daoist Emo. Good. Really good. Shi Wuming was still laughing. Seeing Emotion lose out, he did not pursue the matter any further. However, Emotion opened the storage pouch and took a look. Although his eyes were filled with unwillingness, the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of satisfaction. All right, Xiaohua was very satisfied. He clapped his hands and said, This Xiao is very happy to cooperate with the 2 of you. Of course, if there is an opportunity in the future, this Xiao still hopes to exchange demonic weapons with the 2 of you. However, at this time, fellow Daoist Ruo, please tell me what is it that you want to discuss with this Xiao? This is what I wanted to discuss with fellow Daoist Xiao. Ruo Taohong smiled and was about to speak. Taohong. Emotion seemed to be unwilling. He opened his mouth and said, You want to talk to fellow Daoist Xiao about that matter? That matter? What? Old Monster Mo, do you think that just the 3 of us can do it? Ruo Taohong frowned and said coldly. The 3 of us may not necessarily be able to do it. But if there is another person. Emotion shook his head slightly, the things inside may not be enough. How do you know it's not enough? Shi Wuming asked without waiting for Ruo Taohong to speak. Do you know it's enough? Emotion retorted sarcastically. Hee. Xiaohua laughed and looked at Ruo Taohong. Seems like fellow Daoist Ruo and the others need to discuss first? Ruo Taohong looked helplessly at the 2 male cultivators who were like fighting cocks. She said apologetically, If fellow Daoist Xiao can, please rest here for a night. Let me discuss with the 2 of them first. Then, as if she was afraid that Xiaohua would not agree, she explained, The 3 of us found a mysterious place and from there we found some clues. There seems to be a spiritual item that can help condense a core and conceive a baby. It's even useful for tempering the body. Xiaohua wanted to refuse, but when he heard that it could help conceive a baby and even temper the body, he hesitated. He thought for a moment and nodded. How about this? I can stay here for another night. If we still haven't reached a consensus by tomorrow, I'll take my leave. Of course. Ruo Taohong smiled. Fellow Daoist Xiao, do you want to look at the scenery of my 1000 Red Mountain or meditate? I'll give fellow Daoist Xiao an answer tomorrow. Let's meditate. Xiaohua replied without hesitation. Please. Ruo Taohong was not surprised. She got up and personally led Xiaohua to the cave residence and found a quiet room for him. This action naturally made Mo Shan and Shi Wuming, who were walking behind them and seemed to be monitoring each other, very jealous. Why would Xiaohua care about them? After entering the cave residence, he set up the capital star formation. After thinking for a moment, he clapped his hands and took out the Mo bamboo slip and jade slip that he just got from Mo Shan. Xiaohua first released his Buddhist sense and looked into the Mo bamboo slip. The contents of the Mo bamboo slip were very complete. He recorded a cultivation method called Purple Jing Pupil. Seeing the name Purple Jing Pupil, Xiaohua's heart jumped. He liked new things the most. Although he didn't have demonic fire and demonic blood and couldn't cultivate it, he still roughly looked through the Mo bamboo slip. After spending a lot of energy to look through it, he finally understood. This should be a way for demonic people to cultivate their demonic sense. According to the Mo bamboo slip, the demonic sense of the demonic world was different from spiritual sense and soul sense. He was born with the demonic people. Moreover, the way and location of the demonic sense were different. Some were in the head, some were in the chest, and some were even in the legs. The demonic people cultivated either demonic fire or demonic blood. As their cultivation increased, their demonic sense would also become stronger. The Purple Jing Pupil secret technique focused the demonic sense of the demonic people in their eyes. Not only could it be as long as the demonic sense, it could also see through all illusions. Damn, this is really good stuff. Isn't this similar to this Xiao's illusion breaker magic eye? Xiaohua looked at the Mo bamboo slip and felt extremely regretful. The magic eye on his left hand became darker and darker. Moreover, as it became darker, Xiaohua discovered that there was actually a space in this magic eye that could be used to store things. However, this space was extremely narrow and there were even traces of cracks. Xiaohua already somewhat understood. The blurring of the illusion breaker magic eye was probably caused by the cracks in this space, right? Second senior brother gave me a lot of jade slips and there are also some Mo bamboo slips. However, most of them are refining methods and there are no secret techniques for cultivating demonic sense. Presumably, he also knows that this demonic sense is innate and this Xiao can't cultivate it. But this secret technique of the amethyst eye can indeed transfer devilish sense to the eyes. Then wouldn't I be able to transfer the Dharma eye into my eyes as well? Xiaohua thought to himself. How about this Xiao also start cultivating devilish blood? Xiaohua didn't dare to cultivate demonic arts before because he was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Cultivating Buddhism was already disgraceful. However, Buddhism's cultivation method was good at hiding. The Tao sect's master might not be able to detect it. If he cultivated demonic arts, wouldn't he be immediately discovered by the Imperial Thunder sect's master? Now Xiaohua was already a loner. Who would care about him? Moreover, in order to let Xiaohua refine the ancient dragon silver, Zhang Qingxiao had already placed the demonic fire, black qi and demonic blood into the demonic ring and handed it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua only needed to cultivate the demonic arts according to the Blood Drop Paradise's cultivation method, and he would be able to truly refine the ancient dragon silver. It could be said that everything was ready except for the east wind. Now this east wind seemed to be the opportunity for Xiaohua to be expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect. It's better to wait a little longer. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. The techniques I'm cultivating now are really too complicated. Even though I haven't bitten off more than I can chew up until now, devil arts are cultivation techniques that are at odds with the Buddhist sect and Taoist sect. Xiaohua didn't dare casually try it. After putting away the Mo bamboo slip, Xiaohua used his divine sense to examine the refining method of the 5-element rod. He didn't care too much about this so-called 5-element rod. After all, he already had the refining method of the heaven-pacifying rod and the necessary materials. The 5-element rod couldn't be more powerful than the heaven-pacifying rod, right? He actually hoped that this 5-element rod was the refining method of the 5-element heaven-pacifying rod. However, he also knew that if Mo Shan could take it out, it definitely couldn't be used. At most, like what he said, there were some secrets that weren't damaged. After Xiaohua finished reading, he couldn't help but be moved. Almost without hesitation, he took out the bone of the heaven-pacifying rod and carefully examined it. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense from the bone and sighed. Alas, the techniques in this world are truly endless. A person's imagination is also limitless. It's also an imitation of the 5-element heaven-pacifying rod. This heaven-pacifying rod and the 5-element rod's materials are somewhat similar, but the refining method is completely different. The most miraculous thing is that, at the critical moment, these two refining methods can actually complement each other. Chapter 30-70. That's right, the 5-element rod definitely exceeded Xiaohua's expectations. Just like the sky-leveling rod, it was another method used by the Dao sect to imitate the 5-element heaven-reaching rod. However, the refining method was already greatly damaged and only a few key parts could be understood. If he relied solely on this jade slip, it was absolutely impossible to refine the 5-element rod. However, with Xiaohua's current refining level, he immediately saw the importance of these tricks. They were exactly what the sky-leveling rod didn't cover, and were the absolute shortcomings of the sky-leveling rod. For example, in the sky-leveling rod, although it also needed to refine the 5-element objects together, it relied on the blood sacrifice method, which required an extremely large amount of spiritual blood to fuse these extremely heavy 5-element objects together. This was the blood sacrifice method that Xiaohua knew. In the 5-element rod, the law of blood sacrifice was replaced by the 5-element spiritual items. With the spiritual items as the foundation, all the 5 elements were built on top of the foundation to create a magical treasure that was like a part of heaven and earth. These two methods each opened up new paths, each had their own wonders, and of course there were also successful examples. However, in Xiaohua's eyes, the refining method of the sky-leveling rod was somewhat bloody, leaning more towards the power of the bloodline, and lacking the balance of the 5 elements. The refining method of the 5-element rod leaned towards the composition of the world, the balance of the 5 elements, and lacked condensation. If these two methods were refined together, it would be even closer to the 5-element heaven-reaching rod. Of course, this was easy to say, but it was extremely difficult to do. In the Dawn Rain continent, how many refining masters were proficient in both the Soul refining method and the Dao Sect's refining method? Or even the Demon Realm's refining method? Good. After Xiaohua connected all the details, he couldn't help but clap his hands and praise. Everything in this world seems to be pushed by an invisible hand. This Xiao was unable to obtain the true refining method of the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel. But unexpectedly, one after another, I obtained the refining method of the fake one. In the Fog Mountain, I even obtained the lightning refining method. Isn't this a refining method that isn't part of the 5 elements? If I use this lightning refining method to refine the sky-leveling rod, it's absolutely possible. However, Xiaohua immediately regretted. If I had known that the 10,000 Thunder Valley would be annihilated by 10,000 Thunder Valley, this Xiao would have. When he thought of this, Xiaohua suddenly froze. He was like a wooden chicken. After a long while, he murmured, "This Xiao is stupid." That unknown thing flew into this Xiao's space from the lightning peak of the myriad lightning valley. That lightning water was naturally flowing into tracing light. But, wasn't there still a lot of lightning water leaking into the air? Isn't this the 10,000 Thunder Valley in my space? I only need to urge the primordial spirit in that space to refine the heaven-leveling rod using the lightning refining method. Wouldn't it be the same as refining it in the myriad Thunder Valley? Even if its second senior brother's dragon silver gilt, it can still be refined. Thinking of this, Xiaohua hurriedly sent his consciousness into the space. As soon as he entered the space, Xiaohua was stunned. Because ever since Xiaohua absorbed the 18 stone walls of the Misty Mountain into his space, his primordial spirit didn't do anything else. Just like the real Xiaohua, he sat cross-legged in the air in front of the stone wall, comprehending bit by bit. And now, the primordial spirit was still comprehending, but as the primordial spirit waved faintly, traces of lightning flashed around the primordial spirit. The source of the lightning was the inexplicable lightning water high in the sky. Hee. After Xiaohua froze, he almost laughed out loud. He didn't expect that this primordial spirit's lightning controlling technique was actually more powerful than his own. According to the speed of this primordial spirit's comprehension, it wouldn't be long before it could start refining the heaven-leveling rod, right? Where's Zhonglue? Xiaohua looked at the space that was still deathly still, but in fact he felt endless vitality. However, this vitality was firmly suppressed, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried. When he saw that Zhonglue's situation didn't change at all, Xiaohua was relieved. But why are this child's eyes rolling around? Suddenly, Xiaohua finally noticed Zhang Luer's eyes that were constantly moving. What's the situation? Is he going to wake up? Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly pulled Zhang Luer out of the space. But strangely, when Zhang Luer came out of the space, her eyes stopped moving. Xiaohua even used his hand to gently touch Zhang Luer's eyelids, but there was no reaction at all. Strange. Xiaohua thought he had seen wrongly. When he put Zhang Luer into a corner of the space again, a strange thing happened. Zhang Luer's eyes moved again. I really don't understand. Xiaohua sighed slightly. I'd better hurry and find the frost bamboo. I hope this senior can quickly wake him up. The longer it takes, the easier it is for things to go wrong. When Xiaohua's mind withdrew from the space and put away the capital star array, there was a child waiting outside the quiet room. When he saw Xiaohua come out, he respectfully welcomed him and said, Master, Fairy Taohong is waiting in the front hall. Please follow me. And Xiaohua nodded, but he was indeed disdainful in his heart. What kind of world is this? Why does anyone dare to call themselves a fairy? This Ruo Taohong was a white-haired old woman in the past, ugly as hell. Sigh, I don't know what Hongxia will think when she hears that I was expelled by the Imperial Thunder Sect. I don't know when she will think about it. It's really annoying. When Xiaohua came to the front of the cave, Ruo Taohong and Shi Wuming were sitting there, but Emoshan was nowhere to be seen. When Ruo Taohong saw Xiaohua, she immediately stood up and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Xiao, I didn't expect you to meditate for 5 days. I wanted to call you out but I couldn't. Fellow Taoist's array is also strange. 5 days. Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He didn't expect to spend so much time comprehending a jade slip. Fellow Taoist Xiao must have a new understanding. Shi Wuming clapped and said with a smile, This old man congratulates fellow Taoist. It's nothing. Xiaohua waved his hand and looked at the empty jade chair. Where did fellow Taoist Emo go? Did fellow Taoist Ruo and fellow Taoist Shi not discuss it with him? Fellow Taoist Xiao, please take a seat, Ruo Taohong said with a smile. The discussion was naturally successful. Old Monster Emo also agreed for fellow Taoist Xiao to participate. However, because there could be others, Old Monster Emo thought of a good friend of his. Although this person's cultivation is not very high, he is proficient in many unorthodox methods. Moreover, he is very quick-witted and can be used. Thus, Old Monster Emo went to invite this person. And Xiaohua listened and didn't ask who this person was. He smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Ruo, can you tell me your plan now? Of course, since we invited fellow Taoist Xiao to join forces, we naturally have to explain our plan to fellow Taoist Xiao. Ruo Taohong nodded, but Old Monster Emo wants to invite another helper. Fellow Taoist Xiao, why don't you wait for a few more days? When that person comes, we can discuss it together. Xiaohua listened and frowned slightly. Although he had some expectations for this mysterious person, Zhang Luer's matter was also imminent. He felt that he was somewhat distracted. Oh, fellow Taoist Xiao, Old Monster Emo has already been gone for a few days. I'm afraid he will be back soon. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you don't have to rush. Shi Wuming hurriedly said, before Old Monster Emo came to Thousand Red Mountain, he met that person. Moreover, that person was said to have participated in the Great War of Dao and Sword. Perhaps fellow Taoist Xiao might know him too. Who? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Old Monster Emo didn't say. Ruo Taohong sighed and said, what I said just now was all from Old Monster Emo. I don't know that person either. And if it's just a few days, that's fine. Xiaohua nodded slightly. I can wait, but I'm afraid it won't be possible if it's too long. Fellow Taoist Xiao, is there anything else? Is there anything more important than improving your cultivation? Ruo Taohong asked with a smile. However, from her tone, she didn't necessarily want Xiaohua to answer. She just seemed to be chatting casually. And there are some important things that I need to do after all. Xiaohua answered vaguely as expected. But then Xiaohua looked outside the cave abode and said casually, that's right, where exactly is that mysterious person? Can you tell me a little about it first? Ruo Taohong was a little embarrassed. She looked at Shi Wuming and said, this place still needs to be kept a secret. I hope fellow Taoist Xiao can understand. When that person arrives, we can discuss it together. How about that? All right. Xiaohua nodded. He picked up a spirit fruit and was about to eat it, but then he asked casually, There's no need to talk about the specific place, but can you tell me the general location? If there's time, I would like to go and do something first. That place is very far from here. If fellow Taoist Xiao wants to go, I'm afraid you won't have time to do anything else. Ruo Taohong shook her head and said, however, if fellow Taoist Xiao wants to know the general location, I can tell you a little about it. Then Ruo Taohong said telepathically, it's near Luanshi's Feline Mountain. I'll tell fellow Taoist Xiao the specific location very soon. When that fellow Taoist arrives, we can discuss the specific matters together. At that time we'll need fellow Taoist Xiao to lead us. Xiao Hua answered casually. He didn't comment and still put the spirit fruit into his mouth. However, the moment Xiao Hua took a bite of the spirit fruit, he suddenly froze. He frowned as if he thought of something. Ruo Taohong was afraid that Xiao Hua would be angry, so she kept staring at Xiao Hua's expression. When she saw Xiao Hua frown, her heart skipped a beat and she looked at Shi Wuming. Although Shi Wuming was arrogant and had a strange temper, after being easily defeated by Xiao Hua, he was convinced. When he saw Ruo Taohong looking at him, his eyes darted around, wondering if he should tell Xiao Hua the specific location. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hua suddenly raised his head and swallowed the spirit fruit. He stood up and said, fellow Taoist Ruo, fellow Taoist Shi, I'm really sorry. I suddenly thought of an extremely important matter. I'm afraid I can't stay here for long. That mysterious place. If you two fellow Taoists can wait, please don't go there casually. Once I'm done with my business, we can discuss it in detail. Since you've invited me, I should at least have some confidence in protecting everyone's safety, right? Chapter 3071. This. Ruo Taohong panicked and shouted, fellow Taoist Xiao, why are you in such a hurry? Before she went to Jingbua City, we were already planning to go there, but we didn't have a suitable item. Now that we have everything plus fellow Taoist Xiao and that person, the 5 of us should be able to return with the treasure. If fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't join us, our chances are reduced by 40%. I'm sorry, fellow Taoist Ruo. Xiao Hua didn't delay, he cupped his hands and said, I really have something important to do, I can't take such a big risk to go there. Again, if the 4 of you are interested, you can wait for me. Of course, if the 4 of you are in a hurry, you can go first and pretend that I never came. Of course, I won't reveal this matter. But when he spoke up to hear, Xiao Hua hesitated slightly, and then he reminded, moreover, this Xiao means that it wouldn't be too late to go when you have absolute confidence. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Ruo Taohong was really strange, and she could see that she must have told Xiao Hua the location of the mysterious place. That's why Xiao Hua wanted to leave and even reminded her. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua only said to be careful and only said to leave. He didn't mention anything about the dangerous place. Shi Wuming wanted to stop Xiao Hua, but he looked at Ruo Taohong and knew that even with the 2 of them, they didn't have much confidence. He could only follow behind Ruo Taohong, secretly complaining about Xiao Hua's lack of loyalty. Seeing that Xiao Hua was determined to leave, Ruo Taohong sighed and said, since fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't want to go, I'll send you out. If fellow Taoist Xiao finishes his important matter, you can come to Thousand Red Mountain again. If we haven't left yet, please come with us. Of course. Xiao Hua nodded. Who doesn't like places with treasures? If Xiao Hua has time, I'll definitely come to visit fellow Taoist Ruo. All right. Shi Wuming smiled bitterly in his heart and followed Ruo Taohong to send Xiao Hua out. Unexpectedly, just as the 3 of them flew out of the Thousand Red Mountain range, they saw 2 figures flying towards them from the distance. In just a short moment they got closer. Xiao Hua looked up and couldn't help but smile. That's right, one of them was naturally Mo Shan and the other one was someone he knew. However, he never expected to encounter them here. This person was none other than Bai Fei, the disciple of the Changbai sect from Flowing Ice Gorge. Xiao Hua hadn't seen this fellow since he used the ocean overturning seal to penetrate the spirit stone mine. However, Xiao Hua could see from this person that even if Xiao Hua were to perish in the Dao Sword battle, this person wouldn't perish. His method of judging the situation and seizing the opportunity to make money was the most unscrupulous and practical one in the cultivation world of the Dawn Rain continent. Therefore, when Xiao Hua saw that this short old man with a face full of wrinkles had actually advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment in just a few short years, he didn't find it strange at all. When Bai Fei saw Xiao Hua, his expression immediately changed slightly. Of course, this expression only lasted for an instant before it returned to normal. His flying figure immediately sped up, far surpassing Mo Shan. When he arrived in front of Xiao Hua, he bowed extremely respectfully and said, "By Fei greets Senior Brother Xiao. Senior Brother Xiao, thank you for saving me that year." Hearing Bai Fei, who was in the late stage of foundation establishment, actually call Xiao Hua Senior Brother, Mo Shan and the other two were greatly shocked. So it's you." Xiao Hua smiled and raised his hand to return the greeting. He said, "After parting for several years at Flowing Ice Gorge, fellow Taoist Bai's cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. I really can't catch up to you." "I wouldn't dare." Bai Fei stood up respectfully and said with a smile, "No matter how much I cultivate, I'm afraid I can't even reach 50% of Senior Brother Xiao's cultivation. In front of Senior Brother Xiao, I'm not even worthy to carry your shoes." Immediately Bai Fei looked at Mo Shan and said reproachfully, "Fellow Taoist Mo, since Senior Brother Xiao is here on this Dawn Rain continent, you can go anywhere. There's no need to look for me. If I knew that Senior Brother Xiao was here, would I still need you to say so much?" How could Mo Shan know that Xiao Hua was so powerful in Bai Fei's eyes? He smiled bitterly and didn't know what to say. That's right, he had agreed to many of Bai Fei's conditions before he could invite him to Thousand Red Mountain. "Fellow Taoist Bai," Xiao Hua said, "I originally wanted to participate, but I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I can't take the risk for the time being. It won't be too late to go after I finish my matter. Of course, the specifics will depend on your own arrangements. I've already told fellow Taoist Ruo about it just now." "What? Senior Brother Xiao isn't going?" Bai Fei was stunned and looked extremely disappointed. "That's right, I'll take my leave." Xiao Hua didn't like Bai Fei's eagerness for success and cupped his hands, preparing to leave. "Okay." Bai Fei didn't expect Xiao Hua to leave just like that and was caught unprepared. "Oh right." Xiao Hua flew a few feet and suddenly remembered something. He asked, "Did fellow Taoist Bai come from Meng country? Is there any news about the Great Tao Sword War?" "I'll let Senior Brother Xiao know that I didn't come from my sect." When Bai Fei heard Xiao Hua's question, he immediately replied respectfully, "After the war, I had some enlightenment and left my sect to train. I just arrived in Shi country not long ago. As for the Great Tao Sword War, Sky Patrol City has already fallen into the hands of sword cultivators. My Tao sect has already been defeated." "Oh, what about the participating disciples from various countries? Have they all returned to their respective sects?" Xiao Hua nodded and asked. Bai Fei rolled his eyes and said awkwardly, "Other than your sect and Mo Sang Mountain's disciples who fell into Sky Patrol City and became sword cultivators' captives, they still need to wait for further negotiations. Most of the other sect's disciples have already returned to their respective countries." Xiao Hua sighed, "My Imperial Thunder sect has finally been defeated." "That's right. What a pity." Bai Fei nodded. Imperial Thunder sect and Mo Sang Mountain's ambush in Sky Patrol City was an excellent move, but I didn't expect. It's already over, it's useless to talk about it. Xiao Hua waved his hand. "Fortunately, you and I have already escaped from the war." "Oh, and what are the cultivation levels of the disciples from various sects who stayed in Sky Patrol City? Is there any other news?" "Those who stayed in Sky Patrol City are of course Golden Core disciples," Bai Fei explained. "Although the war has ended, there are still many things to deal with after the war, so they need disciples to guard it. As for other things..." At this point Bai Fei raised his eyebrows as if he thought of something. "Tai Ching sect seems to have invited my Changbai sect, Lian country's Utopia sect, Kunlun sect, and Shi country's Huanhua sect and Xuanyan sect to their sect. There seems to be something going on. I don't know the specifics, I only heard about it from one of my sect's elders." "That's strange." Xiao Hua smiled. "We've already been defeated, are we still going to ask for credit?" I'm definitely not asking for credit. Those who went to Tai Ching sect seem to be Golden Core disciples. There were no nascent soul elders. I'm afraid they have something to discuss." Bai Fei smiled. "All right, fellow cultivator Bai, fellow cultivator Rual, fellow cultivator Shi and fellow cultivator Mo. I'll take my leave. If fate wills it, we'll meet again." After Xiao Hua finished speaking, lightning flashed around his body, He cupped his hands slightly and rushed into the sky. After Xiao Hua left, Mo Shan asked in a low voice, "Fellow cultivator, by this?" Xiao Hua from Imperial Thunder Sect is only at the middle stage of Foundation establishment. How can you call him senior brother? He, Bai Fei smiled faintly, looked into the distance and said, "Not to mention senior brother, I'm even willing to call him martial uncle." Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at Bai Fei strangely. Unexpectedly, Bai Fei did not say a word. Behind the cluster of wrinkles, his extremely shiny eyes seemed to have seen through time and space, and saw the moment when he was hiding in Flowing Ice Valley, when he stole a glance at Xiao Hua killing Qin Jian. Bai Fei and the other three were discussing how to go there, whether to wait for Xiao Hua to return or go there first. Xiao Hua's figure flew into the air towards the nearest teleportation array, and flew in the air muttering to himself. Naturally, he had never been to Luanshi's Fulin mountain range, and in his memory he had never heard of this name. However, when Ruo Taohong said this strange name, he suddenly remembered that when he met Huang Yi in Tianmen Mountain's Huang family, he met a cultivator named Yu Chuan, who was a consecrator of Luanshi's Ma family. At that time, after Xiao Hua saved everyone, this moon mote saw that Xiao Hua's cultivation was profound and wanted to befriend Xiao Hua. Moreover, it could also be considered as repaying Xiao Hua's kindness. He revealed the location of an ancient ruin that he knew of to Xiao Hua, and that location was Fulin Mountain Range. Of course, Yu Chuan was a consecrator of Luanshi's Ma family, so he knew a lot more about Fulin Mountain Range than Ruo Taohong, and naturally told Xiao Hua in detail. Xiao Hua also knew more about the treasures inside than Ruo Taohong, and Xiao Hua knew even more that those things were useful for condensing core, but the dangers were even more severe. He didn't expect himself to condense core so quickly, and didn't intend to take the risk to look for opportunities, so he just perfunctorily explained to Yu Chuan. At this time he had already condensed core, so he didn't want to take the risk. In particular, he had to quickly wake up Jiang Luer, so how could he go to Luanxi? Of course, Yu Chuan also made it clear that this ancient relic had been in Luanxi for many years and very few people knew about it. Perhaps there were some useful things in the periphery that ordinary cultivators knew, but there were even more things that ordinary people didn't know about. Not only was it useful for Foundation establishment, it was also useful for nascent soul and even spirit severing stage. After waking up Jiang Luer, Xiao Hua was free, so naturally he was willing to take a look. This Bai Fei is really powerful. Xiao Hua thought as he flew, how many years has it been? He actually cultivated from middle Foundation establishment to late Foundation establishment. If Bai Fei can really get some treasures from the ancient relic in Luanxi, advancing to gold core is just around the corner. Oh right, there's also that fallen gold mountains jade token in the sword tomb. How old is it? It's already gold core. Damn it, I'm afraid it's already nascent soul. They're all extremely powerful. Li Zongbao. Although he's called handsome for a while, compared to them he's nothing. Chapter 3072. Moreover, Hong Xia obtained the inheritance of the phoenix, and Xue Xue also obtained the inheritance of the lightning beast. Since they have such opportunities, then on the Dawn Rain continent, the disciples of the other aristocratic families should also have such opportunities. Xiao Hua thought again. It seems that not only has the defeat of the Taoist sword war changed the situation of the entire Dawn Rain continent on the surface, but the change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has also secretly changed the situation of the entire cultivation world. I'm afraid that in less than 100 years, the situation of the cultivation world's dominant sects will change, and the sword cultivators and aristocratic families will also stand out. Even the heavenly demon sect Hehe and this Xiao's fortune gate, I'm afraid they will also appear in front of everyone's eyes, right? This is an era where the winds and clouds gather. Xiao Hua sighed in loneliness. It's just that this Xiao is still rushing about for a living. Fortune gate? Xiao Hua thought again as he flew. I don't know what this Xiao's fortune gate is like now. I don't know how powerful Zhong Haoren is, and whether Fei Yunshu and the others are obedient or not. Perhaps after dealing with Lu Er's matter, this Xiao won't be in a hurry to go to the Meng Mountains, and will first take a look at the fortune gate? After getting the nearest transmission array, Xiao Hua naturally didn't need to go to the Lian country anymore, and after a little investigation he turned around and went to the Meng country. Xiaohua had already gone to the Meng country's Taiqing sect when he participated in the Feather Immortal Assembly, so he had some impression of it. However, at that time Xiaohua followed Zhenqing and used a flying boat to go to the Inkzhao Black Forest. Now that he thought about it, that should be the secret path that the Imperial Thunder sect knew. Now that Xiaohua wanted to go to the Meng country, he should also go to the Haoming city to ask Yu Qin for the secret path through the Inkzhao Black Forest. Xiaohua's delay in the Thousand Red Mountains had caused him to fall behind Reverend Du Yi and kind Xingzi, and even Reverend Lei Meng flew in front of Xiaohua. Of course, after the 3 Yuanying cultivators arrived at the nearest transmission array, they did not see any trace of Xiaohua, so they hesitated slightly. However, thinking that Xiaohua could disguise himself as John Doe, of course he could also disguise himself as someone else. Therefore, after a little investigation, Immortal Du Yi and Shan Xingzi found the most likely target and hurriedly chased after him. On the other hand, after Thunder Tablet's spiritual master made some inquiries, he suddenly realized that other than himself, there were 2 other unknown cultivators chasing after Xiaohua. After recovering from his shock, Thunder Tablet's spiritual master hurriedly found a nearby Imperial Thunder sect disciple and sent a message to the sect. At the same time, he unhesitatingly chased after the 2 nascent soul cultivators. Of course, the 3 of them also had a backup plan and left an informant at the teleportation array. Xiaohua didn't know that there were 3 nascent soul realm cultivators chasing after him, and he didn't disguise himself at all. After he appeared in the teleportation array and went to Haoming City, he was immediately discovered by others and hurriedly passed the message to the 3 nascent soul realm cultivators. However, the 3 nascent soul realm cultivators were so fast that by the time the message reached them, Xiaohua had already teleported far away. Moreover, the most ridiculous thing was that when Xiaohua flew to the vicinity of Haoming City, he felt that the news of him being expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect should have already reached here. If he entered Haoming City with his original appearance, there might be some trouble, so he changed his appearance again. As a result, needless to say, when Immortal Du Yi and Shan Zongzi arrived at Haoming City, they lost track of Xiaohua again. It was simply more of a hide-and-seek game than an ordinary hide-and-seek game. When the 2 nascent soul realm cultivators arrived at Haoming City, Xiaohua had already arrived at the passage of the Mo Zhao Black Forest without anyone noticing. At this time, Xiaohua was not wearing a camouflage robe, but an ordinary Taoist robe. His figure was also ordinary. If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation level was still at the middle stage of foundation establishment, no one would pay much attention to him in a crowd. This time the secret path that Xiaohua took was different from the last time. As early as when Xiaohua handed over the spirit stones in Haoming City, he had already asked clearly. After Mo Bao in the Mo Zhao Black Forest, after decades of stability, Haoming City had already found many safe secret paths in the Mo Zhao Black Forest. Of course, these secret paths were far and close. The far ones were naturally safe, but the close ones were more dangerous. For Xiaohua there was no danger. He just couldn't find the direction. Therefore, according to his stingy character, he still found the cheapest and the closest one. Today he had been walking for about 20 days. According to the guards of Haoming City who sent him here, he would be able to pass through the Mo Zhao Black Forest in 1 or 2 days. From the Mo Zhao Black Forest to the Taiqing sect, and even the Chongbai sect and other cultivation sects, Xiaohua had exchanged spirit stones with the guards of Haoming City. Xiaohua only needed to fly out of the Mo Zhao Black Forest to immediately fly to the Taiqing sect. After all, he had been delayed for more than a month, so Xiaohua didn't know whether Hanju was still in the Taiqing sect. Of course, Xiaohua also didn't know whether Hanju had gone to the Taiqing sect. He also planned to go from the Taiqing sect to the Kunlun sect in the Lian country. Looking at the gloomy Mo Zhao Black Forest and the faint ink spots outside the extremely hidden passage, Xiaohua frowned and looked at the dozen or so cultivators in front of him. These cultivators all passed through the Mo Zhao Black Forest with Xiaohua. Except for the female cultivator in the middle of the group who was at the 11th level of qi refining, and the 2 cultivators behind Xiaohua who were fascinated, the rest were all Foundation Establishment cultivators. There were even 3 late Foundation Establishment cultivators in front of the group. After all, this secret path was the most dangerous. Without some self-protection, no one dared to choose this path. As for the female cultivator, she should be somewhat secretive and seemed to be hiding from something. Like Xiaohua, she was eager to pass through the Mo Zhao Black Forest. Otherwise, she wouldn't have mingled with this group of Foundation establishment cultivators. However, Xiaohua had lost his previous curiosity and didn't want to pry into other people's secrets at all. He didn't even care which sects or families these cultivators belonged to. Before entering the ink cloud Black Forest, he had simply dealt with them. Perhaps Xiaohua was just being perfunctory. Others could clearly see that after entering the ink cloud Black Forest, no one tried to worm their way into being friends with him. Other than that aura-refining female cultivator, perhaps Xiaohua was the only one. As for the two fascinated cultivators behind Xiaohua, they were hurriedly brought over by another Haoming city guard when the dozen or so people were preparing to enter the Mo Zhao Black Forest. They didn't have the opportunity to introduce themselves to Xiaohua and the others. Naturally, they wouldn't be together with Xiaohua. However, this most dangerous secret path was actually safe and sound. Up until now, there wasn't even the slightest ripple. This was clearly somewhat out of Xiaohua's expectations. There are still 2 more days. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the crowd, then raised his head to look at the distance of the secret path. He felt somewhat anxious. Not only because of Jiang Luer's matter, but also because of another extremely bad feeling in the bottom of his heart. It was as if a kind of danger was quietly approaching. As for what kind of danger it was, he really couldn't say. Before the Great Dao Sword battle, his enemy was the invisible mysterious person who sealed his middle dantian. After the Great Dao Sword battle, it could be said that the entire Huan country was his enemy. The battle was over, but the sword cultivators had entered. What about him? Unfortunately, he was expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect. If the Void Heaven Sword School and the others wanted to take revenge, he could only run for his life. I'll endure it a little longer. In 1 more day we'll be close to the edge of the Mo Zhao Black Forest. At that time I won't care about anything else. I'll just rush out on my own. There won't be any mistakes left or right. Xiaohua inwardly made up his mind. In the past 20 days, the late Foundation establishment cultivator leading the way had changed direction many times. Although Xiaohua had a jade slip in his hand, he still couldn't grasp the direction. Moreover, he also knew that if he forcibly flew out halfway, it would affect the secret path. Xiaohua wasn't ruthless enough to do that. With that thought, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and slowly flew with everyone. His mind slowly absorbed the insights from the several primordial spirits. Before the 3 primordial spirits went through the 3rd gold lightning tribulation, each of them had already cultivated their own secret techniques. In fact, whether it was the efficiency or the feeling they transmitted back, it was completely different from after the 3rd gold lightning tribulation. Now each of the primordial spirits was like a complete copy of Xiaohua. The speed at which they comprehended the secret techniques was very fast, and the things they transmitted back were also many. Moreover, these things were all comprehended by the primordial spirits. Xiaohua's mind didn't need to think too much about it. He only needed to enjoy the wonderful feeling. Just as Xiaohua was enjoying himself, 2 whoosh-whoosh sounds came from behind him. 2 cultivators in camouflage clothes who had been lagging behind him moved at the same time. Fellow Taoist Zhang, don't worry. We're just going to the front. Xiaohua had just opened his eyes and urged his magic power to guard against any sneak attacks from these 2 cultivators when a slightly hoarse voice sounded. Xiaohua answered coldly. Without turning his head, his figure stopped in midair. Sure enough, the 2 cultivators didn't pass by Xiaohua's left and right sides, but flew by Xiaohua's left side one after the other. They didn't seem to want to attack. It's a bit strange. Xiaohua waited for the 2 to pass by. Xiaohua flew up again and looked at the 2's backs while secretly thinking. However, at this time they were already close to the edge of the Ink Zhao Black Forest. Even if Mo Zhao appeared, Xiaohua wouldn't care about any changes. Excuse me, after passing by Xiaohua, the 2 cultivators shouted. They also passed by several middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivators and were about to approach the qi-refining female cultivator in the middle. The female cultivator became more and more uneasy after passing through the Ink Zhao Black Forest. Now that she heard the movement behind her, her face changed greatly. Especially when she saw that it was actually the 2 cultivators in camouflage clothes. They were the people she had been worried about for a long time. Chapter 3073. The female aura refining cultivator fled in panic. seemingly not knowing where to go. She didn't dare to collide with the Foundation establishment cultivators and could only rush out of the secret passage. With a loud crackling sound, the female cultivator's left arm came out of the secret passage. Bursts of black flames appeared on the female cultivator's arm, and countless ink sand rushed into it. The female cultivator's body suddenly fell, obviously unable to resist the corrosion of the ink sand. The Foundation establishment cultivator blocking the way was also shocked and hastily dodged forward. The female cultivator was delighted and hurriedly rushed into the secret passage again. However, it was only for a moment. The brilliance around the female cultivator's body dimmed, especially her left arm, which was charred black like a broken armor. However, this armor was extremely heavy, and the female cultivator's left arm was simply unable to move. The female cultivator didn't dare to be negligent. While trying her best to fly forward, she clapped her right hand and a thumb-sized fire bead appeared in her hand. She slightly activated her magic power, and it immediately turned into a ball of fire, rushing into her left arm. Ka 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 ka, with a violent sound, the ink sand that invaded the female cultivator's body was immediately blocked by the fire. As the fire rushed into the fire bead turned into a charred black color in the blink of an eye, without a trace of fire. Looking at the female cultivator's arm, the Taoist robe had already disappeared, revealing a patch of grayish-black skin. It was no longer the tender white skin of a female cultivator. However, the female cultivator didn't pay attention to this at all. When the true qi in her meridians could smoothly flow, she immediately flew several meters forward. When she got close to the two Foundation establishment middle stage cultivators, she quickly shouted, "Senior Fu, Senior Lu, Jr. is a disciple of the Ardent Fire Mountain, and is the Fire Qilin maid. Seniors, please help me." Fire Qilin? Xiaohua clearly saw the female cultivator's series of actions from afar. He didn't expect the female cultivator to be able to remove the ink sand from her body. That fire bead was clearly prepared beforehand. When he heard that the female cultivator was the Fire Qilin's maid, he was even more stunned. He thought of that loathsome yet pitiful infatuated man. The two Foundation establishment middle stage cultivators were clearly caught unprepared. They raised their eyes and looked at the two mace cultivators who were already closing in behind them. The two seniors are elders of the Mo Ling sect. Before the Great Tao Sword battle, they had come to our blazing fire mountain to visit the three ancestors. The female cultivator hurriedly said, "At that time, our young master received the two seniors in the Fire Spirit Hall. Furthermore, I accompanied the two seniors in the hall for several days and earnestly requested the three ancestors to meet the two seniors." Oh! All of the mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators looked at each other helplessly. The slightly plump Senior Fu on the left said, "Senior Brother Lu, this female cultivator is right. It looks like we have no choice but to take action." "That's right. Fellow Taoist Fire Qilin treated us well. Since this female cultivator is fellow Taoist Fire Qilin's servant, we naturally can't ignore her. Otherwise, how would we face the Fire Qilin in the future?" As he spoke, the cultivator called Senior Lu swept his gaze over everyone. Obviously, these words were said for everyone to hear. This junior thanks the two seniors. Seeing this, the female cultivator was overjoyed. After expressing her thanks, she hurriedly hid behind the two. As for the cultivator surnamed Lu, he calmly looked at the two mace cultivators approaching and cupped his hands. "Fellow Taoists, I am Lu Yu of the Mo Ling sect. This is my junior brother Fujia. I don't know what kind of grievances you have with this woman, but since I know the blazing fire Qilin of the blazing fire mountain and have received the favor of the three elders of the blazing fire mountain, even though the three elders have already fallen, we can't forget their kindness. As for the grievances between this woman and the two of you, please talk about them later." Boom. Lu Yu's words were like a bolt of lightning that struck Xiaohua. The three elders of the blazing fire mountain have already fallen? Could it be, during the Great Tao Sword battle? Those three elders were early nascent soul stage cultivators. They were also experts in joint attacks. Ordinary second stage sword transformation stage cultivators couldn't possibly be their match. How could they have fallen just like that? Although the three elders of the blazing fire mountain had pressured Xiaohua and Xue Xue, they had also given Xiaohua some favor. However, Xiaohua had also received some kindness from Ardent Fire Mountain. Although this kindness was repaid by Ardent Fire Mountain to Xiaohua, Xiaohua still remembered it in his heart. Now that he heard that 3 nascent soul cultivators had fallen, how could he not be shocked and heartbroken? The 2 maze cultivators clearly didn't expect Lu Yu to really lend a helping hand. Their figures were slightly stunned, but immediately one of the cultivators said, "Fellow Taoist Lu, this matter has nothing to do with the Mo Ling sect. Moreover, the 2 of you only met the Fire Qilin once. Why do you have to forcefully stand up for this bit of fate?" Fellow Taoist's words are wrong. Fu Jie said indifferently, "The grace of a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring." That day the 3 elders of the Blazing Fire Mountain gave us extremely useful pointers. If we don't treat the younger generation of the Blazing Fire Mountain well, wouldn't we be worse than pigs and dogs? Besides, this woman has already found me. If I don't stand up for her, I'm afraid I won't be able to meet other fellow Taoists in the future. Fellow Taoists should understand this situation. Don't force us to act and ruin each other's faces. Forget it. When the maze cultivator heard this, he pulled off the maze cultivator, revealing a thin figure and a somewhat pale face of a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. The person next to him also revealed himself. He was an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator who looked somewhat similar to this old man. "I am Huachong, and this is my younger brother, Huaming." The middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator cupped his hands and said, "Both of us brothers are disciples of the Blazing Fire Mountain." Lu Yu and Fu Jie were stunned. The people who had stopped in midair to watch the show were also stunned. Then a trace of a smile appeared on their faces. "I originally didn't want to reveal my true appearance. I also didn't want to make this matter big." Huachong explained, "After all, this is a family matter of the Blazing Fire Mountain, and it's a scandal. I only wanted to quietly resolve this matter. But since fellow Taoist Lu has stood up for justice, I can only stand up and explain to fellow Taoist Lu. My Blazing Fire Mountain is very grateful for fellow Taoist Lu's righteousness, but I hope that fellow Taoist Lu won't fall into this slut's trap and affect the friendship between Mo Ling sect and my Blazing Fire Mountain." "Senior Lu," the female cultivator said anxiously, "this junior won't make things difficult for senior. You don't need to care about the matters of my Blazing Fire Mountain. You only need to protect this junior. When we get out of Inkshao Black Forest, my young master will be waiting outside." Fellow Taoist Lu, Huachong smiled and cupped his hands towards all the foundation establishment cultivators. He said, "This is a private matter of my Blazing Fire Mountain. Fellow Taoists, the 2 of us brothers haven't acted yet because we're in the secret path of Inkshao Black Forest. If something were to happen, it wouldn't be good for everyone. Moreover, in front of everyone, I don't want to do it, so I've been dragging it out until now. So, please continue on your own path. There are still a few days before we can pass through this secret path. It's safe before, so don't let anything happen at this final stage. Are you going to leave or not?" The 3 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators at the front became impatient. "He already said that this is a private matter of the Blazing Fire Mountain. Why are you poking your nose into other people's business?" After they finished speaking, the 3 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators flew in front of them. Although Huachong's words were very humble, there was a hint of threat in them. Obviously, they didn't have enough confidence to capture this female cultivator in front of the other middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators, so they had endured until today. Seeing that they were about to reach the end of the secret path, they had no choice but to take action. Since they dared to take action, they must have something to rely on. Although the 3 middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators were able to capture the 2 ardent Inferno Mountain cultivators, they were in the secret passage after all. Just by fighting, they would be unable to make ends meet. Besides, if the ardent Inferno Mountain cultivators were to use any powerful magic tools, the secret passage would be affected. Black sand was not something that foundation establishment cultivators could deal with. In addition to ink sand, fighting could also attract ink shao, which was even more terrifying than ink sand. Seeing the late-stage foundation establishment cultivators take action, the foundation establishment cultivators in front of Lu Yu and Fu Jie hesitated slightly, but they also urged their magic power and quickly left. Who didn't know the dangers of this secret path? Everyone understood the principle of when the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will suffer. Senior Lu, the female cultivator, became anxious and shouted, "This Huchong and Huaming are no longer disciples of the Blazing Fire Mountain. They betrayed the Blazing Fire Mountain when the 3 ancestors of my clan died." Lu Yu and Fu Jia were extremely embarrassed and hesitant, but when they heard this they sneered, "Fellow Taoist Hua, is that girl right?" Alas! Huchong sighed and cupped his hands, "Fellow Taoist Lu, since this slut is so shameless and leaked the private matters of the Blazing Fire Mountain, I can only blame her. In that case I can only expose my own shortcomings." Seeing that Huchong was about to speak, the cultivators behind him became unhappy and coldly said, "Fellow Taoist Hua, if you want to complain, please get out of the way. We have no interest in the matters of the Blazing Fire Mountain, and we have even less interest in listening to your secrets. And it's all I's fault." Huchong said with a smile, "I was a bit anxious." With that, Huchong and Huaming moved to the sides of the secret path, revealing a gap. "Seniors." The female cultivator became anxious and suddenly shouted, "Don't go. The young master of the Blazing Fire Mountain, Fire Qilin, is right in front of the secret path. Once this junior leaves the secret path, there will definitely be a great treasure to thank you." Unfortunately, not to mention the late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators in front of her, even the 2 middle-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators in front of Xiaohua ignored her and directly flew between Huchong and Huaming. Water essence, ice essence. The female cultivator hurriedly shouted, "This junior knows the whereabouts of the water essence, ice essence. If any senior can send this junior out of the secret path, this junior will definitely give half a drop of water essence, ice essence to thank you." Damn it! Huchong didn't expect that the female cultivator would be so desperate and couldn't help but curse inwardly. He waved his hand and was about to grab the female cultivator. Pang! With a light sound, Lu Yu hurriedly moved and blocked in front of the female cultivator. He also waved his Taoist robe and blocked Huchong's force to the side. With just this one collision, the originally stable secret path suddenly began to ripple. The grayish-black sand around the secret path shook violently, as if thousands of flying insects had smelled blood. However, this girl knew where the water essence ice pith was. "But the location of the water element ice pith has been seized by you? Is that so?" Huchong was a bit embarrassed, but when he saw that Xiaohua was alone, he lightly said, "This water element ice pith was only obtained by the 3 old ancestors of my ardent fire mountain by chance. As for whether they used it all or not, I don't know. But if there is, then it must be in our hands. You only know where the water element ice pith is, so it is meaningless." Then he coldly glared at the female cultivator and said, "This slut is just spouting nonsense. How can her words be fulfilled? Of course, I do not dare to make any more promises." Huchong pondered for a moment, then looked at Huaming and said, "If we can really obtain the water essence ice pith from this slut, then fellow Taoist can obtain a little. As for how much, this poor Taoist cannot guarantee." Hearing this, the many cultivators who had taken advantage of the time when Xiaohua was asking about the situation of Ardent Fire Mountain to come up with a plan. Huchong's words were clearly much more realistic than what the female cultivator had said. What was the water element ice pith? How could they casually give everyone half a drop? Moreover, the water element ice pith was not in the hands of this female cultivator. Most importantly, this female cultivator had never revealed her name from the beginning to the end. Even to Lu Yu and Fu Jia, she only claimed to be the Fire Qilin's maid. "Fellow Taoist Hu," the 2 cultivators in front of Xiaohua said, "as long as we don't interfere, will we be able to obtain the water element ice pith?" "That's right." Huchong was overjoyed when he saw that someone had loosened up. He nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist only needs to send your name to I and I will give you the communication talisman. After half a year my Ardent Fire Mountain will be stable. Fellow Taoist can go to Ardent Fire Mountain. Even if you do not obtain the water element ice pith, I will still reward you handsomely." Good. The 2 middle-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators did not seem to be interested in the water element ice pith. After a few words, Huchong took out 2 communication talismans and handed them to the 2. The two immediately flew over and no longer cared about this matter. What about you two fellow Taoists? Huachong looked at Lu Yu and said with a smile that did not reach his eyes, I have already said all the good things. Mo Ling's sect has a good relationship with my ardent fire mountain. I do not want to cause any more problems. This was already the second time Huachong reminded Lu Yu. Lu Yu was really hesitant. At this moment he was somewhat regretting that he had been too rash. Seeing Lu Yu hesitate, Huachong smiled and turned to look at Xiaohua behind him and asked with a smile. Me. Xiaohua was also in a difficult position. He knew Huafurong and Fire Qilin, but this Huachong did not say whether they were Huafurong's subordinates or other people's subordinates. Moreover, this was indeed the internal affairs of Ardent Fire Mountain. Although Xiaohua wanted to obtain the water element ice pith, if he wanted to obtain it from the hands of these people, he was afraid that he would not be able to obtain it. Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator laughed and said, Fellow Taoist Hua, this old man believes your words. We should not interfere with the internal affairs of your Ardent Fire Mountain. However, since this girl asked for help from us, how can we ignore it? We naturally do not care about the internal affairs of Ardent Fire Mountain. You can do whatever you want. However, this old man still understands the most basic tenderness for the fairer sex. Fellow Taoist, Huachong was most afraid of the three late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators in front of him. Seeing this cultivator actually speak, his complexion unconsciously changed. Little girl. The cultivator looked at the female cultivator and said, This old man is very interested in the water element ice pith. However, the three of us need 2 drops. Good. The female cultivator saw that Lu Yu was somewhat hesitant and her face unconsciously turned pale. However, now that she saw the 3 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators speak, she did not hesitate at all and nodded in agreement. Xiaohua smiled. He had already seen that although these 3 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators coveted the water element ice pith, their plans were obviously not limited to this. No one would casually agree to an anonymous stranger's request based on a promise without any evidence. Presumably, these 3 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators really wanted to interfere with the internal affairs of Ardent Fire Mountain. 3 fellow Taoists? Huachong narrowed his eyes and coldly said, This Hua will say it one last time. This is my Ardent Fire Mountain's internal affairs. So what if it's Ardent Fire Mountain's internal affairs? Another late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator angrily said, You attacked and killed a female chi refining cultivator here and even threatened us with the secret passage of Ink Cloud Black Forest. Can't we do anything about it? Huachong clenched his teeth and patted his storage pouch. He really took out 2 bright red things the size of duck eggs from his storage pouch and fiercely said, 3 fellow Taoists, this Hua originally did not want to shed all pretense of cordiality with you. Previously I've already endured for several dozen days. Now that I've finished speaking, then, this Hua can only apologize. Flame Thunderbolt. The female cultivator was obviously very familiar with the magic tools of Ardent Fire Mountain. She cried out involuntarily, You actually dare to take this thing out? Obviously, this female cultivator's experience was insufficient. If she did not say anything, others might not have noticed, but her exclamation was enough to make others feel greatly alarmed. Although Xiaohua did not know what this flame thunderbolt was, he understood that its power was definitely not small. The 3 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators and even Lu Yu and Fu Jie's complexion greatly changed when they saw the flame thunderbolt. Chapter 3075. If fellow Taoist is related to my Ardent Fire Mountain, then you should know the power of this item. Huachong coldly said, not to mention that this is the Ink Shadow Black Forest. Even if it was nearby with Ai's magic power, none of the fellow Taoists would be able to dodge it. Now, even if there is a fellow Taoist who can dodge it, After Huachong finished speaking, Huaming also took the opportunity to speak. Fellow Taoists, what my senior brother said before still stands. If any fellow Taoist is not willing to interfere with the internal affairs of my Ardent Fire Mountain, please leave immediately. I will send you a communication talisman. Hearing Huaming's words, the faces of the cultivators relaxed. The others who hadn't spoken until now all raised their hands. Huaming hurriedly sent out a communication talisman, and the cultivators activated their magic power and flew forward. Only Lu Yu, Fujia, the three late Foundation establishment cultivators, and Xiaohua behind Huchong didn't move. Fellow Taoist, do you still want to stay here? Huaming looked at Xiaohua. He didn't think Xiaohua was a threat. Forget it. Before Xiaohua could speak, Lu Yu sighed and said, "This is the internal affairs of your ardent fire mountain. I have no reason to interfere." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Fujia. The two of them activated their magic power and stopped Huaming's communication talisman from flying forward. "This old man doesn't care," Xiaohua smiled and said. "However, fellow Taoist Hua, you still have to be careful. I will fly over now." "You must not." With that, Xiaohua's figure slowly moved and flew between Huchong and Huaming. At this moment, the three late Foundation establishment cultivators also began to send voice transmissions. Clearly, they were also stunned by Huchong's method of mutual destruction. The female cultivator bit her lips and her eyes were filled with despair. Just as Xiaohua approached the Huchong, an indescribable rumbling sound suddenly came from the side of the Huchong. An extremely powerful impact force was generated at the same time, as if someone had suddenly activated their mana to attack the Huchong. Huchong held the flame thunderbolt in his hand and looked at Xiaohua with extreme caution. At the same time, because he couldn't use his divine sense freely, he glanced at the three late Foundation establishment stage cultivators beside him from time to time, fearing that Xiaohua or the three cultivators would launch a sneak attack. Huchong's gaze was fixed on Xiaohua as he unleashed this attack. When the attack reached Huchong like several huge stone pillars, he didn't hesitate to activate the magic power in his hand. He threw a flame thunderbolt at the three late Foundation establishment cultivators in front of him and another one at Xiaohua. Damn it! Xiaohua had a bad feeling in his heart when he heard the force and sound. However, this movement was too strange and sudden. His figure was also knocked askew by the impact, so he didn't have time to use any means to restrain Huchong and Huaming. Seeing that Huchong's first reaction was to use the flame thunderbolt, Xiaohua didn't hesitate to control his body and use the Devil Realm's concealment technique to disappear from Huchong and Huaming's sight. After Huchong threw the flame thunderbolt, he discovered that the other late Foundation establishment cultivators in the distance were also in the same position as him. Their figures were also askew. The strange movement wasn't caused by a late Foundation establishment cultivator at all. What was special was that the originally stable secret path was like a ribbon floating in water under the impact. It was instantly torn apart and turned into several segments. Fortunately, the black sand around the secret path had been pushed back by the flame thunderbolt, so there wasn't any black sand around Xiaohua. Damn it! Xiaohua's gaze swept over the several dozen feet of flames above his head and the black sand that was like a huge wave crashing against the shore. Although this black sand wasn't as powerful as the black sand from last time, Xiaohua understood that the secret path had most likely disappeared. If he was trapped by this black sand, there would be a lot of trouble. Therefore, he cursed and hurriedly used the earth escape technique to escape like before. It was at this moment that the female cultivator from Ardent Fire Mountain landed not far from him. Flame hibiscus? When Xiaohua swept a glance over, he was immediately stunned. The female cultivator now didn't have the slightly pretty appearance from before. Instead, she revealed an appearance similar to flame hibiscus. However, in just a moment Xiaohua understood that this female cultivator was definitely not flame hibiscus. She should be the same as flame hibiscus, a descendant of the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain. Really, there are thousands of kinds of beauty, but as for ugliness, it seems there's only one kind. Xiaohua didn't have any hesitation. He rolled up the sleeve of his Taoist robe and took the female cultivator, who was practically indistinguishable from flame hibiscus, into his hand. He once again glanced at the black sand that had already closed in the blink of an eye. Knowing that he didn't have any extra time to save others, he immediately urged his magic power and escaped into the ground, escaping out of ink cloud black forest. Not long after Xiaohua's figure disappeared, countless amounts of black sand rushed over, annihilating everything within 100 feet of the secret passage. Even before the black sand settled down, countless bursting sounds came from nearby, like bubbles bursting out from the mud in the sea, rising and falling one after another, the sounds unceasingly resounding. Following the appearance of these bursting sounds, all of the black sand within a range of about 10 miles was stirred up, and all of the black wood was blasted apart. Wave after wave of intense fluctuations were emitted from these bursting sounds. Not only did it wantonly spread out within 10 miles, it also unbridled rushed to the surroundings of ink cloud black forest, causing the entire place to be in chaos. Even the group of Mo Zhao was shocked by the sudden change. They stayed far away and did not dare to get close to it. After waiting for nearly an hour, a loud boom sounded as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. A black spot appeared on the ground, and this black spot instantly expanded, like a whirlpool turning into a black hole. Inside the black hole, rays of black and white brilliance rotated like a wave wheel. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew and a figure rushed out from the black hole. Ha ha! Another loud and clear laugh sounded. I finally rushed into the ninth heaven. The figure actually laughed loudly and rushed into the black sand. A day later, at a place a few miles away from the original exit of the secret path, a figure rushed out from the ground. Once this figure appeared in the air, he did not stop at all. He flew close to the ground and only stopped abruptly after flying for several hundred feet. Looking at the tall and thin figure, if it wasn't Xiao Hua who had already recovered his original appearance, who else could it be? Alas, I finally rushed out. Xiao Hua looked at the sunlight sprinkling on his body, and then looked behind him at the ink Xiao black forest and sighed. Fortunately, I'm already very close to the edge. Otherwise, with this Xiao's ability, it would really be difficult to rush out from inside. That's right. Although the place where the secret path disappeared was only 1 or 2 days away from the ink cloud black forest, and Xiao Hua's earth escape technique was extremely fast, it had taken Xiao Hua a long time to cover such a short distance, and he had almost rushed into the depths of the ink cloud black forest several times. Come out. Xiao Hua shook his Taoist robe, and the female cultivator that he had been holding in his hand was shaken to the ground. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and placed his finger on the female cultivator's wrist. After a brief inspection, he pressed his hand between the female cultivator's armpits. And the female cultivator groaned and unexpectedly opened her eyes. This female cultivator was only knocked out by the impact of the flame thunderbolt and the strange changes in the ink Xiao black forest. Naturally, Xiao Hua already knew that this female cultivator must be wearing a protective armor. Otherwise, she would have been torn apart like Hu Chong and Hu Ming. Just as the female cultivator opened her eyes, she was immediately forced to close them due to the intense sunlight. Moreover, at the same time, the female cultivator very cleverly urged her magic power, wanting to fly. Unfortunately, her flight talisman had already been torn apart by the impact of the ink Xiao black forest, so how could she still fly? The female cultivator's figure struggled on the ground, and immediately jumped up vigorously. With a slight glance, her gaze fell on Xiao Hua's face. It was very obvious that Xiao Hua's face was extremely unfamiliar to her. He was not one of the dozen cultivators who had passed through the secret path with her. Immediately, the female cultivator did not hurry to salute, but naturally touched her face with her hand as if to confirm something. Senior. When the female cultivator's hand left her forehead, the female cultivator slightly urged her magic, and after sensing Xiao Hua's cultivation, she hurriedly bowed and respectfully said, "Junior." After saying these 2 words, the female cultivator's face suddenly revealed a shocked expression, and she cried out, You are Xiao Hua?" When the 2 words Xiao Hua came out, the female cultivator was so frightened that her face turned pale. She actually looked around as if she wanted to escape. Chapter 3076. Who are you? How do you know this old man's name? Xiao Hua frowned and asked coldly. This junior is a disciple of Blazing Fire Mountain. The female cultivator realized that there was no one else around. She panicked but slowly calmed down. She hurriedly bowed and said, "Because my Blazing Fire Mountain has always had battle reports from Sky Patrol City. Not only Martial Uncle Xiao, but also Martial Uncle Li Zongbao, Martial Uncle Xiao Mao, and Fairy Hong Xia's information and appearance. Moreover, this junior is Hu Furong's maid." I often hear Miss talk about Martial Uncle Xiao, so this junior recognized Martial Uncle Xiao when I saw him. Xiao Hua's face showed a smile. He thought that this female cultivator would repeat what she said in the secret path, but he did not expect her to become Huo Furong's maid. Was this not a lie? However, Xiao Hua did not expose her. Instead he asked curiously, since you are a disciple of Blazing Fire Mountain and Huo Furong's maid, why did you come to Ink Cloud Black Forest alone? And you fainted in the secret path? If I did not pass through the secret path, wouldn't you be covered by the Ink Cloud Black Forest? Swallowed by the Ink Cloud Black Forest? The female cultivator was a little surprised. She did not know how long she had fainted and did not know if this was the original exit of the secret path. After thinking for a while, she smiled and said, this junior naturally wanted to pass through the secret path to Meng country. But I did not expect that when I reached the edge of Ink Cloud Black Forest, I encountered a change and the secret path was destroyed. If this junior was not wearing the secret armor, I am afraid that I would have been buried in Ink Cloud Black Forest. I could not wait for Martial Uncle Zhao's rescue. Are you going to Meng country? Xiao Hua was shocked and said, but this is Shi country. This Xiao is returning to Shi country from Meng country. It seems that this Xiao has brought you to the wrong place. What? This is Shi country? How is that possible? The female cultivator was also stunned. She looked around in disbelief and said puzzledly, Martial Uncle Xiao, this scenery should be Meng country. How can it be Shi country? Yes. Xiao Hua sneered, since you know that this is Meng country, how can this Xiao not know? I just want to know, when can a lie be exposed? Martial Uncle Xiao. Panic flashed across the female cultivator's face. She whispered, Senior, what is the meaning of this? This Xiao heard that Ardent Fire Mountain has already been divided into 3 parts. Where did Flaming Hibiscus come from? Where was the Fire Qilin? Who are you? Xiao Hua coldly said, even though this Xiao has some friendship with these two as Huo Furong's maid, you should naturally know how the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain treated this Xiao in the past, right? This Xiao will not be courteous to the disciples of Ardent Fire Mountain. Martial Uncle Xiao. The female cultivator immediately turned pitiful and said in a low voice, Junior knows her mistake. This Junior is the maid of young noble Fire Qilin. However, this Junior knows that my young master has offended Senior before, so this Junior doesn't dare to say it out loud. I hope Senior can understand. Xiao Hua's expression was a bit calm as he lightly said, the Fire Qilin didn't offend this Xiao. If you were the Fire Qilin's servant girl, then this Xiao would definitely not make things difficult for you. Many thanks, Martial Uncle Xiao. A trace of joy flashed through the female cultivator's eyes. She whispered, no wonder Miss Furong has always been praising Martial Uncle. Their divine senses also swept over, and the female cultivator's face revealed a happy expression. She called out, Martial Uncle Xiao, these are the masters who came to find this junior. They are also my young master's martial brothers. You can chat with them as much as you want. At this point the female cultivator was somewhat hesitant, however they and Miss Hibiscus are extremely against each other, so it's like this. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, since it's like this Xiao won't go over. If Flaming Hibiscus were to know, I'm afraid there would be some misunderstandings. After your Ardent Fire Mountain's affairs are finished, it won't be too late for this Xiao to go to Ardent Fire Mountain. Right. The female cultivator's face revealed extreme reluctance. Then she respectfully bowed and said, this junior thanks Martial Uncle Xiao for saving my life. This junior will definitely bring Martial Uncle Zhao's words to my young master. Moreover, this junior will definitely think of a way to bring it to Miss Hibiscus. Please tell me the direction. Good. If that's the case, this Xiao didn't save you in vain. Xiao Hua nodded, then with a flick of his sleeve he pulled himself away and flew in another direction, respectfully sending Martial Uncle Xiao off. The female cultivator stood in midair and called out very respectfully. Xiao Hua naturally didn't reply and flew further and further away. Miss. The several Foundation establishment cultivators flew closer and immediately surrounded this female cultivator. One of them called out, you, shut up. The female cultivator glared at him, stopping that cultivator. Yes. That cultivator was greatly alarmed and hurriedly shut his mouth, similarly looking into the distance. That cultivator just now was Xiao Hua. The female cultivator saw that Xiao Hua had already flown far away, then said in a low voice, Imperial Thunder Sex Xiao Hua. Hiss, that cultivator also exclaimed in a low voice, that Xiao Hua who made outstanding military achievements in the Great Dao Sword War and has some friendship with Flaming Hibiscus and Fire Qilin? That's right. The respect on the female cultivator's face had already completely disappeared, and she said coldly, if he knew my identity, would I still be able to go to that place safely? Would I still be able to find opponents to deal with those two? Yes, this subordinate understands. That cultivator hurriedly replied. Let's go. The female cultivator waved her hand, but this Xiao Hua, he's just a facade. That's right, miss, what happened in Ink Cloud Black Forest? There seems to be a great change inside. How did you come out? The Foundation Establishment cultivator asked again. There are no other secret passages around here, and the original secret passage seems to have been completely destroyed. What? This place? The female cultivator obviously thought of something and hurriedly said, how far is this place from the original exit of the secret passage? How long is it from the agreed time? Miss came out earlier than the agreed time. That Foundation Establishment cultivator hurriedly replied. Moreover, this place is only 3 to 4 li away from the original exit of the secret passage. This is bad. The female cultivator was stunned, then hurriedly reached into her bosom and took out a small storage pouch. When she opened it to take a look, her face unconsciously turned deathly pale. She raised her hand and threw the empty storage pouch into the air, cursing loudly, damned Xiao Hua, you. Unfortunately, after saying you a few times, the female cultivator became dejected again. She didn't know what to say anymore. It was as if Xiao Hua's words were ringing in her ears again. Chapter 3077. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua took out a jade slip and looked at it again and again. Then he raised his head and seemed to be looking for the sun to identify the direction. Suddenly, a very familiar Buddhist sense came out of the ink cloud black forest, and then a familiar voice transmission sounded in Xiao Hua's ears. Xiao Hua? Why are you here? Ah, this is indeed the ink cloud black forest. It's really weird, really weird. Wasn't this the laughter of the human figure that appeared after the secret path in the ink cloud black forest was destroyed? Hanju? Wasn't he in the Taiching sect? How could he appear in the ink cloud black forest? Could it be that Bai Fei was wrong? Xiao Hua was really shocked. He stopped in midair and turned to look at the ink cloud black forest. Sure enough, a white-haired cultivator in a light-colored Taoist robe flew out of the ink cloud black forest. This old man had 2 thick black broom eyebrows, and a pair of eyes under them were slightly surprised. The pale golden Taoist crown on the old man's head was particularly obvious. Junior Xiao Hua greets martial uncle Han Zhu. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly bowed to greet him. Haha, get up. Han Zhu waved his hand casually and said with a smile, you're now a well-known figure in the Xiaoyu continent. You're no longer the chi refinement kid I saw in the past. Your progress in the past few decades really makes me happy. Han Zhu changed his scolding outside the Sky Patrol City and treated Xiao Hua with great kindness. I don't dare. Xiao Hua said with a smile, I was just lucky. I can't compare to Martial Uncle and other gold core cultivators, but my cultivation base is solid. Martial Uncle's scolding that day was very right, and I've learned a lot from Martial Uncle's teachings. Ah, you still have a long way to go and your future is excellent. With your current reputation and achievements, you'll definitely surpass me after you condense your gold core. Han Zhu said with a smile. By the way, Martial Uncle, Xiao Hua asked again, I heard that the Taoist sword war was over, so I wanted to go to the Kunlun sect to find Martial Uncle. But I heard that the gold core masters of the Kunlun sect were invited to the Taiching sect, so they changed their route and came to Meng Kingdom. But, Martial Uncle, why did you come out of the ink cloud black forest? Are you looking for me because of that child? Han Zhu's eyes flashed with a strange light. Yes. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. That child has already been unconscious for several years. My family is very worried, so I have no choice but to ask Martial Uncle for help again. Ha, fine. Hanju looked around and laughed. I don't have time to bring you to the Buddhist sect's ruins. But now it's a good opportunity. Go. I'll bring you to the ruins of the Buddhist sect and I'll tell you something interesting on the way. When Xiaohua heard this, he was overjoyed. He bowed and said, Many thanks, Martial Uncle Hanju. Along the way, Hanju seemed to be very happy. He answered all of Xiaohua's questions and even took the initiative to tell him about going to the Tai Ching sect. After hearing Hanju's explanation, Xiaohua came to a sudden realization. When Xiaohua was participating in the Feather Immortal Gathering of the Tai Ching sect, he had heard from Zhen Qing that the 3 peaks of the Tai Ching sect were extremely tall. The Tai Ching sect claimed that these 3 peaks were pillars that supported the heavens and the earth. Moreover, Zhen Qing also said that since ancient times, no one had been able to truly climb to the top of these 3 peaks. However, what Zhen Qing didn't tell Xiaohua was that because of the 3 peaks, the Tai Ching sect would hold an Ascension to Immortality gathering every 60 years. The so-called Ascension to Immortality gathering was actually organized by the Tai Ching sect. They would invite Golden Core disciples from the country of Shi, the country of Lian and the country of Meng to come to the Tai Ching sect. They would compare their cultivation techniques and exchange their experiences. At the same time, they would fly and climb the 9 heavens from the 3 peaks. Whoever could climb the highest would be the person who would ascend to immortality in the Ascension to Immortality gathering. Of course, the Tai Ching sect had a lot of rewards. During the process of climbing, they would experience the battle between humans and the heavens, which was extremely useful for the cultivation of many Golden Core disciples. Therefore, many Golden Core disciples felt proud to participate in the Ascension to Immortality gathering. However, the Tai Ching sect made the decision on who would participate in the Ascension to Immortality gathering. The sects that would be chosen were also controlled by them. Not just any Golden Core disciple could participate. Every Golden Core disciple who could participate in the Ascension to Immortality gathering was an outstanding talent. They were also disciples that the Tai Ching sect believed would be able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage and become a grandmaster. As for why Zhen Qing didn't mention it to Xiaohua back then, it was probably because Zhen Qing had never participated in the Ascension to Immortality gathering before. Of course, the Ascension to Immortality gathering this time was different from the previous years. Firstly, it was less than 60 years ago. Secondly, the Dao sect had suffered a great defeat in the Great Dao Sword War. It was also when the Dao sect's cultivators were retreating that Taoist Yu Qing of the Tai Ching sect came out on a whim and invited the Golden Core disciples of the various sects to the Tai Ching sect. He probably wanted to boost the low morale of the crowd. In fact, with Hanju's cultivation and reputation, he was far from being qualified to participate in the Ascension to Immortality gathering. However, since he accompanied Sha Kongzi to Sky Patrol City to participate in the Great Dao Sword War and also made some contributions, he received an invitation from the Tai Ching sect. According to Hanju's thinking, it was impossible for him to stand out in the Ascension to Immortality gathering. Therefore, he only had the attitude of watching the show. After randomly drawing the heavenly peak, he leisurely set off after everyone rushed up the 3 peaks. However, the strange thing was that when Hanju flew to a certain limit, he didn't see any disciples who were flying in front of him. Especially on the heavenly peak, all kinds of dangers appeared as if they were natural barriers that prevented him from approaching the peak. It was also at this moment that he finally understood the meaning of the Ascension to Immortality gathering. Without a certain cultivation and strength, even a Golden Core cultivator wouldn't be able to charge out of these natural barriers. Just when he was about to give up, Hanju was once again determined to win. He used a spell to detect that no one was spying on him. In fact, under such natural barriers, it was impossible for anyone to spy on him. Therefore, he secretly used the Buddhist sect's secret technique. What surprised Hanju was that under the support of the Buddhist sect's secret technique, he was able to break through many of the barriers. In the end, he even rushed to the peak of the heavenly peak and broke through the final barrier. He directly entered the land of the 9 heavens that the Tai Ching sect's cultivators spoke of. However, when Hanju reached the land of the 9 heavens, he suddenly realized that the land of the 9 heavens was actually extremely similar to the ink cloud black forest. Moreover, after Hanju slightly identified the direction, he rushed out of the land of the 9 heavens and appeared in front of Xiaohua at this moment. What? When Xiaohua heard the last part, he was dumbfounded. He looked at Hanju in disbelief and said, "You're saying that the ink cloud black forest actually leads to the Taiching sect's 3 peaks? Above the 9 heavens? How is this possible?" "Yes." Hanju also shrugged. His thick eyebrows trembled slightly as if he was about to laugh out loud. This old man definitely didn't expect it. The Taiching sect has held this ascension to immortality gathering for who knows how many years, and the final goal of the ascension to immortality is actually the ink cloud black forest that we normally pass through. If this old man didn't personally experience it, how could I believe it? Even if this old man were to say it out loud today, I'm afraid it would be a joke, right? Xiaohua shook his head. This experience was truly inconceivable. How could it be possible to break through from the 9 heavens and fly out from the ground? Even if there was some kind of teleportation array, it couldn't be so big. Moreover, from Hanju's words, he simply lifted his leg. He didn't feel any teleportation at all, nor was there any fluctuation of magic power. Ouch. Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly realized that the bursting bubbles he encountered in the secret path, could it be that Hanju was desperately trying to break through the barrier under the ink cloud black forest? Could it be that he was desperately trying to break through the barrier under the ink cloud black forest? Martial uncle, when you were climbing the flying sky peak, did you notice anything unusual? Xiaohua was originally curious. When he heard such a strange thing, he couldn't wait to immediately climb the flying sky peak, earth peak and mortal peak. Of course there was something unusual. Hanju was in a good mood and said with a smile, "From the bottom of the sky peak to the top, I finally came out of the ink cloud black forest. I didn't see any other golden core disciples from other sects. They couldn't have all broken through the barrier, right? If that's the case, then this immortal ascension. What's the point of existing? That's strange." Xiaohua asked as he flew, "Did you feel anything strange?" "No." Hanju shook his head slightly. It was just like ordinary flying. However, the astral winds, wind, fire and lightning above the 9 heavens were somewhat powerful. They were testing my cultivation. As for the others, well, even if I broke through the barrier and came to the ink cloud black forest, it was just like ordinary flying. Since ancient times, no one has been able to rush to the top of the mountain. However, Martial Uncle Hanju admitted that he wasn't one of them, but he was able to break through the barrier and reach the 9 heavens that no one else has ever reached. Perhaps this has something to do with Martial Uncle's Buddhist sect cultivation? Xiaohua asked probingly. He knew that Hanju was very wary of the Buddhist sect and didn't dare to casually ask about it. The Buddhist sect was destroyed by the Taoist sect. It has long become a legend, annihilated in the dust of time. Hanju sighed and nodded. Nowadays, there are very few people who know that the Buddhist sect still exists in this world. Although my cultivation is at the golden core stage, I know that it's absolutely impossible for me to surpass the senior brothers who climbed the mountain. Therefore, if I have to find a reason, it has to be the Buddhist sect's cultivation. Moreover, now that I think about it, I was a bit rash. My desire to win was too strong, or my understanding of Buddhism was insufficient. These dangers are not natural dangers, but a test from the nascent soul masters or the spirit-severing masters. I can't keep my secret anymore. Disciple heard from my thunder-controlling sect's master that even a spirit-severing stage master has never been able to reach the peak of the Taiching sect's heaven, earth and mortal peaks. Xiaohua comforted again. So wouldn't those dangers be even more powerful? Chapter 3078. Speaking up to hear, Xiaohua bitterly smiled. Yes, Hanju, a golden core cultivator, actually rushed to the top of the sky peak that even spirit-severing stage masters couldn't climb. How could this not be noticed? Wasn't he caught in the same dilemma as her? So, Hanju smiled and said, I'll take this opportunity to hide for a while and see the situation of the Taiching sect. If someone appears from the ink cloud black forest, then I'll jump out and admit it. Otherwise, I'll have to think about how to deal with it. If no one appears from the ink cloud black forest, then Martial Uncle won't be able to explain it. Xiaohua said with a smile. Indeed. This is also the reason why I have to hide for a while and think about it carefully. Hanju didn't avoid it and explained, moreover, I'll take this opportunity to go to the ruins of the Buddhist sect and awaken your relative. This can be considered as a bit of merit for me. Yes, Martial Uncle's benevolence is far from what I can compare to. Xiao Hua said with a smile very naturally. Yes, the cultivation of the Buddhist sect is different from that of the Taoist sect. Not only do we have to be proficient in the Buddhist Dharma, but we also have to be benevolent. We have to face the sufferings of the world with a heart that says, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Only then can we comprehend the profoundness of the Buddhist Dharma. Hanju nodded and said, then what is hell? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. It's the place where all ghosts go, the source of all evil. Hanju explained without hesitation, after all living things die, they have to go through the trial of hell in order to have the possibility of reincarnation. Only by going through hell can one eliminate the sins of the mortal world and reincarnate into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Isn't that the same as the netherworld? Xiao Hua gasped. He almost said that it was the same as the netherworld that Hutu God transformed into. That's right. Hanju nodded. Hell and the netherworld are the same. They're both places where souls go. Then where is this hell? Xiao Hua suddenly recalled the pitch-black silhouette that he saw through the netherworld mirror and the inexplicable words. How would I know? Hanju said indifferently, this hell is the opposite of the Buddhist sect's Western paradise. It's the most hidden place in the world. Even when the Buddhist sect prospered, countless Buddhist monks tirelessly searched for it, but still couldn't find it. Now that the Buddhist sect has long been annihilated, who can still find it? Then, where did this Western paradise and hell come from? Xiao Hua loved to get to the bottom of things, so he immediately asked. The Western paradise is also known as the Western paradise. It is a world of solemnity, tranquility, and equality that the Supreme Buddha of the Buddhist sect has achieved through the 48 Great Wishes. The Buddhists and people here were all born from the lotus flowers in the 7 treasures pool. They were all great arhats who possessed the body of Vajranarayan. The people here are all good people, so they don't suffer, hence the name bliss. Hanju flew in the air and looked into the distance with great longing. Furthermore, the people in the Western paradise all have supreme Buddhist Dharma. No matter what aptitude they have, they can cultivate Buddhist Dharma. Buddhist Dharma is a natural combination with the Tao of heaven and earth. Can move mountains, drain seas, and summon the wind and rain. If the Western paradise is the residence of the gods and Buddhas, then hell would be the depraved land of thousands of evil ghosts. It would be filthy beyond compare. The evil ghosts within would suffer the bone-scraping pain of the chilly wind every day, and suffer the bone-piercing pain of the ghost stars every night. Uncle Master, since you don't know where hell is, then what about the Western paradise? Is there a place to go? Xiao Hua asked with longing. The Western paradise that the Buddha has established is located in the West. It is 10 trillion Buddhist lands away from the Saha world that we live in, the 5 turbid evil worlds. Hanju said with melancholy. That tone and his somewhat ferocious face made people feel baffled. Saha world. Xiao Hua was even more confused. This was the first time he had heard the word world. Moreover, it appeared from time to time in Hanju's mouth. It seemed that his own exquisite leaf scripture didn't have such a word. The Saha world refers to the mortal world. It doesn't only belong to my Xiaoyu continent. Hanju explained. Just like the cultivation world, there are also millions of Meng mountains. Oh. Although Xiao Hua was confused, he knew that if he went to the ruins of the Buddhist sect, he would definitely be able to obtain a lot of scriptures. His doubts would all be solved. Therefore he didn't ask any more about the Saha world. What is Buddhist lands? Disciple only knows that distances are measured in feet and li. How can there be Buddhist lands? Buddhist lands? One Buddhist lands is the 3,000 boundless worlds. In the eyes of the mortal world, this Buddhist lands can't be crossed even if he used 3 lifetimes. And this Buddhist lands are in the hearts of the devout Buddhists. Under the guidance of the Bodhisattva, they can reach it in an instant. Hanju chuckled and explained. Then he suddenly asked, Xiao Hua, do you know how long an instant is? How long? A while. Xiao Hua was stunned and casually replied. A flick of the finger is 60 instants. An ordinary person can have 900 thoughts in an instant. Do you know how long an instant is? Think about it, Buddhists only need an instant to cross the 3,000 boundless worlds. How great is that? That Buddha is so merciful to all living beings. This. Xiaohua slightly hesitated and said in a low voice, although the Buddhist sect was destroyed. But, this Mount Meru, this Grand Taiwei mountain, they were not destroyed. Humph, as expected by Xiaohua, Hanzhu glared at Xiaohua and then said with a cold snort, you are asking this old man, who should this old man ask? These are all records of the Western Paradise. You will know once you go to the Western Paradise. Yes, Xiaohua knew that he had hit Hanzhu's weak spot and hurriedly smiled apologetically. Presumably, this Mount Meru was also destroyed by my Dao sect. Your Dao sect? Hanzhu said faintly, I'm afraid that you have to figure out whether you are a Dao sect or a Buddhist sect. Then what about martial uncle? Xiaohua hurriedly said, this disciple is really confused now. But what you are, this disciple is. What this old man is, this old man naturally understands. Hanzhu did not look at Xiaohua and only looked at the floating clouds in the distance. He said word by word, but what you are, you must figure it out yourself. You are not the same as this old man. Hiss, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and was slightly shocked in his heart. Not only are you different from this old man, the 6 people that you are about to meet are also different. Hanzhu did not notice Xiaohua's abnormality and said again, everyone has their own path and the right to choose the path that they want to walk. Perhaps you did not have to choose before exploring the ruins of the Buddhist sect. But after arriving at the ruins of the Buddhist sect, you must make a choice. Although Hanzhu's words were obscure, Xiaohua understood it very well. He had also said these words to others before. Thus he bitterly smiled and said, Martial uncle, didn't you also come to the ruins of the Buddhist sect before? Could it be that you already made a choice at that time? Chapter 3079. Indeed. Hanzhu nodded and said, it is precisely because of this that this old man had to ask you in advance. Buddhist sect is really different from Dao sect. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be a conflict. This conflict was so big that it could actually destroy Buddhist sect. It is not like sword cultivators who can stand side by side with Dao sect. After this war, sword cultivators already have the possibility of suppressing Dao sect. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiaohua himself has sword origin. Of course, he knows that sword cultivators also use spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which coincides with Dao sect. On the other hand, Buddhist sect simply regards spiritual energy of heaven and earth as nothing. Of course, it is different from Dao sect. It is just that. This disciple is very curious, how did martial uncle choose? Xiaohua probed again. Dao sect emphasizes the 3,000 great Dao. Buddhist sect also emphasizes that Buddhist Dharma does not help people who are not fated. If you do not understand, this old man will say it is useless. You should take advantage of this period of time to properly think about it. Hanzhu did not say anything, causing Xiaohua to feel helpless. After that, Hanzhu brought Xiaohua all the way to the south and east. They gradually entered some dangerous foothills and were actually getting closer to the Kuei Sea. Moreover, Hanzhu actually flew straight over without using any teleportation formation. Although Xiaohua was very calm in his heart, his face revealed a puzzled expression. One day, just as they secretly flew over a city, Xiaohua said in a low voice, Martial uncle, Meng country. This disciple has also come here when training in the past. Even the Kuei Sea, this disciple has also been there. But I have never encountered any Buddhist sect ruins. How did you discover these Buddhist sect ruins? If Buddhist sect ruins can be easily discovered by others, can they still be called Buddhist sect ruins? Hanzhu sneered and said, back then this old man accidentally obtained the Golden Swan rune. I thought it was a supreme secret manual for Dao cultivation. I practiced it bitterly behind everyone's back. When I had some small success, I had another opportunity. Only then did I understand that this Golden Swan rune was actually Buddhist sect. It is a great enemy of my Dao sect. And that opportunity led this old man to explore the Buddhist sect ruins for the first time. From there, I obtained many benefits. Of course, these benefits are only secondary. The most important thing is that this old man knows what I am, what I want to do. At the same time, I also know that Buddhist sect was not completely destroyed by Dao sect. How is this possible? Xiaohua said in shock. If they weren't annihilated, why don't we see the Buddhist sect's inheritance? Xiaohua, don't forget. The Buddhist sect followed the same cultivation path as the Taoist sect. How could they be so easily destroyed by the Taoist sect? If they were killed so easily, would they still be called a Buddhist sect? Reminded Hanju. Xiaohua still didn't understand and shook his head slightly. Not to mention that you don't understand it now, even I didn't understand it back then. Hanju said with a smile. However, this matter can't be investigated further. You'll understand once I tell you something. Martial uncle, please enlighten me. Xiaohua liked to ask for advice the most, so he naturally asked immediately. Do you know what it means to sell dog meat under false pretenses? Hanju said with a smile. Although the Buddhist sect has been annihilated, their heritage can still become another branch of the Tao sect. It's just that their cultivation is already the same as the Tao sect. Oh, this disciple understands. Xiaohua naturally understood. What you mean is that the Buddhist sect hasn't been annihilated. Wrong. The Buddhist sect was annihilated. Hanju shook his head. It's just that their cultivation method was used by the Taoist sect. From another point of view, the Buddhist sect still exists. Then, which sect in Meng country? Xiaohua looked into the distance and pondered. There are many cultivation families in Meng country. Hanju said with a smile. Many of them used the Taoist sect's cultivation method to cultivate some Buddhist sect's cultivation method. Of course, these cultivation families are extremely small and didn't have any great achievements. However, there is a cultivation sect that borrows a lot from the Buddhist sect in many of their spells and artifacts. Qingyi sect. Hearing that there was a cultivation sect, Xiaohua understood. If there was a large cultivation sect in the direction that the two of them were flying in, it could only be the Qingyi sect. That's right, it's the Qingyi sect. Hanju nodded. This cultivation sect isn't too far from the ruins of the Buddhist sect. Presumably, they were one of the main forces when the Buddhist sect was annihilated. After the Buddhist sect was annihilated, they also obtained a lot of benefits from the Buddhist sect. That's how they obtained the Buddhist sect's cultivation method. Oh, Xiaohua nodded slightly. The Qingyi sect's disciple Ji Hong, who died in the Tao Sword War, her magic treasure. From what I see, it should be a Buddhist artifact. Hanju said again. That skeleton, which sect in our Taoist sect has it? Perhaps. Xiaohua had never seen Ji Hong's magic treasure, so he naturally didn't dare to say more. Therefore, the Buddhist sect can't be annihilated. The Taoist sect can only deceive themselves when they say that they are the strongest. Hanju concluded again. Indeed, Xiaohua heard and nodded inwardly. Although Hanju mentioned the Buddhist sect and didn't mention Confucian cultivators. However, I didn't tell them this place directly, so I have to go out and pick them up. Or I can send you a message when the time comes and you can meet up with us. Hanju looked at the stone cave and said, this place is very hidden. If I'm not around, you can use it. Therefore, I don't want them to know about this place. Thank you, uncle. Xiaohua's heart warmed. He knew that Hanju was taking care of him, so he bowed and thanked him. Well, how's your great strength Vajradharma body? Hanju asked casually, but he didn't seem to care too much about it. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. I've already said that my aptitude is low, so I didn't cultivate the great strength Vajradharma body. I haven't made any progress in the past few years. Sigh, this is a little troublesome. Hanju muttered. There's a place in the ruins of the Buddhist sect that specializes in studying the great strength Vajradharma body. I thought you would have made some progress. I can't cultivate the great strength Vajradharma body, but I still have some strength. If it's possible. Xiaohua said with a smile. Yes, I've naturally heard of your strength. Hanju said with a smile. I've also seen it at the Feather Immortal Assembly. It's because of this that I wanted to bring you to the ruins of the Buddhist sect. That's good. Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief and then probed, I presume that uncle has also cultivated the great strength Vajradharma body? Yes, that's true. However, I don't have your innate strength, so I can only call it the Vajradharma body. However, if you and I work together, we should be able to break through that place. Hanju didn't hide it and he looked at Xiaohua and nodded. Very good. I'll definitely do my best. Xiaohua smiled. Also, how's your telekinesis cultivation? Hanju asked again. When the 8 of us set up the Buddhist formation, we'll need telekinesis. Chapter 3080. Psychokinesis. Xiaohua is dumbfounded. Back then, when he controlled the clear water bottle, he also saw psychokinesis mentioned in the Golden Swan text. But how could he cultivate psychokinesis? The exquisite leaf scripture was incomplete to begin with. Perhaps the cultivation of psychokinesis was still within those golden leaves that he didn't know where they were? You actually don't know psychokinesis? Seeing Xiaohua's appearance, Hanju is also stunned. He hurriedly says, "Since you have Buddhist awareness, how can you not have psychokinesis?" "Martial uncle," Xiaohua says helplessly, "what's the relationship between psychokinesis and Buddhist awareness? Disciple does indeed have Buddhist awareness, but I have never heard of psychokinesis." Forget it, Hanju is extremely helpless, even more helpless than when he was helpless to teach Xiaohua back then. He weakly waves his hand and says dispiritedly, "This old man doesn't know what to say to you. The birth of Buddhist awareness is completely different from the birth of my Dao sect's divine sense. You can easily cultivate it. Of course, the level of your Buddhist awareness is extremely low because of your mental cultivation method. But since you can produce Buddhist awareness, why can't you cultivate psychokinesis?" "But, martial uncle, what's psychokinesis?" Xiaohua says with a bitter smile. "Disciple doesn't know how to produce psychokinesis. Doesn't your heart sutra have it?" Hanju says somewhat angrily. Disciple doesn't understand. Xiaohua naturally didn't pay attention to whether or not that Prajna Parmitha Heart Sutra had any cultivation method of psychokinesis. He just opened his mouth and said, "Moreover, what Buddhist array? This disciple doesn't understand it at all. If you have any golden puppet, you can give it to this disciple to comprehend." Plus, Hanju sighs, "This old man overestimates you a bit. Back then when I first saw you at the Taiching Sect's Feather Immortal Assembly and sensed your Buddhist awareness, I thought you would definitely be able to help this old man. But, forget it, I won't say any more." As he spoke, Hanju flicked his hand and took out 2 jade slips and handed them to Xiaohua. One of these is how to cultivate psychokinesis, and the other is a superficial Buddhist formation technique. It was originally given to disciples who don't have Buddhist awareness. Take it and have a look. But you don't have much time. Take a look at the Buddhist array first. After all, when the time comes, we will need to use Buddhist awareness to help this old man. "Yes, I understand." Hearing Hanju's words, Xiaohua felt a bit embarrassed. He really didn't cultivate the exquisite Xiao Leaf Sutra. All of it was given to the Buddha relic soul to comprehend. Currently, the Buddha relic only had a 2nd grade lotus platform. It was still far from a 9th grade lotus platform. After Xiaohua took the jade slip, Hanju also lost interest in talking to Xiaohua. He turned around and left the cave, walking away without saying a word. Hee. Xiaohua laughed at himself awkwardly. He did not have any complaints in his heart. After all, he still had to rely on Hanju to wake up Jiang Luer. If he offended Hanju, he was afraid that Jiang Luer would never wake up again. Then Xiaohua looked at Jiang Luer again, sat down cross-legged, and immersed his divine sense into the 2 jade slips. Sure enough, just as Hanju said, the Buddhist cultivation method inside was very simple. Xiaohua only needed to look at it for a while to understand. Although the Buddhist array of the Buddhist sect was different from the array of the Taoist sect, there was no special difference in essence. It was the Buddhist seal and Buddhist weapon that set up the array. With Xiaohua's level of array formation, he quickly understood. Of course, Hanju did not want Xiaohua to set up the array. He just wanted Xiaohua to cooperate and borrow his Buddhist awareness. Wouldn't that be simpler? Then Xiaohua focused his attention on the generation of psychokinesis. Xiaohua naturally knew what psychokinesis was. It was the power of belief. However, knowing was one thing, but to give birth to it was another. Starting from nothing had always been the most difficult step. Damn it! Xiaohua tried for a day. He was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks, but it did not produce a trace of psychokinesis. He shouted fiercely, "This Buddhist weapon can be controlled through the Buddhist seal of the Buddha relic. Why does it have to use psychokinesis? Isn't this the legendary, superfluous act of taking off one's pants to fart?" However, Hanju was admittedly a senior of the Buddhist sect. Xiaohua still did not dare to project his own Buddha relic. He did not believe that the exquisite leaf scripture came from the exquisite pagoda. That kind of cultivation method could be low-level. Moreover, Xiaohua's divine sense was almost catching up to Buddhist awareness under the sun-shrouding art. However, Xiaohua had just obtained 2 Buddhist mantras, and his Buddhist awareness surpassed the divine sense of a nascent soul cultivator. How could this kind of cultivation method be low-level? I'd better try. Xiaohua took a breath, calmed his heart and tried to use psychokinesis step by step. A few days later, Xiaohua was excitedly manipulating the weak telekinesis he had just produced. Suddenly, his heart surged and a faint Buddhist light flashed out. At the same time, Hanju's somewhat dull voice sounded in his ears. Xiaohua, come out. This Buddhist formation doesn't need any Buddhist seals from the inside out. I and the others will wait for you outside. Yes, Xiaohua came to a realization. Isn't this the Buddhist sect's telepathy? Damn, it can actually produce Buddhist light. No wonder Hanju scolded me so badly that day. Chapter 3081. Haha. Hanju laughed heartily. Actually, I've been talking for half a day, but it's not as clear as what you just said. That's right, I want to enter the ruins of the Buddhist sect for my divine ability and cultivation. With the cultivation of the Buddhist sect, we can say that we have an invisible hand compared to others. The stronger this hand is, the easier it is for us to defeat others. Especially what I told you just now about my experience in the Tai Ching sect. If I didn't have the cultivation of the Buddhist sect, how could I surpass others? How could I step into the land of the 9 heavens? With the cultivation of the Buddhist sect, it's not difficult for you to condense a core and conceive a nascent soul. Yes, we all understand that this is the fortune that Martial Uncle has given us. Xiaohua nodded and said, moreover, since we're here, we all acknowledge Martial Uncle and are willing to enter the ruins. Please take pity on us. Good. Hanju nodded and pointed at Xiaohua. Your cultivation is the most profound among all the disciples. You'll be called Jia. Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua bowed and answered. Then Hanju called the other 6 cultivators one by one. Yi Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji and Geng. The 2 Qi refinement disciples that Xiaohua recognized with a glance were naturally Ji and Geng. Of course, I'm talking about the cultivation of the Taoist sect. If we're talking about the cultivation of the Buddhist sect, we can't order you like this. Hanju's thick eyes looked up as if he had thought of something. He smiled and said, when we come out of the ruins of the Buddhist sect, you all can make a 10-year agreement. At that time, you all can study the cultivation of the Buddhist sect and order yourselves again. Hehe, Martial Uncle is right. He laughed. He was the first to speak and said, disciple is also somewhat unconvinced by this brother Jia. Disciple's Buddhist divine ability has already reached the initial stage. I really want to spar with this brother Jia. Cough cough, Xiaohua coughed twice and said through the mist, Junior brother E, if you're unconvinced I can make a bet with you right now. Hanju snorted coldly. I only wanted to give you a chance to learn from each other, not to kill each other as you please. If you are still as bloodthirsty as the Tao sect cultivators, how will you be able to obtain the true essence of the Buddhist sect? Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua and the others hurriedly bowed. Sco. All of you have just become Buddhist cultivators. You still don't know the truth of Buddhism. Take your time. Hanju turned around and flew away. Xiaohua and the others didn't dare to be negligent, and they also urged their magic power to follow behind him. The frost bamboo flew for more than half a day. During this period, the entire foothill undulated, making it even more dangerous. Xiaohua found it somewhat baffling. He didn't understand why the Buddhist sect, which had flourished for a time, would set up their sect in such a remote place. However, when he glanced at a mountain ridge that looked like a reclining Buddha, he was stunned. Xiaohua had obtained a jade slip from Zhen Xie's storage pouch when he was still in Imperial Thunder Sect's Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. It contained information about the Buddhist sect's ruins. Moreover, Zhen Xie and Qin Mingwei had also entered the Buddhist sect's ruins. However, the information in the jade slip wasn't particularly detailed. Although it had the general situation of the Buddhist sect's ruins, it didn't have the method to enter or the location of the Buddhist sect's ruins. However, the jade slip clearly stated that near the Buddhist sect's ruins, there was a mountain ridge that stretched for more than 10 miles. It looked like a reclining Buddha statue. Look at that mountain ridge. At this moment Hanju pointed with a smile and said, "What does it look like?" Person. Third hesitated for a moment before speaking. "It should be a reclining person." Fifth hastily said. According to the Buddhist sect's records, when the Buddhist sect was flourishing, the Xiaoyu continent was filled with good Buddhists. However, due to the dangerous terrain near the corpse-abandoned mountain, evil spirits frequently appeared, and Buddhist chants couldn't be spread here. Thus, a Buddhist expert broke through all difficulties to come here and spread Buddhism. However, this expert's luck wasn't good. Before he could stay here for 10 years, he was killed by an evil spirit. However, this expert had an obsession in his heart and couldn't let go after his death. His body turned into a mountain ridge and used his broken body to suppress the evil spirit. When the Buddhist sect's members found out about this, they were all moved. Not only did they all come here to spread Buddhism, but this corpse-abandoned mountain later became the place with the most incense in the Xiaoyu continent. Of course, this expert also achieved the Buddhist abandonment corpse, so this mountain was also called the Reclining Buddha Mountain Ridge. I see. After hearing Hanju's explanation, Xiaohua finally understood why such a dangerous place was actually the Buddhist sect's ruins. However, he also had a trace of doubt. It seemed that when he was at Tianzhu Peak, that Devil General Ji Ping once said that he wanted to use Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira to achieve Buddhism. Thus Xiaohua opened his mouth and asked, "Martial uncle, this junior has a question. Does the Buddhist sect's cultivation have different levels like the Taoist sect's? How can this Buddhist abandonment corpse be achieved?" Wearing the camouflage robe, Hanju couldn't distinguish Xiaohua from the 7 people even if Xiaohua asked. However, when he heard this question he immediately knew that it was Xiaohua who asked. Moreover, as the Buddhist light flashed around Hanju's body, the swastika gradually enlarged and fell towards the basin. When the swastika was several miles in size, it enveloped the entire basin. Roar, 9 dragons roar could be heard at the same time. Rumble, the swastika also fell to the ground at the same time. The huge roar seemed to be able to overturn the earth. Whoosh, at the same time, the rainstorm that had been brewing in the sky for a long time began to pour down. Xiaohua looked at the basin and couldn't help but be slightly shocked. When the golden swastika landed on the ground, layers of Buddha's light began to uncover the ground. It was as if a pair of large hands were opening up the ground. After 18 rays of Buddha's light, 18 layers of the ground were uncovered. Then the 18 layers of Buddha's light rushed up the mountain ridge and enveloped the entire basin. It was as if the rainstorm from the Milky Way had hit the Buddhist light and not a single drop of it fell. Of course, Xiaohua wasn't shocked by the Buddhist light, nor was he shocked by the swastika. What he was shocked by was that under the Buddhist light there were temples. There were big and small temples, but they were all dilapidated. Every temple had a golden Buddha statue in it. These Buddha statues had different expressions and postures, but the eyes of each Buddha statue revealed a kind of compassion. Although the temples were dilapidated and the Buddha statues had collapsed, this compassion was unchanging for 10,000 years. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The endless jade spring poured down as if it was the only sound in the world. In the incomparably gloomy valley and basin, the raindrops penetrated the snow-white light. In the snow-white light there was a holy Buddhist light. The Buddhist light became the only curtain of light in the dark night. The 480 temples of the Southern Dynasty, how many towers in the misty rain? Hanju looked at this scene and suddenly recited 2 inexplicable verses, causing Xiaohua and the others to feel extremely sad. This was truly inconceivable and Xiaohua couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. Hanju said coldly. This is a mystery from ancient times. Who can know? Legend has it that the Almighty of the ancient Tao sect could open the sky with a wave of his hand and destroy the earth with a bow of his head. Destroying the Buddhist sect wasn't considered a difficult matter. Moreover, the Tao sect's techniques were easy to learn and were good at attacking. The Buddhist sect's techniques were mostly compassionate and focused on transcendence. The people of the Buddhist sect were compassionate and didn't kill. How could they be compared to the Tao sect? The Buddhist sect's innate shortcoming led to its own destruction, right? Perhaps. Xiaohua knew that Hanju's words were reasonable, but he also felt that it wasn't completely appropriate, so he could only nod slightly. Now we're about to step onto the Buddha path. Hanju looked at the others with a solemn expression. I've already asked you before. Before entering the Buddha path, you must make a choice in your heart. This choice is related to your achievements. It's also related to whether or not you can pass the Buddha path. Of course, I don't want to know what this choice is. You only need to make a choice for yourselves. Moreover, the Buddha path is like life and the steps are like experience. Once you step onto the Buddha path, you will begin your first experience of the Buddhist sect's cultivation. Are you all ready? This disciple has already been ready. Na-yi answered without hesitation. Can this disciple step onto the Buddha path? Xiaohua's brows furrowed within the maze. Clearly, this disciple's desire to win was too strong. He had only occupied the 8th position while he occupied the beak position. He had already provoked him several times. Taking the lead to step onto the Buddha path, he naturally wanted to show off. Of course you can. Hanju didn't even look at Xiaohua. He nodded and said, your Buddhist sect's cultivation is the highest. Since you've already made your preparations, you can naturally step onto the Buddha path. Yes. When the disciple heard this, he lifted his leg and stepped onto the first step. Dang, the sound of the wooden fish was like the sound of dusk. Then with a bang, the sound of a bell resounded throughout the entire ruins. A faint Buddhist light appeared under Na-yi's feet, turning into a lotus. Lotus blooming step. Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He saw lotus blooming with every step the disciple took, supporting him. The Buddhist light also slowly rose, wrapping around the disciple's calves. Wonderful! Hanju saw this and clapped his hands. As expected, the roots of kindness have been planted early. You have a destiny with the Buddha. Then Hanju turned to Third and said, are you ready? This disciple, will this senior brother please go first? Third hesitated slightly, indicating for Xiaohua to go first. Although his Tao sex cultivation is high, his psychokinesis is weak. His Buddhist sex cultivation is inferior to yours. Hanju said. Moreover, the Buddha path isn't a place where whoever steps onto the shore first. If you've already made your choice, you can naturally go first. Yes, this disciple understands. Third didn't stand on ceremony. He cupped his hands and similarly raised his foot. The sound of the bell and the wooden fish rose again. Lotus blooming with each step, he slowly walked towards the shrine. The night rain poured down and darkness filled the sky. Between the mountains, under the torrential rain, the original Buddhist light gradually dimmed. It grew dimmer and dimmer like a candle flickering in the wind. However, at this moment, even if someone passed by Crouching Buddha Mountain, even if they flew past the ruins of the Buddhist sect, they probably wouldn't be able to see the situation within the Buddhist light, much less Xiaohua and the others, who had become smaller than ants. The 480 temples were still huge, but there were countless temples on the steps in front of the temples, and countless temples on the steps in front of the temples. As for Xiaohua and the others, they were facing the Buddha path, which was even thinner than a thin thread. Whoosh, the Buddhist light flashed and the entire valley was annihilated. The pitch-black darkness was completely oppressive. The rain fell on the rocks and soil at the bottom of the valley, splashing water and creating thumb-sized mud holes. Are you ready? Hanju sent the other 6 people to the Buddha path, then turned to look at Xiaohua. I'll try my best. Previously I was full of confidence, but looking at the other junior brothers, I really can't compare to them. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He was actually unwilling to follow Hanju to the ruins of the Buddhist sect. Even if they were in front of the Buddha path, he was still somewhat unwilling. However, it was clear that if he didn't go through the Buddha path and enter the shrine, Hanju wouldn't be able to get close to the Buddhist formation inside, and wouldn't be able to use the formation's power to awaken Zhonglure. He could only bite the bullet and answer. You go ahead. Hanju nodded. When we enter the Jialan temple, I can activate the Buddhist formation inside and awaken the child. Shui. At this point Hanju was a little hesitant. He said hesitantly, actually, according to my thoughts, why don't we leave the child here? Whether he wakes up or dies, this child is fated with the Buddhist sect. Alright, uncle understands. Xiaohua said with a smile. This child still has his parents. Right now he can't make a decision. It's better to wait for him to wake up and see his parents. It won't be too late to make a decision then. What you said makes sense. Hanju nodded. Father and mother shouldn't travel far. Although we are cultivators, we should pay more attention to filial piety. I won't force you. If you have made a decision, come to the Kunlun sect to look for me. Many thanks, martial uncle. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He was really afraid that Hanju would force Zhongluer to stay, or leave a trick up his sleeve. Go. Hanju looked at the Buddha path. Second, who was the first to go up, was already half wrapped in Buddhist light. Second's hands were already clasped in front of his chest. Although he couldn't see the piety on his face, his steady steps and unwavering figure were enough to make Hanju happy. Yes, disciple obeys. Xiaohua answered, turned around and lifted his leg. However, the moment he landed, Xiaohua's heart was slightly moved. Damn it, although I don't have any psychokinesis, my Buddha Sarira isn't small either. I wonder how big martial uncle Hanju's Sarira is. I won't make a fool of myself, right? Thinking of this, Xiaohua generated a weak psychokinesis and rushed it to his feet. Dang! The wooden fish made a sound and a few white lotuses also appeared. Although they were very thin, they still firmly supported Xiaohua's feet. Clang! An extremely loud and clear sound of a bell rang out from within the Buddhist shrine, shaking Xiaohua's figure to the point that it slightly moved. Oh! Seeing Xiaohua's figure slightly move and hearing the bells ringing, Hanju was stunned. He looked at Xiaohua's back with an astonished gaze. He looked again and saw that Xiaohua's figure had stabilized. His other foot once again stepped on the Buddha path. As before, a faint white lotus appeared. Compared to the lotus under the feet of the two aura-refining disciples in front of him, this one was even fainter. I'm afraid it's that little child in Xiaohua's spiritual storage bag. Hanju came to a realization. He also lifted his leg. The same sound of the wooden fish and the same bell rang. However, the bell's ringing was much weaker than Xiaohua's. Chapter 3083. When Xiaohua stepped onto the pagoda path, he immediately felt a sense of anxiety. The Buddhist light that emerged from beneath his feet wrapped around Xiaohua's body. It was as if countless pairs of demonic hands were probing into Xiaohua's heart. All kinds of troubles and discomforts poured in one after another. Not only did they attack Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira, they also attacked Xiaohua's Tao foundation. Inner demon, Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. Ever since he started cultivating, he had rarely encountered inner demons. It was truly different from what he saw in the ancient records. However, ever since he started cultivating the exquisite leaf scripture, he had experienced the attack of an inner demon back in the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden. That time was truly dangerous because Xiaohua had no experience in dealing with inner demons. He almost fell into the demon's hands and was consigned to eternal damnation. Fortunately, Xiaohua severed his thoughts and defeated the inner demon, successfully escaping from the demon's hands. What he didn't expect was that he would encounter an inner demon again in the ruins of the Buddhist sect. This was simply more dangerous than encountering an old nascent soul monster. As the saying goes, the Buddha Sarira outside his Naiwan palace also hurriedly formed a Buddhist Madra. It was the third ability of the Buddha Sarira, fighting, to intimidate the waves of distracting thoughts and worldly thoughts. Thoughts like the sea, worldly affairs like the ocean, the sea of bitterness boundless. Where can I find salvation? As Xiaohua steadily walked up the steps, strands of Buddhist light flourished, annihilating his legs and covering his waist. Gradually it enveloped his entire body. Inside his Buddha relic, the Buddhist light once again turned into waves like a sea of blood. Xiaohua's mind was filled with thoughts that soared into the sky like a violent storm within the sea of blood. Wave after wave of thoughts struck the Buddha relic. At this moment, Xiaohua already somewhat understood what Hanju said before coming to the ruins of the Buddhist sect. In an instant there were 900 thoughts, every thought was a kind of calamity. Every calamity raised a bloody storm and attacked him. Furthermore, in this sea of blood, Xiaohua could see Fairy Hong Xiao, Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao and other people he had seen before. The only belief. All worldly thoughts must be destroyed. This is the true path of the sea of bitterness. Xiaohua sighed. The eyes of the Buddha Sarira lifted at the same time. Although the Buddhist light of the Saraira was faint, it was incomparably tenacious. The eyes were full of compassion and confidence. Even the rain of blood couldn't extinguish those eyes, let alone drown the golden body 3 feet above the third-rank lotus platform. As Xiaohua's thoughts were extinguished, the blood sea gradually calmed down. The obsessions and illusions in the blood sea also gradually disappeared. However, this calmness only lasted for a moment. Ooh! The sound of wind was heard again. Strange figures formed in the sea of blood. They looked like men, women, humans, and beasts. All of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they flew out ferociously. The man was extremely ugly and ferocious. The woman was extremely beautiful and charming. The beast was an extremely arrogant flying dragon in the sky, and the beast was an extremely fierce roc spreading its wings. The attacks were even more ferocious than before. In the blink of an eye, the Buddha Saraira was drowned. Battle. The Buddha Saraira formed a Buddhist seal with its hands and chanted an incantation. Golden battle characters flew out from its mouth. When these golden characters touched the figures, they immediately flashed. Under the golden light, the figures of men and women were shattered. The dragon and rock figures also faded away. However, the power of this incantation was still weak. It could only destroy the approaching figures. The endless sea of blood behind it couldn't be completely eliminated. Dang! At this moment, a loud and clear sound of a bell rang above the sea of blood. Wherever the sound wave passed, no matter what the figures were, they all turned into powder. Even the sea of blood was forcefully flattened. In the instant the sea of blood calmed down, the golden light around the Buddha Saraira shone brightly. The third-rank lotus platform suddenly bloomed. Under this golden light, the sea of blood was instantly emptied. A feeling of emptiness and fullness filled Xiaohua's heart, which was filled with absolute conviction. Xiaohua opened his eyes. Only then did he realize that he had already walked to the front of the shrine. On his left and right, whether it was Yi or Wu, they all seemed to have arrived at the same time as him. They all opened their eyes at the same time. In front of them, Hanju's face was solemn. He had already put his palms together. Do you all understand? Hanju held a small golden bell the size of a fist in his hand and asked very indifferently. Disciple understands. Yi was the first to put his palms together and answered in a low voice. What do you understand? Hanju continued to ask. Buddha doesn't help those who are not fated. Since disciple can reach into Buddhism, then I am a fated person. Yi said indifferently. Immediately, the other 5 people put their palms together and answered Hanju's question. After waiting for Xiaohua, Xiaohua also said very sincerely, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and the shore is at hand. Oh? Hanju was stunned again. However, this expression disappeared in a flash. He nodded and said, I didn't expect your telekinesis to be the weakest, but your comprehension is the deepest. I don't dare. Xiaohua bowed. At first glance, these Buddha statues all looked the same, but upon closer inspection each Buddha statue was different. Some were happy, some were angry, some were sad, and some were angry. Even the same kind of laughter contained different meanings. At the top of the shrine there was a huge Buddha statue lying there. One of its hands was supporting its cheeks, and the other was in the shape of a flower. Its eyes that were looking straight down revealed a kind of vicissitudes, a kind of compassion, and an expression that completely saw through Xiaohua. Phew, Xiaohua couldn't help but exclaim. This Buddha statue was too vivid. From those eyes, he could practically see the misery of the mortal world that he had comprehended when he had walked through the Buddha path. At the same time, an unconcealable feeling of confiding arose spontaneously. Xiaohua almost wanted to kneel down and kowtow. This kind of devotion that came from the heart was originally suppressed by the so-called Hutu great god's might in the ancestral shrine of the Hutu stronghold, but it came more naturally and more freely from the heart. Of course, the current Xiaohua's strength was already close to that of a nascent soul cultivator, and the Buddha Saraira also had a cultivation of the 3rd stage. All of these feelings were just a touch. He only put his palms together, closed his eyes slightly and lowered his head. This is the second test of the Buddhist sect's ruins today. Hanju seemed to be somewhat puzzled by Xiaohua's actions. After all, 6 disciples had entered before Xiaohua. However, their eyes revealed a kind of curiosity, and some of them even carried a kind of passion. Where was the devotion in Xiaohua's eyes that came in last? Thus Hanju opened his mouth and said, "Back then this old man only passed the test of the Buddha path, but failed in this Buddha statue. Of course, even if I failed, the Buddha statue on the shrine left behind some golden swan runes for this old man, and this old man benefited greatly from it. Moreover, from those golden swan runes, this old man also learned about the situation in the hall behind the shrine. This is extremely consistent with the Buddhist sects preaching that there is a way out for everything. That's why this old man brought all of you here again. And this second test requires all of us to work together to complete it." Chapter 3084. Martial Uncle Third, who had been quiet all this time, said in a low voice, "How many tests are there in the Buddhist ruins? With your cultivation you only passed the first test. Then the second and third tests. Won't they be even harder?" Although I don't know exactly how many tests there are in the Buddhist ruins, but I know that 9 by 9 returns to 1 is the true essence of the Buddhist sect. If I'm not wrong, there should be 81 trials in the Buddhist ruins. Hanju said after some hesitation. "Oh, so many." Not to mention third, even Xiaohua, who had stood up with his palms together, was stunned for a moment. "Aren't there too many tests?" Although there are 81 trials, we don't have to go all the way. However, we don't necessarily have to walk to the end. Hanju said with a smile. "Moreover, we don't have to walk too far today. As the cultivation base of our Buddhist sect increases, I will bring you here every 10 years to overcome a few difficulties. Also, didn't I say earlier? I passed the first test so I can get some details of the second and third test. The Buddhist sect always forgives people where possible, so you all don't have to be too afraid." "I understand." Third nodded slightly. Xiaohua also understood. Although the 7 disciples were all foundation establishment and qi refinement disciples, which one of them hadn't been tempered in the Tao sect's cultivation method. Although 81 trials were a lot, if it was really as Hanju said and they passed a few trials every 10 years, it wouldn't be long before they reached the end of the Buddhist ruins. Unfortunately, although my cultivation in the Tao sect is much higher than yours, the Buddhist sect isn't too strong. However, the cultivation of the Buddhist sect is not too powerful. Otherwise, this old man would have been able to go through a few more difficulties. There is no need for you to start from the second level. Hanju continued. However, after the second trial, there will be quite a number of golden puppets that are suitable for your Buddhist sect cultivation. Once we break through this trial, it will be considered a form of compensation. I won't let you take advantage of me." "Haha, Martial Uncle is joking." Third also said, "We've already received a lot of guidance from Martial Uncle. It's all thanks to Martial Uncle's grace that we're able to come here." Hehe, this is all Buddha's power of thought. Hanju pointed at the reclining Buddha above his head and said with a smile, "Let's open the door to the Jialan temple." "Yes, we understand." Yibing and the others bowed. Then, under Hanju's arrangement, everyone sat cross-legged in the shrine, right below the reclining Buddha, forming the shape of a swastika. Xiaohua was in the bottom right corner, Hanju was in the top left corner, and the center was empty again. "Disciples." Hanju waited for everyone to sit down before he said, "I've already given you a choice. Although this old man did not ask you again, this old man still has to say it. The most important thing in cultivating the Buddhist sect's mental cultivation method was to contribute. He would forget about himself and send himself into the boundless compassion of the Buddha's heart. In the past, the Buddha sacrificed himself to feed the eagle, causing the world to tremble. Although we don't need to sacrifice anything to break this Buddhist formation, we can still give up our psyche power and Buddhist consciousness. Therefore, this old man has to remind you in advance." "Oh, I see." Xiaohua finally understood why Frost Bamboo had mentioned this matter early on. Furthermore, he had mentioned it again and again. Looked like there would be some damage when breaking the Buddhist formation. "We understand." Before Xiaohua could finish his thoughts, Ding Yi and the others spoke up in unison. Clearly, Frost Bamboo's words had greatly affected them. "Good." A satisfied smile appeared on Hanju's face. "You will reap what you sow." This is what this old man comprehended in the Buddhist sect's ruins. "You all slowly comprehend it too. As he spoke, Hanju closed his eyes and began to meditate. His body began to emit a faint Buddhist light. Then his Buddhist consciousness, which surpassed his divine will, was released forcefully. His psyche power also rushed into the Buddha on the shrine. Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He followed the Buddhist formation method in the jade slip that Hanju had given him and sent out his Buddhist consciousness and psyche power. Of course, Xiaohua could only release a trace of his Buddhist consciousness. It was slightly more than what he had released at the Feather Immortal Assembly. The others naturally sent out their Buddhist consciousness and psyche power as well. Instantly, the 8 people's Buddhist consciousness and psyche power intertwined in the air above the shrine. As expected, Xiaohua inhaled a breath of cold air. It seemed that other than his Buddhist consciousness, which was as indifferent as water, the other's Buddhist consciousness was vaguely stronger than his divine will. Especially those 2 aura-refining disciples. Their Buddhist consciousness was not inferior to the other Foundation Establishment disciples. Moreover, the psyche power they sent out was also extremely strong. Although Xiaohua could not clearly see the true expressions of those 2 aura-refining disciples, his Buddhist consciousness was like a person's. He could almost sense the contempt of the other disciples from their somewhat unbridled Buddhist consciousness. 8 Buddhist consciousnesses mixed with psyche power rushed into the air like a swastika without a core. Hanju chanted an incantation. His Buddhist consciousness moved first. Then Xiaohua and the others slowly began to turn according to the records in the jade slip. Woo-woo, an indescribable sound mixed with Sanskrit was emitted from the Buddhist consciousness. A faint golden dot of light emerged from the Buddha's fingertip as it rotated. Moreover, as the Buddhist consciousness rotated, it gradually enlarged until it was the size of a fist. During this process, Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness and psyche power were completely engulfed by this dot of light. There was no connection between them at all. Fortunately, Xiaohua did not care about this Buddhist consciousness at all. His psyche power was weak to begin with, so it was completely absorbed by the dot of light in just a few breaths. Amit Ba. Following Hanju's Buddhist chant, the golden light on the fist gradually transformed into something similar to the Buddha's flower-pinching hand. Moreover, it slowly pointed at a similarly lying Buddha statue on the stone wall. The sea of bitterness has no bounds. Turn back and the shore is at hand, a dry voice came from the stone wall. The entire shrine immediately raised a wave-like Buddhist light, as if the entire shrine was a sea of bitterness. Of course, this Buddhist light was only for an instant. A bright light emerged from the Buddha statue in front of Xiaohua. This light shone on the 8 people, causing them to feel a wave of warmth. At the same time, the Buddhist consciousness and psyche power that had just been engulfed returned 9 times. Oh! When Xiaohua heard the faintly discernible voice, he was startled. He seemed to have sensed something fishy, but before he could think about it, the Buddhist consciousness and psyche power that had been consumed returned. At the same time, Xiaohua understood what Hanju had just said. So that's how it is. The Buddhist consciousness and psyche power that had been consumed can be replenished after breaking the formation. No wonder Hanju doesn't seem to be afraid of exhaustion. When Xiaohua raised his eyes to look again under the light on the other side, another door that was taller than a person opened. Hanju looked at the door and stood up with a hearty laugh. He said, "I have waited for this for 100 years. The door of Jialan Temple has finally opened in front of me. Disciples, follow me into Jialan Temple. Let's see what the number 1 temple of Buddhism looks like." Yes, Xiaohua and the others also stood up and followed Hanju into the door that flickered with Buddhist light. After passing through the door, there was a stone wall that was dozens of feet tall. In front of the stone wall, there was also a dilapidated statue. It was dressed like a general and not a Buddha statue. The general held a Buddhist weapon that resembled a whip in his hand. He wore golden armor, but the statue's head was gone. Half of his arms were missing, so it was impossible to see what it was. Hanju ignored the statue and only gave it a cursory glance before circling around the projection-like stone wall. Behind the stone wall was an empty space that was dozens of feet wide. On the opposite side of the empty space was a large hall. It was already extremely dilapidated. Inside there was a statue that was tilted to the side. Its specific appearance could not be seen clearly due to the dim light. On the opposite side of the large hall, there was an incense burner that was taller than a person. The top half of it had already collapsed, revealing that there was still a lot of incense ash inside. Between the incense burner and the large hall in the center of the empty space, there was a table with incense and candles that was taller than a person. Naturally, there were no incense and candles. Instead, there were a few pieces of gold. There were even a few silk-like Buddhist scriptures beside the golden alligator. Na-i followed Hanju around the stone wall and saw the gold in the center of the empty space. He did not hesitate at all and was about to fly up. Unfortunately, when he activated his dermic powers, there was no movement. It was impossible to use Taoist spells in Jiawan Temple. Na-i anxiously rushed towards the incense and candles. However, he was still a bit too late. Just as he activated his dermic powers, Na-i had already rushed out and was right in front of Na-i. Na-i and Na-i moved, followed by Na-i and Na-i. The two aura refining disciples originally wanted to chase after them, but when they saw that there were only 4 items beside the incense and candles, they also moved their feet and stopped. Xiaohua was originally walking at the back. When he saw this, he bitterly smiled. This seemed to be one of the rare times when he could not take advantage of others. However, when he saw Hanju, who was the first to enter the empty space, standing there quietly, his gaze not looking at the incense and candles, but straight at the damaged large hall, Xiaohua could not help but be moved. That thought was born in his heart and he almost rushed towards the large hall. However, Xiaohua still stopped in his tracks and waited for Hanju's reaction. After all, his goal was somewhat different from the other 6. Hanju still did not move. Only when Na-i and the others returned did he seem to come back to his senses. He smiled and said, "This Buddhist sect ruins is a Buddhist kingdom. It really restricts Taoist cultivation. Your divine sense and dermic powers are all unusable. Moreover, this is only the second test. Although these golden puppets are extremely good, there are even better ones later. Don't do something like picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons." "Yes, disciple understands." Na-i and Na-i smiled and replied, "These golden puppets were given by Martial Uncle. Martial Uncle, please distribute them." As they spoke, the two took out the golden puppets they had obtained and respectfully presented them to Hanju. Na-i and Na-i were somewhat dejected. They had arrived a bit too late. What they wanted to snatch were 2 scriptures that were like silk. Unfortunately, the scriptures shattered upon contact and could not be picked up. It could be said that although they were 1 step ahead of Xiaohua, the result was the same as Xiaohua with nothing to show for it. This old man has already made it clear before. It belongs to whoever obtains it. Hanju waved his hand and said, "The Buddhist sect places more emphasis on fate than the Taoist sect. If this old man keeps this, perhaps there will not be any better golden puppets in the Buddhist sect ruins in the future." When he looked at the Buddha statue's head again, only half of it remained. Xiaohua glanced over and his gaze was completely attracted by the Buddha statue's single eye. This single eye was the size of a fist. It was round and wide, and a feeling of anger and bloodlust immediately filled Xiaohua's heart. Amitabha, Xiaohua's heart trembled. He hurriedly lowered his head and bowed as he chanted Buddha's name. At the same time, a kind of indescribable heavy pressure emerged from all around him, forcefully suppressing him. Xiaohua took a deep breath and couldn't help but feel a little rebellious. If it was the benevolence of the Buddha statue, then he could prostrate himself. But this kind of heavy pressure made him refuse to accept it. So Xiaohua didn't hesitate to use his strength to resist it. Plop plop. 2 sounds rang out. Right next to Xiaohua, the 2 aura refining disciples who came later couldn't help but prostrate themselves on the ground and chanted Buddha's name. Although the Buddha statue had collapsed, its Buddhist power was still there. As Xiaohua resisted, the heavy pressure continued to increase. Amitabha, a clear Buddhist chant came out of Hanju's mouth. Hanju waved his hand and a dong sound rang out. The small golden bell rang again. This bell sound was like a cool breeze, and it immediately swept away the heavy pressure around Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua sighed in relief and straightened his body. "Rather break than bend. Your way of thinking is somewhat different from Buddhism's obedience," Hanju said indifferently. He didn't seem to be blaming Xiaohua. Alas, disciple. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. With this kind of character I still need to slowly sharpen it. After Hanju's bell rang, Yi Bing and the others also stood up. Hanju said, "You all go in and take a look at your fated chances. This old man has another thing to do." "Martial uncle, you should go in and take a look first," Na Yi said carefully. Disciple doesn't dare to take the lead again. He's fine. Hanju waved his hand. This old man wants to see how to activate the third layer of the Buddha formation. Moreover, I need to rely on the power of this Buddha formation to do something, so I can't delay. Yes. Na Yi nodded. He looked at Xiaohua and the two aura refining disciples and said with a smile, "The three of you can go in first. Just now we took the lead, so we have to give it to the three of you." Seeing that Na Yi was already treating him like Na Yi, Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything. He waved his hand and said, "Martial uncle, this matter is related to me, so I can't not stay here. After this matter is over, I'll think about other fated chances." Okay, Na Yi saw Xiaohua decline and didn't stand on ceremony. He waved his hand and ordered the two aura refining disciples to enter the main hall first. He and the others also went in later. Seeing that everyone had entered, Hanju wasn't in a hurry. He took out a golden puppet and carefully examined it with his Buddhist awareness. Xiaohua stood guard at the side. Although Hanju didn't say that he was going to wake Zhongluer up here, Xiaohua understood that since the Buddha's power could suppress him, it could also be used to wake Zhongluer up. Hanju didn't deceive him. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yi Bing and the others returned. They saw that two of them were holding golden puppets, one of them was holding a small wooden fish, and the other three were empty-handed. Obviously they didn't get anything. Okay, Hanju put away the golden puppets and said with a nod, "Put away your things and secretly sit down according to the order of the Buddha sect from before." Yes. The six of them were delighted. Inside the main hall, in front of the collapsed Buddha statue, they each sat down under Hanju's guidance. "Take him out," Hanju said to Xiaohua as he pointed at the center of the puppet. Yes. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and took Zhongluer out of his spirit storage bag. When Yi Bing and the others saw that Xiaohua actually took out a living person from his spirit storage bag, they couldn't help but be stunned. "This child is fated with our Buddha." Hanju looked at everyone and said indifferently, "He can enter the nirvana realm at such a young age. In the future his Buddha sect cultivation will definitely be above ours." At this point he paused for a moment and said, "Perhaps, the heavy responsibility of the Buddha sect's prosperity will fall on his shoulders. Now that we have received the power of the Buddha formation and the Buddha statue and awakened him from the nirvana realm, it is a great merit. Not to mention the cultivation of our Buddhism sect, even the legendary Buddha fruit can be easily obtained by us. What kind of opportunity is this? Compared to you finding thousands of golden puppets, it is 100 times better." Yi Bing and the others obviously didn't quite understand. Even Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. He didn't understand what the Buddha fruit had to do with awakening Zhongluer. Of course, since Hanju said so, Yi Bing and the others would definitely help with all their strength. Xiaohua was also happy to see this. Actually, to awaken this child with the help of Buddha force, we also need to use his telekinesis to open the door above the hall. Hanju explained again, although this old man didn't look behind the hall, obviously, there isn't a door behind it, right? Indeed. Yi Bing nodded and said. Alright, all of you enter a meditative state and send out your Buddha consciousness and telekinesis according to the method this old man taught you earlier. Hanju waved his hand and a rare blush appeared on his face as he said, "This old man really wants to see what this Buddha child who came out of the nirvana realm looks like. Moreover, this old man also wants to know where this Jiawan temple leads to." Yes, this disciple understands. Not to mention Xiaohua, even Yi Bing and the others were delighted. They understood that what they were about to do was something that had never happened since the Buddha sect was annihilated in the Dawn Rain continent. Furthermore, it was just as Frost Bamboo had said. Doing such a thing was truly more effective than tens of thousands of golden house. Xiaohua glanced at Zhongluer, who still had her eyes closed and also closed his own eyes. Just like before, he faintly released his Buddha consciousness and weak telekinesis without reservation. This time it was different from before. The telekinesis of the 8 people mixed with Buddha consciousness rushed into the air. It didn't turn into a swastika but slowly hovered above their heads. Moreover, Xiaohua felt that this released Buddha consciousness and telekinesis was no longer under his control. Slowly, after the time it took to brew a cup of tea, 8 small swastikas faintly emitting Buddha light formed above their heads. However, these swastikas were not the same. Some were big, some were small, some were simple, some were rich. Han Zhu's swastika was the size of a bowl and even flickered with a trace of golden light. However, Xiaohua's swastika was the smallest, only the size of a pinky finger. However, this swastika was sparkling and translucent, rotating extremely evenly. Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't penetrate, but his Buddha consciousness could see clearly. However, his Buddha consciousness couldn't reach far and could only rotate along with his swastika. Gradually, inexplicable Buddha seals were born in this rotation. Chapter 3086. Dang. The bell rang loudly. Han Zhu waved his hand, and the small golden bell flew into the air and landed right on top of Jiang Luer's head. Along with the sound of the bell, the 8 swastikas suddenly appeared. It was a pure silence. Even the rotating Buddhist seals that Xiaohua saw also stagnated at this moment. An inexplicable gale suddenly appeared around the small bell. The sound of the wind was mixed with countless Sanskrit sounds, as if it was the sigh of 10,000 Buddhas. Along with this sigh, the heavy pressure that Xiaohua previously felt was 1,000 times stronger. It was as if the collapsed Buddha statue had sat up straight and pressed down on Xiaohua's body out of thin air. Xiaohua couldn't even move. Now is the time. All of you, offer your Buddhist consciousness and magical power to Buddha. Han Zhu's unusually compassionate voice sounded. Today is the day that Buddhism will prosper and also the day that silent Buddha will be born. Hearing this, Xiaohua understood that he was going to awaken Jiang Luer. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly sent out his psychokinesis. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's psychokinesis had just been born and was very weak. In a moment, it somewhat showed signs of exhaustion. However, Xiaohua's tranquil Buddhist consciousness was still sent out without any signs of weakening. But at this moment, just like what Xiaohua had sensed, a Buddha statue flashing with a faint Buddha light gradually condensed around the small bell. This Buddha statue was exactly the same as the broken Buddha statue that had collapsed in the Jiaoan temple. At the foot of the Buddha statue was the swastika character that Xiaohua and the others had dedicated. Looking at the Buddha statue again, it was 10 feet tall. On the face of the Buddha statue was a pair of huge round eyes. The Buddha statue was extremely fierce, as if it wanted to devour all things and see through the world of mortals. Moreover, the arms of the Buddha statue were clenched into fists, and wisps of Buddhist consciousness flowed into the 8 swastikas. At the same time, wisps of psychokinesis also flowed into the 8 swastikas on the other hand. Moreover, the Buddha statue became clearer as the Buddhist consciousness and psychokinesis flowed in. Xiaohua naturally followed his Buddhist consciousness and saw this very natural scene. Moreover, after his Buddhist consciousness entered the Buddha statue, he lost contact with himself. However, Xiaohua was still willing to give it out. He knew that when the Buddha statue was completed, Jiang Luer would be awakened. Dong, but at this moment the small bell in the Buddha statue suddenly rang again. The sound was extremely strange. Xiaohua's blood vessels, which were originally suppressed tightly by the Buddha statue, jumped for no reason. Immediately after, a buzzing sound came from where frost bamboo was. Xiaohua forced his eyes open and saw a golden Dharma body, which was also 1 zhang in size, fly out from frost bamboo's body. This Dharma body's appearance was almost exactly the same as the Buddha statue in Jiaoan temple. Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. Without waiting for him to think more, the Dharma body took a few steps in the air and merged with the golden light of the Buddha statue that had already taken shape. Woo! A huge gust of wind rushed in from outside the dilapidated main hall. An indescribable flow rushed into the Buddha statue's Dharma body along with the gust of wind. Buzz! Immediately after, a strong rumbling sound came from the Buddha statue's Dharma body. Moreover, the Buddha's light was so bright that it completely blocked Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua was shocked. When did the Buddha's light become so dazzling? When did the Buddha's power become so overbearing? Haha, The moment Xiaohua closed his eyes, Frost Bamboo's slightly arrogant voice came from the Dharma body. Moreover, the Dharma body had now completely solidified. Just as Frost Bamboo's laughter fell, the Buddha statue's Dharma body's clenched fist slightly. With a series of sounds, 5 relics of different sizes came out from the top of Frost Bamboo's, Yi's, Bing's, and the others' heads and began to slowly rotate above their heads. Naturally, Xiaohua's Buddha relic also produced a huge force, as if it wanted to pull the Buddha relic out of Xiaohua's body. However, Xiaohua's Buddha relic also had a Naiwan palace, so the force didn't succeed when it tried. Xiaohua was puzzled again. What is this for? Thinking about this, Xiaohua hurriedly opened his eyes again. Unfortunately, before Xiaohua could open his eyes, the Buddha statue's other hand moved again. Frost Bamboo waved his hand slightly. Puff puff puff. 6 consecutive sounds rang out. Apart from Frost Bamboo's and Jiang Luer's bodies that weren't affected, Yi's, Bing's, and the others' bodies immediately turned into a mass of blood. Moreover, the blood and flesh were immediately sucked into the rotating relics, leaving not a single drop behind. The flesh and blood of the 2 Qi refinement disciples also flew into the swastika above their heads. Whether it was the 4 relics or the 2 swastikas, they all emitted a kind of bewitching red color, which was really strange. Xiaohua's physical body was also surrounded by a huge force that wanted to crush Xiaohua. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's body had gone through 3 gold lightning tribulations, so how could it be so easily crushed by this force? Although Xiaohua was almost out of breath from the force, he still didn't have any flesh and blood. Oh! A strange voice came from Frost Bamboo's Dharma body. You're really strange. Your Buddhist awareness is very weak. After cultivating for so many years, you still don't have any relics? Moreover, your body is so tough. It's even more powerful than this old man's glaring Vajra. Chapter 3087. Strange. Hanju's avatar made a strange sound of astonishment and asked, Xiaohua, do you have a Saraira or not? Xiaohua looked at the avatar and coldly replied, Is it important whether I have a Saraira or not? While facing him coldly, Xiaohua quickly thought of a way to deal with it. But in the end, it seemed that he really didn't have any other means besides his wishful staff. Of course it's not important. Hanju sneered. I only need to crush your physical body, and everything you have will belong to me. Do I care whether you have a Saraira or not? Xiaohua's mind slowly entered the space. In this so-called Buddha formation, even his mind couldn't move freely. The Buddhist sect's means were really powerful. However, I'm very curious. Hanju calmly said, You are the first Tao sect disciple I have met in 100 years who has the cultivation of a Buddhist sect. I had high hopes for you, but I never thought that, in the end, you would not even be able to cultivate a Saraira. But I feel that you clearly have a Saraira. You really make me puzzled. Xiaohua snorted again. He was really at his wit's end, so he simply ignored Hanju's words. Hanju continued. When I first met you, let's say it was during the Feather Immortal Gathering. At that time you already had Buddhist awareness. Even if you didn't have a Saraira, you should have been able to cultivate your Saraira with that mental cultivation method. But why is your Saraira so strange? Xiaohua pondered for a long time, then replied indifferently, Do you want to know? Then tell me first what's going on with this Buddhist sect's ruins. What's so strange about it? Hanju laughed. There are no Buddhist sect ruins in this world. What ruins? What treasures? That's just what the world thinks. The Buddhist sect has already been destroyed by the Taoist sect for tens of thousands of years or even millions of years. How could there still be ruins? Even if there were any ruins, they would have been completely destroyed by the Taoist sect. This so-called Buddhist sect's ruins is just the Buddha formation left behind by the Buddhist sect on the Xiaoyu continent. It's just a dangerous obstacle that I occasionally encountered in Crouching Buddha Mountain. But Xiaohua was somewhat confused. He clearly knew that the two foundation establishment cultivators of the Imperial Thunder sect had already come to the Buddhist sect's ruins and even obtained the exquisite stellar derivation pagoda in the ruins. How could it be a simple Buddha formation? Perhaps. Xiaohua asked again. He asked, "This Xiao is a bit strange. The Buddhist sect has always emphasized compassion and sacrifice oneself for others. Even if you just said that you want me to offer my spiritual power and Buddhist awareness, why? Do you want to devour other people's sarira? Do you think the Buddhist sect is full of good people? Do you think the Buddhas of the Buddhist sect are all merciful?" Han Zhu said mockingly, "Since the Taoist sect's methods are ever-changing, with some defying the heavens and some obeying the heavens, then the Buddhist sect is the same. There are also bloody cultivation haves. This old man's glaring Vajra cultivation is a secret technique to devour other people's sarira. Actually, the great strength Vajra Dharma body I gave you also has a way to devour sarira. It's just that you don't know about it." When Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but be speechless. "That's right. Back then, I seem to have devoured other people's sarira too, right? Unfortunately, you actually failed to live up to this old man's expectations. You didn't succeed in cultivating the great strength Vajra Dharma body. Instead, you cultivated the Phoenix Dharma body." This really puzzles this old man. I'm afraid it's also because of this that the Taoist sect was able to defeat the Buddhist sect and unify the Xiaoyu continent. Han Zhu ignored Xiaohua as the blood-colored sarira slowly grew in size, slowly absorbing all the essence blood and sarira as it spoke. "The Xiao and the others. I'm afraid this isn't the first time you sent them into the Buddha formation, right?" Xiaohua asked again. Do you think this old man will answer you?" Han Zhu sneered. "Don't be delusional. Even if you're a terrifying phoenix, even if you're that nascent soul nameless, once you're here, you can only be manipulated by this old man. This Buddha formation is also the Buddhist sect's last resort in the Xiaoyu continent. If nascent soul cultivators fall into it, they'll also end up being devoured by this old man." "You actually devoured nascent souls before?" Xiaohua turned pale with fright. Unfortunately, how could Han Zhu answer him? He said coldly, "Can you tell me whether you cultivated a sarira or not? This old man hasn't seen your situation in many years." "Alright, this Xiao will answer you. This Xiao naturally cultivated a sarira. Otherwise, wouldn't all my years of cultivation have been wasted?" Xiaohua said indifferently. "That's strange." When Han Zhu heard this, he became even more interested. "All the disciples of the Buddhist sect whose sarira didn't fly out when my glaring Vajra Dharma body borrowed the Buddha's power from the Buddha sect. Why are you an exception?" "Let's talk after you answer this Xiao's question about how you treat this blood relative of mine." Xiaohua replied indifferently. Does that even need to be said?" Han Zhu said with a smile, "This old man wants to see this child's future. If he really has the cultivation of a Buddha, this old man will assist him and also attain Buddha fruit. Otherwise, this old man will first nurture him and then devour him." "In other words, you don't plan to awaken him this time?" "Of course." Han Zhu said without hesitation, "This nirvana realm is so rare. Even when the Buddhist sect was flourishing, I've never heard of anyone who could enter the nirvana realm without cultivating a cultivation method. Awakening him now is truly a reckless waste of God's gift." "A reckless waste of God's gift." Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. In Han Zhu's eyes, these Buddhist sect disciples seemed to be his captive prey. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua asked again, "Then, what is a Buddha fruit?" This old man has already said before that the Buddhist sect is different from the Taoist sect. Cultivation and achievements are not the same. A Buddha fruit is personally conferred by the Buddha and is the achievement of a Buddha son, while the Buddhist sect's cultivation is the ability to subdue demons and tigers. In other words, the Buddhist sect's ability has nothing to do with the Buddha fruit. Xiaohua asked. "That's right." Han Zhu replied, "Just as this old man said before, even if you have a Bodhisattva Buddha fruit, you still might not have the strength to truss up a chicken. Moreover, this old man will not hesitate to tell you that the glaring Vajra cultivation method that I cultivate is related to my ability. I don't seek a Buddha fruit." Damn it. Xiaohua finally understood that Han Zhu had probably already devoured a lot of relics to cultivate to such a realm, right? Xiaohua, this old man has said so much, you should answer this old man's question. Why is the Prajna Parmitha Sutra that you cultivate so strange? This old man has already seen this sutra that day, but there doesn't seem to be anything special about it? Hanju asked again. Xiaohua didn't want to answer Hanju's question, but he knew in his heart that the karma of this world was here. Since he had promised, then he had to answer, otherwise it would become a sin. This Xiao doesn't cultivate the Prajna Parmitha Sutra, but the Exquisite Leaf Sutra. Xiaohua said indifferently. Ah. Exquisite Leaf Sutra this. Xiaohua couldn't see Hanju's expression, but the shock in his tone was obvious. What's wrong? Is this sutra very powerful? Xiaohua asked indifferently. You don't know what this Exquisite Leaf Sutra represents. Hanju said coldly, and there was a kind of jealousy in his tone. If this old man had obtained this sutra, why would I have to work so hard? Ah, Hanju laughed again. It's really Buddha's blessing. Since he gave you to this old man, even if you cultivate the Exquisite Leaf Sutra, even if you're the future Buddha, so what? You're still food for this old man's glaring Vajra cultivation method. The dagger is revealed. Xiaohua replied indifferently. Senior Han, do you want to fight to the death with this Xiao? Hehe, what qualifications do you have to fight to the death with this old man? Hanju sneered. In this Buddhist formation only you and I can live. Hanju didn't seem to care about what Xiaohua thought, as if he was the master of this Buddhist sect. Xiaohua was silent. Indeed, in this Buddhist formation Xiaohua couldn't use all of his Taoist cultivation. He could only use the wishful staff. His Taoist cultivation was now suppressed by the Buddhist formation, so he couldn't use it at all. Thinking about this, Xiaohua's mind came out of the space, and the wishful staff appeared in his hand. You can actually use your divine sense. Hanju was really surprised. What? Are you curious? Xiaohua shook his arms, and the wishful staff in his hand turned into a flower and asked coldly. You really surprised this old man. Hanju was somewhat happy. This old man really hopes that you are your Imperial Thundersect's nascent soul, Wu Ming. This old man swallowed your Sarira, so naturally I can also swallow your Taoist nascent soul. This way this old man can also answer to the seniors of the Tai Ching sect. Ah, you wish. Xiaohua took a step forward and was about to attack the Dharma body of the glaring Vajra. Wait. Hanju stopped him again. This old man also wants to ask you one last question. Speak. The so-called Exquisite Leaf Scripture is the cultivation method of the future Buddha Lord. You have cultivated for so long, why don't you see the Sarira? Hanju still didn't give up asking. He was really confused about why Xiaohua's Sarira couldn't be found by himself. He didn't seem to believe what Xiaohua said just now, so he kept probing again and again. This old Xiao will say it again. This old Xiao naturally has the Sarira. But now that it is suppressed by your telekinesis, how can this old Xiao let you see it? Xiaohua had to answer Hanju's question, and he said it with some luck. Haha, now that everything is in this old man's calculations, even if this old man relaxes his telekinesis, do you think you can jump out of this old man's palm? Hanju laughed, and then the endless telekinesis relaxed. Chapter 3088. You're really so confident. Xiaohua sneered. Sensing the weakening of the pressure, he took the opportunity to release the projection of the Buddha's Sarira. A Buddha statue less than 2 feet tall appeared above Xiaohua's head with incomparable pity. Hiss. Hanju sucked in a breath of cold air as if suddenly awakening. I understand. In that case, give me your life. Xiaohua urged the Buddha's Sarira. The Sarira waved its arm, and the water bottle in its hand slowly poured out the innate true water. Aha, even if you have the Sarira of the future Buddha, so what? Hanju sneered. The future is the future, never the present. You will never be a match for the power of thousands of Buddhas. Before his voice fell, he saw an endless surge of power, suppressing Xiaohua's Buddha's Sarira. It was impossible to pour out the innate true water. Even under this heavy pressure, the projection of the Buddha's Sarira could not last long and was forced to withdraw in a moment. At the same time, the unparalleled force also suppressed Xiaohua's body. Even if Xiaohua snorted and raised the staff, It was as if the staff was waving in a quagmire, extremely slow. I will let you see the power of this old man. Hanju sneered and roared. The Buddha's light flashed on the Vajra Dharma body, and the 9-ringed monk's staff that had disappeared before reappeared. With a wave of his hand, the monk's staff smashed toward Xiaohua without hesitation. The seemingly ordinary monk's staff at this time actually had incomparable strength. The whistling wind had the power to destroy everything, and Xiaohua could not dodge even if he wanted to. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows, raised the staff in his hand and shouted, "Shameless thief! You deceiving the world, you really bring shame to the annihilated Buddhism. I will let you see the shocking staff of this old man." As Xiaohua waved the staff, it actually broke the endless power of imprisonment. The staff drew a mysterious trajectory in the air and hit the monk's staff. Xiaohua didn't have the slightest doubt that this strike under the heavy pressure was already the most powerful strike he could unleash. Even the countless sinister attacks in the past didn't seem to be as magnificent as this one. Unfortunately, Hanju's golden Dharmakaya waved the 9-ringed monk's staff and hit the wishful staff. A huge force that Xiaohua had never encountered before came from the monk's staff. As soon as the wishful staff touched the 9-ringed monk's staff, it was immediately knocked away. A numb feeling came from Xiaohua's arm and instantly spread throughout his body. Xiaohua, even if you have innate divine strength, how can you compare to the strength of Bodhisattva Wanqian? Hanju laughed maniacally. I'm borrowing the power of the Buddha formation. How can a mere cultivator from the mortal world be my match? Xiaohua was speechless. He boasted that his divine strength was outstanding, but he had never thought of competing with tens of thousands of Buddhas. Now, looking at the wishful steel staff that had been knocked away, Xiaohua's heart was like dead ashes. Xiaohua, you accept your fate. Hanju said faintly. Your mission is only to bring your blood relative to me. Moreover, I will leave this child here until he can control this world, until he can become Buddha. I have always despised the idea of I control my fate and not the heavens. After all, human strength can't be compared to the heavens. However, you are not the heavens and I am not the earth. Although my fate is in the hands of the heavens are not you. Xiaohua sneered. Even if I die here, I will not bend my knees for you. If you don't bend your knees, who will? Hanju laughed. A huge force that Xiaohua was almost unable to resist came from the wishful Buddha. Xiaohua really couldn't resist it. With a plop, Xiaohua could no longer sit cross-legged. His whole body was about to fall to the ground. At this moment, Xiaohua supported himself with his arms and blocked the ground. Even a humble scholar would have to kneel before the combined might of so many people. Or nothing. Hanju laughed loudly. At the same time, the endless suction force was born. Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira jumped and jumped. A tearing force was born from the Naiwan palace, making Xiaohua feel incomparable pain. Alas, Xiaohua sighed slightly, and the projection of the Buddha Sarira came out from his Dharma eye. Hanju was stunned when he saw the projection of a 3-foot-long Buddha relic slowly and completely appear in the air. Furthermore, there was a grade 3 lotus throne under the feet of the Buddha relic. You. What's wrong with me? Xiaohua sneered, ignoring Hanju's astonishment. After all, he had seen this kind of astonishment many times. You actually cultivated a 3rd-grade lotus platform. Hanju said incredulously. How could you reach the Rugu realm today when the Buddhist sect was annihilated? Rugu realm? Xiaohua was stunned. But Hanju did not explain. Even if you are so arrogant. Oh, this old man seems to have remembered. Are you that nameless from the Imperial Thunder sect? So what if I am, and so what if I am not? Xiaohua did not answer and sneered. So what? You are all food in this old man's mouth. Hanju also sneered. The blood-red Buddha Sarira had grown more than 3 times in size, and it was thrown into the Buddha Dharma body again. Then a layer of blood red mixed with golden light flashed in the Dharma body, and a hurricane was thrown into the Dharma body again. The pressure around Xiaohua's body became even heavier, and Xiaohua's waist was almost bent over. So what if you have the exquisite leaf scripture? In this day and age when the Buddhist sect is in decline, what use can it be? Hanju laughed loudly and his fist and palm moved again, respectively attacking Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira projection. An indescribable tearing feeling came from Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira. Although Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira was still in his body, there were already signs of it collapsing. Humph! Xiaohua coldly snorted and asked, Hanju, you also want to devour my Sarira? Of course. Hanju said without hesitation, the future Buddha Lord's Sarira is precisely what this old man covets. This old man never thought that there would be such a day. This old man might also become the future Buddha Lord in the future. Following Hanju's answer, strands of Buddhist light in Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira disintegrated, and rushed towards the glaring golden light from where the huge force came from. At this time Xiaohua was really in a desperate situation. His Buddha Sarira also slowly danced, replacing his psychokinesis to form a Buddhist seal. Unfortunately, Hanju's psychokinesis was even stronger, and did not allow Xiaohua to do anything. Hanju laughed loudly. This is the Buddha formation, how can you be this old man's opponent? You should obediently give up. After saying that, the glaring golden light became even more dazzling, and wanted to take away the Buddha's brilliance. Following this Buddhist light, the glaring golden Vajra strode in front of Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira, and once again attacked Xiaohua with a palm and a fist. Hua! Like a receding tide, the projection could no longer hold on, and turned into strands of Buddhist light that flowed into the glaring golden Vajra's fist and palm. Following the disappearance of Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira projection, Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira also gradually collapsed, and this collapse began from the third-grade lotus platform under the Buddha Sarira. It was as if when refining the material was melted by true fire, and turned into balls of golden liquid that rushed into Hanju's Dharma body along with the glaring golden Vajra's fist and palm. And Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira still did not have any resistance. It seems that the Buddhist fire is somewhat abnormal. Xiaohua was extremely anxious. Only at this moment did he realize that although the Buddha relic was tightly sealed, the Buddha fire in his Buddha's heart was slowly burning. The faint golden threads in the Buddha fire were not restrained by the frost bamboos thousands of Buddha's psyche power. Or perhaps the golden threads in Buddhist fire could resist the psychokinesis of the outside world. Unfortunately, Xiaohua did not know how to use the Buddhist fire, nor did he know what the golden threads were. Psychokinesis. Seeing that the third-grade lotus platform was gone and 30% of the Buddha Sarira had disappeared, Xiaohua simply did not have any power to fight back under the boundless psychokinesis of the Buddha and the glaring golden Vajra. Seeing that Hanju was about to absorb the Buddha Sarira, Xiaohua suddenly thought of the power of faith that Juxia mentioned. Psychokinesis. Isn't that the power of faith? Since he thought of the power of faith, Xiaohua also thought of the soul technique of Meng Mountain. Seeing that Xiaohua did not have any power to fight back, Hanju was somewhat pleased with himself. This Futu Buddha formation is a powerful method that the Buddhist sect uses to exterminate the Taoist sect. Not to mention a mere foundation establishment cultivator like you, even if a nascent soul cultivator came here, they would only be killed by this old man. Unfortunately, this old man's cultivation is still shallow, and it's impossible for me to invite a nascent soul cultivator here. Once this old man has raised this child up, then, boom. Right at this moment, seeing that Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira was about to completely flow into the glaring golden Vajra's avatar, streaks of dark green light surged out from between Xiaohua's brows. These streaks of light were like fish swimming under the heavy pressure of the psychokinesis, occasionally letting out thunderous sounds. In the blink of an eye, these green streaks of light gathered together, and a fist-sized green seal script was smoothly formed. An incomparable thunderous sound came from the green seal script. Immediately after, waves of lightning and thunder appeared out of nowhere, surrounding the entire dilapidated main hall of Jialon Temple. How can there be heavenly lightning here? Hanju turned pale with fright. At the same time he looked at Xiaohua, whose body was flashing with dark green light. How can you attract lightning in this Futu Buddha formation? Hanju had been scheming since the Feather Immortal Assembly, so how could he not know everything about Xiaohua? Hanju knew all the methods that Xiaohua had revealed. That lightning attraction technique was also within Hanju's calculations. However, he was confident that Xiaohua would not be able to obtain any spiritual energy of heaven and earth within this Buddhist formation, much less attract any heavenly lightning. Unfortunately, Hanju did not know that Xiaohua had a new encounter in Million Man Mountain. Xiaohua's lightning flashes and thunder rolls were unleashed, and thousands of lightning bolts surrounded the entire main hall of Jiawan Temple. When the lightning bolts rushed into Hanju's glaring golden Vajra's avatar, they also affected Hanju's connection with the Futu Buddha formation. The unceasing flow of psychokinesis could no longer be as smooth as before. Chapter 3089. Not good. Hanju had naturally sensed the power of these lightning bolts. He was shocked and hurriedly urged the Vajra's Dharma body. He could no longer absorb Xiaohua's Buddha's Saraira. He waved the nine-ringed monk staff and smashed it towards Xiaohua's body. Right now, the only thing they could do was to destroy Xiaohua's physical body. Only then would they be able to stop the lightning from falling. Fight. Xiaohua's wishful staff had now been knocked away. His body could not move at will. He could only wave his hand and take out another mace from the space with difficulty. He used both of his arms to meet the mountain-like nine-ringed monk's staff. Boom, there was a loud noise. It was the sound of the monk's staff hitting the mace. It was also the sound of thousands of lightning bolts hitting Hanju's Vajra's Dharma body. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream came from Hanju's Vajra's Vajra Dharma body. Xiaohua's arms were also greatly shocked. The mace was actually broken into two and flew to both sides of the hall. Although Xiaohua's body was extremely uncomfortable from the shock, Xiaohua's heart was also very calm. Xiaohua's Buddha's Saraira had experienced a lightning tribulation before. Although each lightning tribulation would destroy the Saraira, he could use the heavenly thunder to reform it. When he used the lightning flash and thunder roll technique, he was really a little nervous. He was afraid that not only would he not be able to kill Hanju with the heavenly thunder, but he would also be helping him. But since Hanju was screaming like this, even if his Dharma body could be reborn, he could take advantage of this opportunity to resist again. After the lightning bolts, Hanju's Vajra Dharma body was riddled with holes. His angry face showed a painful expression. However, the endless mind power rushed over and quickly repaired the Vajra Dharma body at a speed visible to the naked eye. As for Frost Bamboo's body, it was still sitting there. Its thick eyebrows were trembling slightly. Although there was a hint of astonishment in its eyes, Frost Bamboo's body emitted a faint Buddhistic glow that blocked the lightning outside even though the lightning bolt had struck Frost Bamboo. Needless to say, Hanju's body must be wearing some kind of lightning-repelling magic tool. Hanju was dealing with Xiaohua. It could be said that he was trying his best. Boom, how could Xiaohua give Hanju a chance to breathe? The soul strands danced in the air, and the two green seal characters of thunder and lightning emerged one after another. Fortunately, before Xiaohua left Million Meng Mountains, he had performed the art of traveling clouds and summoning rain in front of Elder Wu of Hutu Stockade. As a result, he was able to control the art of thunder and lightning with ease. Rumble, rumble. Endless flashes of lightning flickered with heavenly might as they emerged from the void of Jiawan Temple's grand hall. They were like swords of the heavens that pierced into the enraged Vajra Dharma body. Although the enraged Vajra Dharma body waved its nine-ringed monk staff in an attempt to block the lightning, the enraged Vajra Dharma body was as thin as a sheet of paper after a few waves of lightning that were denser than the falling rain. Moreover, as Hanju screamed, a blurry avatar separated itself from the glaring Vajra avatar and descended towards Hanju's body. "You want to leave?" Xiaohua sneered. His figure suddenly disappeared along with the lightning. When he reappeared, he was right next to the wishful steel rod. Xiaohua was now close to the level of imperial thunder and could already use the lightning to escape. Even in this Buddhist formation, he had the ability to escape for a while. Hit. Xiaohua took the wishful steel rod and escaped into the lightning again. His figure appeared behind the enraged Vajra Dharma body. With a roar, he raised the rod and hit Hanju's body. Hanju sneered. Although he was in a hurry, he was not too flustered. He stood up and urged the enraged Vajra Dharma body to block Xiaohua's wishful steel rod. His hands formed a Buddhist seal and flipped in mid-air. Dang. The sound of a bell rose into the sky. It was extremely crisp in the midst of thousands of lightning strikes. When Xiaohua heard the sound of the bell, he immediately felt weak and numb. He could not even hold the wishful steel rod and fell from midair. Ignorant child. How do you know the methods of the Buddhist sect? Hanju sneered. He was originally pleased with himself, but at this moment, with a whoosh, the water bottle in Xiaohua's Buddha relic's hand finally poured out under the pressure of the thousands of Buddha's psyche force like a jade spring. Innate primordial water? Hanju was shocked. How do you have so much innate primordial water? However, although the innate primordial water was extremely powerful and scattered the enraged Vajra Dharma body that did not fall into Hanju's body, it rushed to Hanju's body and blocked the innate primordial water with a faint Buddhist light. The innate primordial water, which was invincible and could melt everything, could not corrode Hanju's defensive Buddhist light. Hanju's expression changed instantly, but when he saw the situation he laughed again. He looked at Xiaohua who had fallen and said, Xiaohua, your skills are so poor. Give the Buddha Sarira to this old man. Is it that simple? Xiaohua was also shocked. He was really impressed by the means of the Buddhist sect, but his face was still calm as he said lightly. What other means do you have? Hanju raised his eyebrows a little puzzled. I'll let you see my power today. As Xiaohua spoke he slapped his hand and the sword gourd flew out. He formed a sword seal and pointed his finger. 2 red and green sword lights flew out. How can you move? Hanju turned pale with fright. And you can use magic power? Hanju naturally did not know that Xiaohua was using a sword. He only thought it was a Taoist Dharma treasure. But even a sword cultivator's sword could not be used here. However, when Hanju looked up, his expression changed again. He saw that he and Xiaohua were only a few dozen feet apart. It was completely covered by the innate primordial water. The Buddha formation he was so proud of had already been isolated by Xiaohua's innate primordial water. Even if it's a competition of Taoist Dharma cultivation, do you think this old man is afraid of you? Hanju looked at the sword light that seemed slow but was actually fast. He laughed coldly. Unfortunately, before he could laugh, the spirit-slaying origin light suddenly sped up. It was even faster than lightning and suddenly rushed to Hanju's neck. Hanju was shocked once again. The Buddha's light around his body shone brightly, trying to block the 2 beams of spirit execution vital light. However, the spirit execution vital light was slowed down by the Buddha's light and couldn't break through. At this time the innate primordial water let out a mooing sound. It was actually the Buddha formation attacking the innate primordial water. The space around Xiaohua and Hanju quickly shrank. Xiaohua did not hesitate. He opened his mouth again and a wisp of spiritual fire entered the air. In the blink of an eye, it appeared under the spirit-slaying vital light. With a soft sound, the 2 spirit-slaying vital lights turned slightly and instantly rushed through the gap in the Buddha light that was burned by the spiritual fire and rushed into Hanju's neck. Puff, with another soft sound, Hanju's head flew into the air with an incredulous expression. His blood also spurted out several feet. Boom. At the same time, the innate primordial water was unexpectedly destroyed by the Buddha formation. Countless water splashed everywhere. However, after Hanju was destroyed by Xiaohua's spirit-slaying vital light, the heavy pressure of the Buddha sect's psychokinesis quickly receded like the ebbing tide. Just a hair's breadth away. How thrilling! Xiaohua was pushed down by the psychokinesis pressure again. He fell into the messy main hall and somewhat didn't want to get up. Exhausted, he swept his gaze around and sighed with emotion. This Hanju, although he only has a golden core cultivation, his preparations were too ample. If I didn't use the innate primordial water to isolate the Buddha sect and use the spirit-slaying vital light and spiritual fire in time, even if I had the strength of a nascent soul, I'm afraid I would have died in his hands today. Then Xiaohua lazily sat there and looked at the destroyed Buddha statue. He was secretly surprised. The Buddha sect's methods were not any worse than the Tao sect's. How could they be completely destroyed by the Tao sect? Moreover, Xiaohua now somewhat understood. The ruins of the Buddha sect. It wasn't that the Tao sect didn't know about it and didn't intend to leave it here. Instead, the Tao sect's cultivators didn't dare to casually enter and were unable to completely destroy it. After resting for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Xiaohua stopped his wild thoughts. He stood up and helplessly looked at Zhonglur, who was sitting there. At that time Xiaohua and Hanju both had some reservations and avoided Zhonglure. That mountain-like psychokinesis pressure seemed to have no effect on the silent Zhonglure. Therefore Zhonglure wasn't affected at all. This child sigh. Xiaohua bitterly smiled. After a long time Hanju still didn't have a way to awaken her. He only used her as bait to trick me. I still have to think of a way. But that's right, Hanju was the only Buddhist expert that Xiaohua knew of. Even the 6 Buddhist disciples that came later, Xiaohua had never seen their faces until they died. Where would Xiaohua go to find Buddhist disciples? Xiaohua tidied up the mess in the Jialan Temple's main hall. He put away Hanju's saraira, small golden bell 9-ringed monk staff, and the kasaya wrapped around Hanju's corpse into his space. Then he took Hanju's storage pouch and used a wisp of true samadhi fire to destroy Hanju's corpse. Xiaohua even stomped his feet at the place where Hanju's corpse turned into powder. Hanju was truly too sinister. He acted like a kind elder but secretly plotted to kill Xiaohua. Xiaohua, who had been through many schemes, didn't notice anything fishy until the end. Now that he thought about it, Xiaohua felt a lingering fear. Then Xiaohua looked at his Buddha saraira that was more than half damaged. He didn't even have the heart to repair it. Hanju's blood saraira. Xiaohua didn't dare to use it before he figured out the details. He was really afraid that Hanju had left behind a backup plan. There were many things in Hanju's storage pouch. Xiaohua looked at most of the jade slips and threw them to the side. He didn't care about any magic tools or treasures. He only picked up the golden bell and the jade slips that recorded Buddhist secrets. After flipping through the jade slips for several days, Xiaohua finally sighed and pulled his divine sense out of a shabby jade slip. Seeing that there was nothing around him, he waved his hand and put away the jade slip. Chapter 3090. Just as Hanju said, Xiaohua didn't find any information about the Buddhist sect's ruins in Hanju's storage pouch. There was only the Buddha formation near the reclining Buddha mountain. Furthermore, Xiaohua had also found Frost Bamboo's glaring Vajra Heart Sutra from the Golden Puppets. Although this Heart Sutra also required gradual cultivation steps, it also had a quick-speed Heart Sutra of devouring relics. The Golden Puppets even clearly stated that the glaring Vajra Heart Sutra was originally a Buddhist sect's Dharma protector. Hanju's other golden stallions were also beneficial to Xiaohua's Buddhist sect cultivation. However, Xiaohua didn't have any use for them now. After roughly looking through the contents, he accepted them. That's strange. Xiaohua took out Qin Mingwei's jade slip and looked at it for a long time with a frown. Then he pinched his chin and looked at the completely shattered Buddha statue and the stone wall in the distance. According to Qin Mingwei's jade slip, there isn't any entrance. However, the distance from here to the reclining Buddha mountain is the same. Xiaohua thought in bewilderment. Why did Hanju's place become a Buddha formation? Or perhaps, is this Buddha formation the ruins that Qin Mingwei mentioned? If I want to enter the Buddhist sect's ruins, do I have to break through this Buddha formation? But since that's the case, what Qin Mingwei and Hanju saw, it should be the same. Why is Qin Mingwei's record different? Or perhaps the same part is in Jin Xie's jade slip? Unfortunately, I don't have Jin Xie's jade slip. What should I do? Xiaohua had the intention to leave this Buddhist formation now and stay far away from this place that almost took his life. However, when he thought of Zhonglure in the space and his incomplete exquisite leaf sutra, he still had to stay here and think of a way to find the location of the ruins that Qin Mingwei and Jin Xie had mentioned. He was afraid that only there would be the real golden centipede and the real way to awaken Zhonglure. Now, I should first practice the method to control this Buddha formation, right? Thinking of Hanju's 9 rings monk staff when he first entered the Buddha formation, Xiaohua felt that he already had an idea. Xiaohua took out the golden rune related to the Buddha formation and released his Buddhist sense. A golden light appeared and a page with golden rune written on it appeared in Xiaohua's Buddhist sense. After a few more days, the golden eye within Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness slowly turned. Fortunately, the 2 arms of the tattered Buddha relic were still intact. The Buddhist seals on the arms slowly danced. Along with these Buddhist seals, the 9 rings monk staff in midair also gradually emitted a faint Buddhist aura along with the Buddhist seals. Come at the end, Xiaohua's Buddha relic's hands formed a Buddhist seal and hit the nine-ringed monk's staff. The monk's staff emitted an extremely strong Buddhist light and slowly fell into the relic's hands. Wu. As Xiaohua waved the nine-ringed monk's staff, a gust of wind appeared around the Jialan temple. The telekinesis of the tens of thousands of Buddhas under Han Zhu's control came again and quickly repaired Xiaohua's Buddha relic. In just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the entire Buddha relic was back to how it was before. Moreover, under the telekinesis, Xiaohua's exquisite leaf sutra, which had been stagnant for a long time, was once again pushed forward. The fourth-rank lotus platform slowly appeared. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He knew that the previous battle and the damage to the Buddha relic was about to be reborn. He hurriedly closed his eyes and the exquisite leaf sutra slowly flowed. The Buddha relic also flashed with a brilliant Buddhist aura and gradually grew to 4 feet. After a few days, Xiaohua's Buddha relic grew to a certain extent and could no longer grow. The monk's staff in the relic's hand was thrown away. Swordsman. As the relic's hands formed a seal, he spat out a golden word. That golden word was like the full-force attack of a golden core cultivator and rushed towards the back wall of the Jialan temple. Boom! With a loud sound, countless Sanskrit and golden inscriptions appeared on the stone wall. The entire stone wall was shattered by Xiaohua's fourth Buddhist divine ability. Damn it, this fourth divine ability is actually a demon-subduing technique. Xiaohua looked at the Buddha relic that was somewhat dimming with Buddhist light. He was both surprised and pleasantly surprised. What surprised him was that Buddhism's methods were indeed impressive. His mantra was comparable to a golden core cultivator's attack. How could Buddhism be inferior to Taoism? What pleasantly surprised him was that the 9 runes mantra wasn't just a useless method of transcendence or soul summoning. In the future there would be 5 more mantras. There would definitely be other surprises left for him. This was an unknown surprise, and it was exactly what Xiaohua was looking forward to. The stone wall was damaged, but Xiaohua's Buddha relic was also repaired perfectly. In fact, Xiaohua was surprised at the first moment. To be honest, with the willpower of tens of thousands of Buddhas, what kind of relic couldn't he cultivate? Why would he need to go against heaven and reason and devour other people's relic? However, Xiaohua was only surprised for a moment. Then he understood in his heart that the most important thing wasn't the environment, but the cultivation method to practice. His cultivation method, Jiang Luer's cultivation method, Han Zhu's cultivation method, and even the cultivation methods of the other 6 people. The moment he obtained the cultivation method, all of his fates had already been determined. It wasn't up to him to choose. Go! Xiaohua's Buddha relic's Buddhist seal flipped, and the 9-ringed monk's staff flew to Xiaohua's feet and transformed into a mast. Xiaohua stepped on it, and the mast rushed toward the back wall of Jialan temple. When it flew out of Jialan temple, it was really as Xiaohua had seen before. It was another pagoda path, and this pagoda path was extremely long. The end of the pagoda path was another dilapidated temple, but Xiaohua didn't know the name of this temple. Rise! Xiaohua didn't land on the pagoda path, but the Buddha relic once again activated the 9-ringed monk's staff. His entire body flew high, crossing the entire pagoda path, crossing the temple and ascending to the top of the Buddhist sect. Thus, all of the temples, all of the dilapidated structures were in Xiaohua's eyes. Great Pagoda Formation. 10,000 Cultivation Pagoda Formation. At this time, Xiaohua had roughly understood the power of this Buddhist formation. He couldn't help but sigh slightly and released his Buddhist sense again. Xiaohua's Buddhist sense was unknown how many times stronger than Han Zhu's. It gradually permeated every corner of the pagoda formation like sweet dew. Xiaohua closed his eyes, looking solemn. The Buddhist light around his body rippled like the sun. After the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua raised his eyebrows, looked in a direction and said with a smile, "Looks like this Xiao's idea is correct. There's something strange about this Buddhist formation. That Han Zhu, he was really ignorant. He missed such an opportunity for nothing." Immediately after, Xiaohua's relic activated the 9-ringed monk's staff. The 9 rings on the staff rushed toward 9 directions of the Buddhist sect. The entire Buddhist sect flickered with endless ripples, like the ripples on the surface of a lake. Under these ripples, a layer of images was revealed. As the entire image was revealed, an extremely powerful suction force appeared somewhere on the pagoda path. At the same time, a series of Buddhist chants rang out. Xiaohua's body and his relic were unable to resist and were sucked in. Thousands of illusions appeared as if he had experienced dozens of worlds. Xiaohua's eyes flickered slightly, and when he looked again, everything had changed. The ruined temple had disappeared, and the pagoda path in front of the temple had also disappeared. In its place were tens of thousands of broken Buddha statues. These Buddha statues were different from the Buddha statues in the previous temple. Each Buddha statue was independent, and each Buddha statue had broken limbs. Some were completely collapsed and some were crooked and collapsed. At the same time, each Buddha statue was filled with compassion and compassion. Each Buddha statue was like a world of its own. Xiaohua unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes were filled with death, destruction, decadence, and despair. However, these tens of thousands of Buddha statues were like tens of thousands of sprouts. Each of them emitted a kind of vitality, and when these tens of thousands of vitality gathered together, it was an indescribable brand new 10,000 Buddha diagram. Xiaohua's voice, which was close to a groan, came out from his throat. He already understood that under the incomparably powerful Great Pagoda formation, the destroyed Buddhist sect was the sprout of another Buddhist sect. This was the 10,000 Buddha diagram. The forms of tens of thousands of Buddhas, the comprehension of tens of thousands of Buddhas becoming Buddhas. It was an existence comparable to the 3,000 great Taoists of the Tao sect. What Jin Xie and Qin Mingwei saw was precisely this 10,000 Buddha diagram. Unfortunately, they didn't understand the meaning of the entire 10,000 Buddha diagram. Or perhaps they didn't know that this 10,000 Buddha diagram was the sprouts left behind after the Buddhist sect was destroyed. Therefore they eagerly hoped for even more Buddhist sect divine abilities, and instead gave up on the final great Tao. Xiaohua sneered. Moreover, that frost bamboo seemed to have fallen into the pagoda formation from the very beginning, which was in line with his glaring Vajraheart technique. He could only fall into the minor Tao of the Buddhist sect's protector, and could never fall into the great Tao of the 10,000 Buddha diagram. At this point, how could Xiaohua not know that the great Tao to the heavens was already in front of his eyes? He released his Buddhist consciousness again, and even the Buddha Sarira fell into the 10,000 Buddha diagram. At this moment, Xiaohua didn't dare to extravagantly hope that he could comprehend any of the Buddha statues and comprehend the Buddha's realm. He only wanted to take this 10,000 Buddha diagram for his own use. Unfortunately, even though the Buddha Sarira was released, the 10,000 Buddha diagram didn't have any reaction in the end. What should I do? Xiaohua slightly frowned. After thinking for a moment, the Buddha Sarira once again chanted the 9 syllables of truth. The 4 syllables of truth, Lin, Bing, Do, and Zhu, rushed into the 10,000 Buddha diagram one after another. As these syllables fell into the 10,000 Buddha diagram, the entire 10,000 Buddha diagram began to flicker with a faint Buddhist light. Excellent, Xiaohua was overjoyed. He understood that his probing was effective, so he was even more generous with his Buddhist consciousness and psychokinesis to send the 9 syllables of truth into the 10,000 Buddha diagram, one after another. Rumble, after an unknown amount of time, the entire 10,000 Buddha diagram seemed to be floating like a picture. The tens of thousands of tattered Buddha statues began to move. Waves of vibrations comparable to the Great Tao emerged from the 10,000 Buddha diagram, and they converged and rushed into Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira. Chapter 3091. Boom. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the entire Buddha Sarira was completely obliterated by the fluctuations in just a moment. There was almost no resistance, and Xiaohua couldn't put up any resistance. At the same time, in the Buddha Sarira, where the mud pill palace was located, the Buddhist light rippled outside the seal. It was more dazzling than the aurora or the 7 colors, and a small Buddha Sarira began to slowly condense again. The psychokinesis of the tens of thousands of Buddhas that had previously disappeared was engulfed in all directions again. The entire Buddha Sarira seemed to be inflated, An indescribable feeling even more wonderful than Xiaohua's comprehension of the way of the heavens, slowly filled the Buddha Sarira. And the moment the Buddha Sarira condensed, the 10,000 Buddhas painting flew out from under the Futu Buddhist sect like a scroll, rushed to the outside of Xiaohua's Sarira, and wrapped around it, turning into a kasaya. This kasaya was faintly discernible and not substantial. The tens of thousands of different Buddha statues turned into wisps of Buddhist light that flowed outside the Sarira. It was this Buddhist light that made up the entire kasaya. What was special was that these seemingly extremely damaged Buddha statues actually changed slightly as they flowed outside the Buddha Sarira. Although this change was minuscule, Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness was able to feel it. The Buddhist sect left this 10,000 Buddhas painting to find an heir to the Buddhist sect. And the exquisite leaf scripture that I cultivate is exactly what Hanju said, the Sarira of the future Buddha Lord. Won't this 10,000 Buddhas painting immediately recognize me as its master? Xiaohua was proud, but when his Buddhist sense looked at the original 10,000 Buddhas painting again, he couldn't help but be stunned. The tens of thousands of worn-out Buddha statues were still there, and they didn't disappear just because Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira had the 10,000 Buddhas. There was no such thing as the 10,000 Buddhas painting recognizing Xiaohua as its master. However, the current 10,000 Buddhas painting was different from before. It was like a layer of slow-flowing waves, and a layer of hazy images appeared under this flow. Damn it, what are you doing? Xiaohua was a little confused by these methods, and then he urged the 9-ringed monk staff to rush into the flow of the 10,000 Buddhas painting. Whoosh, a sound like the sound of water rang in Xiaohua's ears. Xiaohua's figure fell under the 10,000 Buddha painting. As the 10,000 Buddha painting disappeared, a completely dilapidated building appeared under the 10,000 Buddha painting. These buildings were very similar to the 480 temples, but upon closer inspection they were completely different. This was the true Buddhist sect ruins. Sigh. Xiaohua looked at the Buddhist Sarira wrapped in a layer of specious kasaya, then at the 10,000 Buddhas diagram above his head. Finally, at the real Buddhist ruins he couldn't help but sigh. The Buddhist sect's methods are indeed profound. Presumably, countless Taoist sect cultivators have fallen on the Buddha path, and countless Buddhist sects arhats have fallen in the 10,000 Buddhas diagram. What 10,000 Buddhas is Buddha sect? S10. S Buddhas. Even people as strong as Qin Mingwei and Zhen Xia could only observe the small details, and didn't know the overall situation. In the end, they fell into the so-called Buddhist sect ruins and could no longer escape. The Buddhist sect ruins they were talking about should be the 10,000 Buddhas painting. Because they didn't have the Buddha Sarira, they couldn't open the 10,000 Buddhas painting. And the exquisite leaf sutra and the exquisite derivation pagoda they obtained became the proof for me to become the future Lord Buddha. As for the exquisite leaf sutra and the exquisite derivation pagoda, the Buddhas of Buddha sect deliberately left them on the 10,000 Buddhas painting, or even on the Buddha path wanting to leave behind their inheritance. As for the nascent soul masters and spirit-severing masters, they probably knew that they couldn't defeat the 10,000 Buddhas' mental power, so they didn't dare to enter. This is why the Buddhist sect ruins have always been a legend, and it has been passed down until now. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the thousands of ruins and he said with some sadness, "These ruins. I'm afraid they are the real ruins and not some illusion." Before the Buddhas of Buddha sect died, they gathered the divine abilities of many Buddhas and moved the thousands of ruins of the Dawn Rain continent here. Making them into such ruins, the Dawn Rain continent no longer has the thousands of temples, thousands of Buddha statues, and thousands of mental power from the Buddhist sect's time of prosperity. The divine abilities of Buddha sect are nothing more than this. Unfortunately, Xiaohua still underestimated the divine abilities of Buddha sect's Buddhas. When his Buddhist sense overlooked the entire Buddhist sect ruins like a bird's eye view, another powerful force swept out from somewhere in the ruins. Xiaohua didn't have any chance to resist, and with just a thought he fell into a mysterious place that even spirit-severing cultivators couldn't detect. Xiaohua only felt a strong force holding him, and this force wasn't something he could resist. His entire body rapidly fell and some light flashed before his eyes and his body stopped again. When he looked up he couldn't help but be dumbstruck. The Meru Mountain? 3,000 great worlds? What that bastard Hanju said was actually true? In front of Xiaohua was an incomparably huge mountain. The top and bottom of the mountain were relatively thick, and only the middle was relatively thin like a lampstand. Below the mountain was a boundless sea of blood. In the sea of blood there were bones, skeletons, and completely tiny monsters. It was no different from the sea of bitterness Xiaohua saw on the pagoda path. Looking at Mt. Meru again, the Buddhist light lingered and he couldn't see the specifics clearly. The faint Buddhist sound entered his ears, and the dang-dang of a wooden fish was slowly knocked. It was a scene of peace and bliss. Excellent, Xiaohua couldn't help but put his palms together, and a kind of piety arose from his heart. Phew, just as Xiaohua was piously bowing, he saw a Buddhist light rush out from Tusita heaven on Mt. Meru like a rainbow, and it landed at Xiaohua's feet. Amitabha. Another compassionate Buddhist chant came from Tusita heaven, and along with this Buddhist chant, countless sounds came from all over Mt. Meru. It was as if before Xiaohua came, Mt. Meru was asleep and Xiaohua's arrival awakened it. No way. Xiaohua was surprised. Could it be that on Mt. Meru, there is still a living Buddha? And there is more than one Buddha? Just as the doubt in his heart arose, the Buddhist light brought Xiaohua's figure to the top of Mt. Meru. Sure enough, the Buddhist sect's methods were meticulous. Xiaohua's figure moved and immediately heavenly flowers fell from the sky around him. Faint Sanskrit sounds could be heard and countless celestial beings were also born. Each of them was vivid and lifelike illusions. Xiaohua's vision blurred and he was already in front of a tall Buddha statue. With Xiaohua's current cultivation he didn't even realize how he came here. His mind was still in the illusion from before. However, Xiaohua didn't have time to think about it. He hurriedly put his palms together and bowed. Disciple. Xiaohua greets the Buddha Lord. The Buddha statue flashed with Buddhist light. It was very tall and the top couldn't be seen at a glance, and it was also impossible to see the face of the Buddha statue. But whether it was Xiaohua's first glance or the moment he bowed, the Buddha statue was reflected in Xiaohua's eyes. This Buddha statue was exactly the same as Xiaohua's Buddha relic. The ears were over the shoulder, the face was compassionate, and the arms were at the shoulder level. One hand pointed to the sky and the other pointed to the earth. In Xiaohua's eyes, the compassionate face was somewhat similar to his own appearance. Furthermore, behind the head of the Buddha statue, there was a round mirror-like surface. The surroundings of this mirror were burning with orange karmic fire, and the Buddhist light in the mirror was overflowing. It was as if there were thousands of worlds and thousands of fairies and heavenly flowers. Xiaohua bowed and didn't dare to raise his head, quietly waiting for the Buddha Lord's instructions. Another half a cup of tea's worth of time passed, but he didn't hear any reply. Instead, the rhythmic sound of the wooden fish and the chanting of sutras from before gradually became softer, and even disappeared. Only then did Xiaohua slowly raise his head. That Buddha statue was still a Buddha statue like a high mountain, giving off the feeling of looking up to a high mountain. But at the same time Xiaohua's Buddha relic gave off an eager feeling. If Xiaohua's Buddha relic didn't have a Naiwan palace, perhaps it would have already jumped out of Xiaohua's body, right? Xiaohua's heart was moved, and he hurriedly projected the Buddha relic in front of Xiaohua through the swastika character between his eyebrows. The moment the Buddha relic projection appeared, a golden light was projected from the mirror behind the Buddha statue's head, and this golden light covered the entire projection. Xiaohua's exquisite leaf sutra was originally incomplete, and this Buddha relic was also incomplete. But in this golden light, all the flaws in the projection were slowly mended. Of course, this kind of mending wasn't a complete mending but a kind of outline. The outline of the Buddha relic projection was completely mended. In contrast, the Buddha relic in Xiaohua's body was also miraculously mended, just like when the Buddha relic was released from the body. Many thanks, Buddha Lord. Xiaohua was overjoyed and he bowed to express his thanks. But at this time Xiaohua's heart was moved again, and with a wave of his hand, the exquisite pagoda flew out and landed in the other hand of the Buddha relic. Dang dang. A few more bell sounds came from the mirror behind the Buddha Lord's head, and 2 more golden lights were emitted from it, landing on the clear water bottle and the exquisite pagoda. After the golden light passed, the broken clear water bottle not only recovered, but it also emitted a faint Buddha light. But the willow branch in the clear water bottle still didn't move. What surprised Xiaohua the most was that the exquisite pagoda was also completely mended. Above the empty grooves except for the last 3 grooves on the topmost layer, everything else had been mended. Excellent, Xiaohua was really satisfied. He had been searching for these gold leaves for many years, but he didn't have any clues. He didn't expect to find so many in the ruins of the Buddhist sect. However, he was slightly cursing in his heart. If he didn't find more gold leaves, would he still be able to replenish them in the ruins of the Buddhist sect? Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes turned again, and he put away the clear water bottle and the exquisite pagoda. Then he took out the kasaya, the 9-ringed monk's staff, and the small golden bell he obtained from the frost bamboo. Chapter 3092. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, this time it wasn't as straightforward as before. After a while 4 golden lights fell. In addition to the Buddhist light on the kasaya, the 9-ringed monk's staff and the small golden bell, there was also a golden puppet in front of Xiaohua. It seemed to be even more stingy than Xiaohua. Many thanks, Buddha Lord. Xiaohua was very happy. His greedy little plan was finally satisfied by this Buddha Lord. He hurriedly waved his hand and put away the Buddhist artifacts, as well as the golden puppet and the Buddha's Sarira projection that he didn't have time to check. Then he took Zhang Luer out of the space, bowed and said, "This is the Bodhisattva who is fated with our Buddha. Buddha Lord, please be merciful and wake her up." Unexpectedly, as soon as Zhang Luer came out, a huge bell rang from outside the Tusita heaven. It was as if there was a big movement on Mount Meru. Not only did the Tusita heaven tremble, but even Mount Meru shook a little. Then a strong golden light came out of the mirror behind the Buddha statue's head, enveloping Xiaohua and Zhang Luer. The golden light was trembling extremely, as if the Buddha Lord was angry at Xiaohua's insatiable greed. Then a faint suction force came out of the golden light, and Xiaohua and Zhang Luer's figures slowly fell into the mirror. That's right. At this time Xiaohua suddenly realized. Zhang Luer is practicing the Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra, not the Exquisite Leaf Sutra. I'm afraid the corresponding Buddha Lord is not this one, right? This bell should be to send Zhang Luer to another Buddha Lord, right? Thinking of this, Xiaohua didn't resist the suction force. He pulled with his hand and it was Zhang Luer's arm. When the 2 of them fell into the mirror at the same time, Xiaohua's eyes darkened slightly. Then countless thunderclaps sounded and endless rain fell on his body. What layer of sky is this? There's wind and rain? Xiaohua was stunned. The golden light protecting his body involuntarily spread out, protecting Zhang Luer. But at this time Xiaohua was shocked again. Not good. On Mount Meru. How can I use the Dao Sect's magic? At the same time he had an extremely bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, when Xiaohua released his divine sense and saw the thousands of mountains around him, as well as the rolling thunderclouds and earth-shattering rain above the mountains, Xiaohua's heart turned cold. Xiaohua had already been sent out of the Buddhist sect ruins. How can this work? Xiaohua is dumbfounded. This Xiao is going to the Buddhist ruins. Isn't it to wake Zhang Luer up? How can we go back empty-handed? Just now, was it this Xiao's greed that made the Buddha Lord angry? Thinking of his actions just now, Xiaohua was very regretful. Almost without thinking he hurriedly sent Zhang Luer into the space again. He released his Buddhist awareness, trying his best to find his location and the location of the reclining Buddha mountain so that he could enter the Buddhist sect again. He had already decided that this time he would no longer take out any Buddhist tools or golden puppets. He wanted to take Zhang Luer out of the space and place her in front of the Buddha Lord. Unfortunately, the night was dark and the rain was heavy. Even with his Buddhist awareness, Xiaohua couldn't find any trace of the reclining Buddha mountain in this unfamiliar place. This Xiao knows where the reclining Buddha mountain is. I just need to find a cultivator and ask, won't that be enough? Xiaohua thought to himself. After roughly looking around, he hurriedly flew in a certain direction. An hour passed. Xiaohua didn't see any figures nor did he see anything else. In front of him, apart from the night, there was only the rain. The night seemed endless and the rain also seemed endless. This made Xiaohua's heart more and more anxious and more uneasy. Gotcha. Just as Xiaohua was hurriedly flying away, a bolt of lightning as thick as the mouth of a bowl streaked across the sky, illuminating the dark night for several kilometers to the left. Xiaohua's tall, thin and anxious figure impressively appeared in midair. Xiaohua? Two exceptionally surprised voices came from the edge of the light. Immediately after, two powerful divine senses rushed over like a wave, sweeping past Xiaohua and immediately locking onto him. Who is it? Xiaohua was originally feeling ashamed, angry and regretful. He was about to use the lightning escape technique in this lightning, but unexpectedly he heard a soft voice within the sound of thunder. At the same time he was astonished and at the same time his divine sense swept out. Boom. When Xiaohua's divine sense came into contact with the other party's seemingly solid divine sense, it was immediately repelled. Even Xiaohua's mind was roaring. Nascent soul cultivator. Xiaohua immediately understood his situation. Moreover, those two divine senses firmly locked onto him. How could there be any good things waiting for him? An incomparable fear immediately emerged from Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua didn't even think about it. Lightning flashed around his body, and he immediately used the Imperial Thunder Guard, wanting to escape. Unfortunately, no matter how high Xiaohua's cultivation was, no matter how fast his lightning escape technique was, he was now very close to the two nascent soul cultivators. The two nascent soul cultivators turned into rainbows a few li away, and at the same time they rubbed their hands together. Countless silver rays fell into the air and then disappeared. Xiaohua had just urged his magic power, but he felt that the surrounding space was already imprisoned by magic power. It was the same as when he was imprisoned by the thousands of frost bamboo Buddha's divine sense in Jialan Temple. Granny, I just left the wolf's mouth and entered the tiger's den. Xiaohua's teeth creaked as he anxiously thought, how can I live like this? Roar. Xiaohua knew that in the face of two nascent soul cultivators, he couldn't have any slack. He roared to boost his courage and took out the wishful staff. The dragon transformation art and celestial body bestowment technique in his body began to revolve. His golden core was also agitated. True essence rushed into his meridians like a flood bursting a dam, and wisps of heaven and earth spiritual energy also poured into his body from the surface of his body. Open. Xiaohua let out a roar. This full-strength staff really broke the imprisonment of the two nascent soul cultivators. Xiaohua didn't even look back as he fled into the distance. He only flew a few zhang when a powerful force was born in front of him. It was like an incomparably tall giant wall blocking Xiaohua's front. Xiaohua crashed into it and the brilliance of his whole body shone brightly. He couldn't move even half a step. Whoosh! A wisp of crimson spiritual fire flew out of Xiaohua's mouth like a silk thread, and in a moment, it burned through the giant wall that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Xiaohua's divine sense swept out, and his body was like a gust of wind, passing through the spiritual fire and rushing into the distance. The Xiaohua is indeed powerful. Needless to say, the two mid-nascent soul stage cultivators chasing after Xiaohua were naturally Taoist Du Yi and Shan Xingzi. When Taoist Du Yi saw his spell being defeated, he was alarmed and said with some surprise, this is a nascent soul nameless. Shan Xingzi didn't find it strange, otherwise our master wouldn't have let us take action. That's right. Taoist Du Yi nodded, but at the same time he cried out in alarm, not good. Taoist Shan Xingzi, let's take turns casting magic. We must not let him use the lightning escape technique at full strength. This old man sees that his lightning escape technique is about to catch up to Master Qian Lei. That's right, when we were discussing that day, this old man said that a secret technique that can restrict the lightning escape technique. Naturally, this old man will use it now. How can I let him escape from our hands? Shan Xingzi turned his hands slightly as if he was twisting something and said with a confident smile, in order to capture this guy, this old man specially recomprehended this technique. You won't let him escape easily? However, this guy's lightning escape technique is really beyond this old man's expectations. Can actually catch up to Master Qian Lei. Of course, if not, do you think that Taoist Lei Meng of the Thunder Palace will be chasing after us? I'm afraid that he also knows that we are looking for Xiaohua. As Shan Xingzi opened his mouth, a blood arrow fell into the air. As Shan Xingzi grabbed it with his hand, several spells were cast into it, and the blood arrow turned dark. Like a snake the size of a thumb, it rushed into the void and disappeared. Blood curse? Taoist Du Yi's heart trembled and a trace of thoughtfulness appeared on his face. Alas, Shan Xingzi sighed, this old man has used up his profound qi to cast the secret technique. But I'm afraid that I can't do anything to Lei Meng anymore. Good luck, Lei Meng. Taoist Du Yi took a look at Xiao Hua, who was struggling in the distance, and said coldly, if Xiao Hua didn't suddenly appear here, we might have set up an ambush and killed him tonight. Since Xiao Hua has already appeared, we don't have to meet him face to face. Xiao Hua is now an abandoned disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Although Master Qian Lei wants to take back the punishment order, as long as Xiao Hua falls into our hands, he will never be able to take it back. The Imperial Thunder sect will always be the laughingstock of others. That's true. Although Shan Xingzi's face was somewhat pale, the magic power in his body was rapidly surging. He looked at Xiao Hua, who was about to approach, with some puzzlement and said curiously, this Xiao Hua suddenly disappeared in Haoming City. He should have used some secret technique to disguise himself. We just guessed that he passed through Mo Zhao and Black Forest, but in Meng Kingdom, there is no trace of Xiao Hua at all. We were like headless flies running around randomly. Tonight, how did he suddenly appear in front of us? Where did he go? What did he do there? It's really mysterious. There doesn't seem to be any secret area nearby. Hee, won't we know once we capture him? Taoist Du Yi sneered. And then he didn't forget to remind Shan Xingzi, after we capture Xiao Hua, we have to discuss how to report to our respective masters. Don't worry about this, fellow Taoist. Shan Xingzi smiled and then said in astonishment, oh no. Just when Shan Xingzi and Taoist Du Yi thought that they had already captured Xiao Hua, they saw the sword light around Xiao Hua's body flourish, and a huge sword gradually appeared. The quagmire that Shan Xingzi used to trap Xiao Hua was also defeated by Xiao Hua. This Xiao Hua is really too powerful. Shan Xingzi blurted out, if we give him another 100 years, we won't be his opponent even if we join hands. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.